What if Dean Winchester was in hell for 8 months? A darker alternate reality. Summary. Everyone knows the story of the infamous Dean Winchester was damned to hell after making a deal to save his brother, Sam Winchester. Everyone knows what happened after that point, and how this act led to multiple apocalypses and the death of many innocent people. However, propose a different beginning to an awful end. What would have happened if Dean was in hell for 8 months opposed to 4? What would happen if the first seal was slightly different than what has been told? What if the angel that saved this self-loathing hunter needed to use intense means to save the man? And what if those means physically changed Dean forever? Those who rise. Chapter text. Dean gasps loudly, his body finally breaking to the surface. The sun was radiating brightly, and he felt his skin burn slightly. Never has he missed the light before. He didn't know how long he was gone for. All he knew is that he was back, and that's all that mattered. His arms shook as he managed to pull his body from the shallow grave, his nails clawing into the dirty beneath him, ripping up specks of grass by the root as he heaved his body. Once sprung free with every limb, he rolled onto his back panting and heaving for the desperate need of air in his lung. The warmth of the sun was intense, but Dean just chalked it up to it being a long time since he's seen the surface. It made his eyes fall shut, taking in the violent rays. A gust of wind slowly overtook where he laid. It felt peaceful, and kept the possible burns away from himself. Dean laid there for what could have been hours. The smell of the trees around him was intoxicating when compared to the other senses he'd been with for quite a long time. He didn't know what snapped him back to reality. Maybe it was the soft chill that told him the sun would be setting any minute now, but the first thought was Sam. He said aloud. In a rush, Dean sat up and set his hands onto the ground to help him stand up, only to let out a disgruntled shout as a burning pain shot from his wrists, up his arms, and down his spine. He was barely able to hold himself up for long enough to actually stand. Immediately, he removed the jacket, setting it down on the ground before looking at his arms. His eyes went wide as he looked down at his wrists. He swallowed. 2 dark red marks had taken shape on his wrists, scarring the flesh as if they were burns. Dean couldn't help but notice that the marks looked like handprints. Well, that isn't fucking weird at all. He gently thumbed at the scars. They no longer were hurting, but he could still feel a strange warmth radiating off of the impressions. He can worry about that later. Right now he needed to find Bobby and Sam. Also, in the meantime, he should probably find out what the date is exactly, and how long he had been gone for. Dean picked up the jacket and put it back on his person. Hopefully he could get a shower in soon. He smelt like a wet siren. He adjusted his jacket accordingly. The cuffs of the sleeves kept rubbing against the scars, and it was very irritating. Soon the Winchester started his trek up and out of the forest. He had to admit, the forest was a good place to bury a body, in case he decided to come back and haunt something. However, the thought made his shoulders tense. Why didn't Sammy and Bobby burn him? Why was he buried? The main to prevent someone from coming back as a vengeful spirit or something along that nature is to have the body cremated or burned like a Star Wars movie. He paused for a moment. A flash of realization crossed his face as his hands gripped at his arms, the air suddenly feeling really cold. Son of a bitch, Dean cursed. What did Sam do? If he made a deal with a crossroads demon like he did or did something with that abracadabra bullshit that he's been tempted with from that Ruby chick, then Dean was going to beat his ass. He shook his head at the thought for a moment and continued on. The coldness of the night nipped at his nose and ears, his body shivering as he looked around after having walked for a few miles. Dean looked up at the sky and gulped as he saw large gray clouds blocking any guiding light from the moon. Thunk! Dean's eye widened as he turned around to see what that sound was. Nothing looking odd until he found his gaze being attracted to what looked like to be a ball that was a few yards behind him. It must have hit the ground hard to make that noise. He looked around for a moment before hearing another thunk. His attention now turned to a few feet in front of him. With caution he approached the ball to freeze and realized that was not a ball, that was ice. Hail, to be more exact. About the size of a baseball. Well, this can't be good. The sound started to pick up as he looked and saw more of these ice balls raining from the sky, and Dean took off running the opposite direction. If this was real life, which it really damn felt like it, then he knew that if a single one of these hail balls hit his head back to the pit, he'd go. Using his arms as a sort of helmet, he ran as hard as he could, trying to find some sort of shelter. Eventually he found something, a small abandoned gas station, and Dean just charged for it. The storm had really picked up speed. The noise of crashing glass and bits of hail thundering to the ground made the earth shake below his feet. Fuck, he grunts loudly as bits of hail started to hit his shoulders and legs as he ran. The feeling of welts took over his body, making it more difficult to run. The wind, exhaustion, everything was just making it worse. Dean didn't bother checking the outside of the store for anything odd. He just busts through the door and slams it shut behind him. He was very fortunate that it was unlocked, or at least the lock was broken. He takes a deep breath once he was finally safe from the freak storm outside that seemed to just have appeared out of nowhere. It took a small bit of time to catch his breath, a hand going against his chest as he heard thunder roaring outside from the freak storm. Thank goodness he got inside. Dean looked around and bit his bottom lip. The store must have been abandoned for a while by the way things looked, yet there was still bars of food, cans, chips, and bottles in the fridge units, although there was no electricity. That didn't matter, water was water, and he was thirsty. He walks over to the fridge and pulls out 5 water bottles, and starts chugging them. God, how long has it been since he had liquid going down his throat? The dryness of his tongue seemed to only get worse from the more he drank. At some point, his thirst was a little more bearable. So Dean started using the water to make a makeshift shower, by dumping the water onto his arms, face, and hair to get himself clean. He didn't want to look like a zombie when he finally sees his family again, although a part of him was wondering if he was one. For now, he just needed to hunker down and wait for the storm to pass. Dean grabbed every bar of food he could, going for the candy bars, but having enough sense to actually grab granola or protein bars. If Sam was here, he would probably give Dean a proper chew out on how protein bars would give him enough strength to actually make it to Bobby's home, and not pass out on the way, until he can get some actual food. His breathing shudders for a moment. He felt this overwhelming urge to just bolt out of the station and into the hail thunderstorm and find Sam. God, was Sam even okay? Last thing to remember was that demon. Lilith had them trapped inside of a house and had Dean and Sam pinned when Dean let out another shaky breath, not wanting to think about those awful creatures. The way the rotten flesh hung off of the hellhound's body, the blood and mucus that formed in every pore, its large and gnashing teeth, claws that looked like bones that tore away at his body as if it was butter. Once the thought came, it opened the dam of everything that happened while in hell. Dean's chest began to tighten as he sucked in deep hissing breaths. He looked around, even though he knew no one was there with him, before wrapping his arms around his head and letting out a shaky breath. He needed to get out of here. The longer he was left alone, the more he felt his heart aching, and his brain tearing him up inside. This aching inside seemed to amplify. He needed to find Sam. He stayed in the corner, curled up for what felt like hours. It might have been hours, but the clocks in the gas station were all digital, so none of them could tell the time. Once the storm sounded like it was finally over or pushed past them, Dean grabbed one last bottle of water for the road and headed out. The first thing to notice was the dents in the dirt and grass. Large balls of ice covered the ground, no matter where Dean would look. It went on for miles. The cold still lingered as the hail started to melt. There was no doubt in his mind that the amount could possibly cause a flood, so he decided to not stay around long enough to witness it. Finally, after finding at a gas station that was not abandoned, this time he hot-wired a car that was good-looking enough, but nothing like his baby. He wondered if Sam kept her nice and tuned up while he had her. Another thing he found out was that he had been gone for, well, almost a year, 8 months. Imagine that sort of shock. He also found out what day it was. It was his birthday, January 24th. What an odd present. Had the idea that Dean came back on his birthday made his shoulders tense. May 15th was when he died. It was so long ago. He could only imagine what could have happened in that time. Also, to be raised now, it felt like some sort of crude joke that a demon was pulling. By the time he finally reached Bobby's home, he had been alive for about 12 hours and was exhausted. Dean never slept for more than 4 hours anyway, but the emotional toll on the day and the energy that he had burnt up today was making his engine run just a bit more intense. He needed a nap. It's kinda funny that he was dead for 8 months and still wasn't rested enough. Thankfully it was morning, so he knew Bobby would at least be awake by now. Dean got out of the car and parked it with the rest of the junk vehicles, and carefully walked up to the house. He didn't know how he was going to explain this to Bobby. He couldn't even explain it to himself. He slowly walked up the sandy and dirty ground. The wooden stairs creaked slightly as he climbed up. With one last breath, he puts his fist against the door and knocked on it harshly. The door opened and there stood Bobby. Busted cap and tan vest, a plaid long-sleeve shirt underneath. His beard also looked a little more gray than it had been before, and his eyes looked sunken in, but his eyes were white as he looked and saw Dean. In one piece. "Hey, Bobby," he says with a cautious smile. Bobby took a step backward. I don't. Dean gave a nervous chuckle and steps inside. "Yeah, me neither. But I am." Behind his back, Bobby takes a silver knife. As Dean approaches, Bobby lunges forward and slashes at him. Dean grabs his arm and twists it around Bobby, breaks the grip and backhands him in the face. "I'm not a shapeshifter," Dean states as he stumbled a bit away. "Then you're a revenant," Bobby shouted, taking a few steps forward. He looked around for a quick moment and grabbed the first thing near him, which luckily was a chair. Whoa, wait. Your name is Robert Stevensinger. You became a hunter after your wife got possessed, and you're about the closest thing I have to a father." "Bobby, it's me." Bobby seemed to pause for a moment, seeming to study the other's facial features. He let out a small shaky breath and walked over. Dean still was hesitant, but let the other walk towards him. Bobby smiled faintly and rested a hand on the other's shoulder. A long moment passed, before the older hunter takes the knife and lunges yet again. Dean ducks away, grabbing the hilt of the knife, shoving the other away. "All right, if I was either, could I do this with a silver knife?" Dean stated while rolling up his sleeves, one of his wrist scars present. He grimaces, slices his arm above the elbow with the knife. A line of red blood appears. Bobby tilted his head slightly. "Dean," he asks, "that's what I've been trying to tell you." At that exact moment, Bobby just breaks, quickly grabbing Dean and pulling him into a tight hug. Dean returned it with enthusiasm, relief present on his features. Slowly they parted. Bobby smiled. It's good to see you, boy." "Yeah, you too. But how did you bust out?" "I don't know. I just woke up in a pine box." He gave a slight shoulder shrug, before giving a flinch as Bobby suddenly splashed water up into his face. "I'm not a demon either, you know." Bobby waited a moment to see if there was any burning, before letting out another sigh of relief. "Sorry, can never be too careful." Dean nods and wiped his soaked face with a hand. "Got a towel?" "Yeah," he says, walking deeper into the house where the kitchen was located and threw the hand towel over to him. Dean caught it mid-air and wiped his face, also using it to wipe off some of the sweat that was on his neck and arms from being outside for so long. "This doesn't make any sense. Dean, your chest was ribbons, your insides were slop, and you've been buried 8 months. Even if you could slip out of hell and back into your meat suit." Dean chuckles and sat down at the table. Gotti was starving. "Yeah, I know. I should look like a cast member from the Thriller video." Another shoulder shrug. "All of my scars are gone. I don't even have my anti-possession tat anymore." But he rolled up his other sleeve now, showing the red burnt marks on his wrists. Bobby let out a small yeesh as he looked at them. "I had no clue how I got them. I didn't have them before. And no hellhound gave them to me." Carefully Dean rolled the sleeves back down, his wrists itching yet again. Bobby grabbed 2 beers from the fridge and walks over, handing one to Dean, who greedily accepted. "Well, with the year we've been having, I'm not surprised you're back." Dean looked up at the comment, especially because of the tone that had been used. "Hopefully it's a good thing this time." "Wait, what do you mean?" he asked. The hunter rose his brows a bit, seeming to finally realize that someone who was in hell for almost a year probably wouldn't know what was happening on the surface word. Dean didn't like the long wait and gave a look. Bobby sighed and took off his hat, wringing it in his left hand, while his right hand ran over his patchy scalp. "Well, the short version is that the apocalypse is gonna be starting real soon. Thanks to that demon Lilith, and a whole bunch of Revelations shit is going down." Dean took a moment, his gaze looking down at the cold beer in his hands, feeling Bobby's eyes on him as if searching for an answer. All the Winchester could do was look at the frothy amber liquid in a sort of daze. Left the world with a bloodthirsty demon, only to return to the same demon about to start the apocalypse. Fan-fucking-tastic. So how do we stop it? Was all that he could muster. His mouth went dry at the thought of this. He knows the Bible, and he doesn't exactly want hell on earth for a multitude of reasons. Bobby spoke, Dean's eyes still focused on the glass bottle. "Sam is working on it, as well as every hunter I know. It's difficult to really know what seal to prevent next." Dean tore his eyes away and looked at the other. "Seal? I told you I was telling you the short version, idiot," Bobby said with a glare. The young hunter rolled his eyes and stole a chug of his beer. "Fine, tell me later." "Where Sam?" "Working a case. Not sure where though." He took a deep breath, but it was a harsh one. Dean slowly stood up from his seat, took another deep breath, and yeeted his bottle across the kitchen. Crash! "What the hell, Dean?" Dean turned around and glared. kicking over a damn chair. "How the fuck do you not know where he is, Bobby? Why would you let him go out by himself?" Bobby stood up. "Don't you raise your voice at me, boy," he said stern, which made Dean drop his voice a few notches, and also fold his arms across his chest in annoyed obedience. Now, it's been a rough year. He's joined up with a few hunters here and there, but he's mainly been hunting things nonstop. Wouldn't want me slowing him down. "Well, that's ridiculous. You're one of the best hunters we know," Dean interjected. "I still man the phones, Dean. I can go when I can, but not when it's a marathon." He shrugs. Bobby put his cap back on and adjusted it, looking the other up and down for a small second. "You look like crap." Dean rolled his eyes, giving a faint chuckle as his arms fell back down to his sides. "I did climb out of a pine box yesterday." The older hunter nodded. "Go take a shower and a nap, then we'll go track down Sam." "Bobby, I'm fine. I was dead for 8 months. I think I got my beauty sleep." Dean. "Okay, fine, fuck man. You don't have to use that dad voice every single time you want me to do something." Dean grumbled and heads upstairs. Dean got into the shower and let the warm water run down his aching muscles. He didn't even realize how stiff or tense his body felt until the liquid began flowing down his body. Yeah, nothing beats a nice shower, especially when comparing it to the makeshift water bottle bath that he gave himself in that gas station. Although, he was lucky that nobody saw him swipe that car or saw him driving it. Stolen vehicles don't usually look stolen, unless the driver looks like they were covered in grass and dirt. Oh, like he was. He lets out a deep breath and put his hands against the wall, letting his head hang underneath the flow of water, closing his eyes shut. At least he knew that Sam was okay. Well, based on what Bobby knew. The first question he was going to ask his brother once he saw him again was how the hell did he escape Lilith? Lilith wanted both of their heads on a spit. Dean ran his hands down his face, flinching slightly and gasping loudly. He opened his eyes, looked left, looked right, down, up, behind. His breathing spiked, screams filled his ears, and photos of meat hooks and chains plagued his vision. The souls of the damned being ripped to shreds. The pathetic excuses of human beings being skinned and burned all at once. Demonic faces of their true selves was branded into his eyes. Dean shook slightly as different scenes filled his senses, having to close his eyes tightly and shaking his head to try and rid the visions. He could handle the other visions, but these memories no, he can't think about them. "Just go away." He winced slightly, his breathing slowly managed at what he remembered his mom teaching him while he was young. Breathe in, breath out, repeat. So that's what he did. Eventually he opened his eyes, remembering he was in the bathroom, and immediately turned off the water and got out. Thankfully they have been to Bobby's so often covered in blood or gunk that they always had some spare clothes. So he grabbed a white tank top, plaid flannel shirt and some jeans. He did have a jacket he could put on, but he knew that Bobby wanted him to sleep, and he would come and check up on him. So he had to at least try. He was tired anyways. Dean rubbed his eyes and laid down on the bed, just staring at the ceiling. There wasn't exactly anything to do, to say, or even help get the man to sleep. He tried humming, counting sheep, all the stupid stuff to make himself sleep, but nothing was really working. That beer probably didn't help matters. Maybe he should just get pissed drunk and black out? He technically would have gone to sleep, would have a nasty hangover the next day, but that is about it. A hand went down to his wrist, his thumb tracing the outline of the mark. It was obviously a handprint. He couldn't help but think what could have left it. He didn't want to search all his memories of hell to see if a demon or just any demon would have burned him with their hands. Probably not a wise decision. Did Sam make a deal? If he did, then they were in big trouble. Nothing good comes from deals. A good example would be him. It would make sense, wouldn't it? Dean would have done the same. The grief just takes over, and then after you do anything to make the person come back. Yet again, with the apocalypse hanging in the balance, maybe a deal to get his brother back to help fight alongside him might have been a kick in the ass that Sam needed. What did this apocalypse even entail? He literally knows nothing about what's going on, and the apocalypse sounds all grand and bad. He knows it has to be because of their amazing luck. Yet, he just doesn't know enough about Revelations to know exactly what has happened and what is going to happen. Dean tilted his head slightly as he thought. Did that hailstorm have something to do with it? He did know in Revelations it did say the weather would be catastrophic, and by the size of those hail balls, people could have easily had died. The car he drove in had dents from it, for Pete's sake, and it was a well-built car. Of course not his baby, but a modern car that was built well. Dean was real lucky with that gas station having a metal roof. He could see the dents from the inside, He could only imagine the people who were left in the storm or homes that were ruined. He closed his eyes for a moment, only to force them back open once he heard silence. Bobby's house was never quiet. It always had some sort of noise, even muffled. This was different. Dean sits back up slowly, reaching underneath the bed and grabbing a loaded salt gun. Bobby had guns hidden all over the house. No one could walk 5 feet without finding one. At least if you knew where to look. He held the gun close and blinked a few times. How did it get so dark? Dean looked to the window and stood up the moment he looked outside. Darkness. Nothing was there. He took a step towards the window and looked down where street lights should be, and again nothing. Yup, something's here. A small noise filled the room as the gun was cocked and held at position. He squints his eyes to try and see inside of the room. Dean walks to the light switch and flips it on. Nothing. Great. Well, whatever this is, it isn't in his room. He carefully leaves the bedroom. Bobby, he calls out as he made it over to the stairs. He waited for a reply and frowned when he didn't get one. Dean was about to take a step down the stairs until he felt a warm breeze against his neck. It's standing behind him, isn't it? He spun around, gun aimed, but didn't have a chance to use it. A man stood before him, grabbed the gun as it fired, seeming to have no effect. Dean's eyes widened in shock before grabbing at an iron sword that was on the wall and lunging forward. The person before him grabs the weapon, using the momentum to swing the hunter away from the stairs and against the wall, the sword falling out of Dean's hands as he was pinned against the wall by his wrists, the force pushing them against the wall above his head, right on his burns. He struggled, but the grip was tight as he glared forward, and now he was able to take in who this person was. They had black hair that seemed to be just as pitch as the darkness outside. He had slightly pale skin and stubble along the man's rather muscular jaw. That wasn't the thing that caught his attention. It was his eyes, the blue bemused and vivid eyes that looked to almost being glowing underneath the lightless rooms. Yet, Dean did not have time to focus on that. "Where's Bobby?" he glared. The voice that followed was something that he never expected. This man, his voice was dark and deep, filled with a gravel undertone. It honestly made Dean pause his struggling at the unexpected nature of it. "Your friend is fine." "That didn't answer my question, scumbag," Dean says, finally coming to, struggling against the creature's grip. The man in front of him looked to be shorter than him, so he was surprised by how he was able to be kept pinned. The man took a step closer. Dean could feel the other's hot breath against his nose, and for a man who liked his person's space, he didn't particularly enjoy it. "He is downstairs, tracking down your brother's cellular device. He cannot hear you because you are asleep." Dean tilted his head slightly. Since when could creatures enter dreams? Well, yeah, he knew people could dream walk, but that was different. "Fine, who are you?" "I'm the one who gripped you tight and raised you from perdition." Again, that didn't answer my question. "Who are you?" Dean reinforced. "Castiel." "Well, ain't that the most biblical name a demon could take on? Shoulda figured I'd get a name. What are you, then?" The creature, now known as Castiel, took a step away from Dean, releasing his grip and allowing Dean down, which Dean decided that now was a good time to fix his outfit, which he did quickly before folding his arms across his chest, studying the man before him for any bullshit he might have in his answer. "I am an angel of the Lord." Dean glared. "Get the hell out of here, there is no such thing." "This," the man began, "is your problem. You have no faith." Lightning flashes, and on Castiel's back great shadowy wings appear, stretching off into the distance. The light goes out and the image disappears. It took another moment for the other to gather his words, still very hesitant to believe this thing's words. "Well, I'm not buying what you're selling. So who are you really?" Castiel frowns. "I told you." Dean pushed himself off of the wall. His arms fell to his sides as he glared at the person in front of him. He had a real damn good bullshit detector, but this dude's face was a fucking stone wall. "Sure, right? Why would an angel rescue me from hell?" "Good things do happen, Dean," the supposed angel stated, taking another step forward, which instinctively made Dean take a step back. "Not in my experience." Dean snapped back. "What's the matter?" Castiel asks. Another step. "You don't think you deserve to be saved?" Dean fell quiet from that comment, having to look away back down the empty hallway. A lump formed in his throat that he was forced to swallow. He let out a shaky breath as he felt the entity's eyes staring at him, as if awaiting an answer that Dean would not give. "Why?" he swallows. "Why are you here?" he asked, looking back at the man before him, his eyes being the only source of light in this entire hallway and house. Castile took another step forward. God, did this person not know anything about personal space? God has a job for you. He explained simply. The idea shall be made known unto you at a later date. You need to understand something. There will be changes to your life. All of them will be natural, due to the condition you came back in. Some of it will be new that I will explain. Thanks, Daddy. I already had the birds and the bees talk. Dean rolled his eyes. The man tilted his eyes. I am not talking about animals and insects, Dean. Mayhaps I need to fix your soul more, Castile says, taking a quick few steps to Dean, who didn't have time to pull away before the man put a hand to his head and Dean, came a shout. Dean's eyes opened as he was being shaken. He let out a loud gasp as he looked around quickly. He was still in the bed from earlier, gun still under the bed. He looked to the window and saw that the darkness was gone. It was probably the middle of the day now based on where the sun was in the sky. He looked back up finally, and let out a relieved sigh. Sam, although the giant man was still shaking him for some reason. His hair was longer and looked to have been styled with some product actually. He wore a big tan coat due to the weather, and seemed to look real fresh from having come from a job. Sam, he said relieved. Not a second passed before the brothers engulfed each other in a hug. A tight hug. A hug that honestly hurt Dean's restored body. Dean let out a shaky breath as he relished in the warmth of his brother. They always hugged whenever they thought the other themselves were going to die. You'd think they'd hug more often based off of that. Slowly Sam pulled away from Dean and sat down on the bed beside. Dean made room obviously by sitting up and hanging his legs over the side of the bed. He gave a soft chuckle before smirking as he gestured up. Is that a hickey? Dean asks. Sam put a hand against his neck where his brother gestured, and his face flushed pink, and the tips of his ears went red. Had to pass the time somehow. He chuckled and looked down, shaking his head. I can't believe you're alive, man. The young Winchester let out a relieved sigh, not really know what else to say. Dean gave the other a firm look. So what now? I'm off the hook and you're on. Is that it? You're some demons, bitch boy. I didn't want to be saved like this. The younger brother looked hurt by the other's words. Dean, I didn't bring you back. Don't lie to me, Sammy. I'm not lying, okay? Look, Dean, I wish I had done it, alright? He glared, anger slowly rising his chest, and grabbed Sam tightly by the shirt. There's no other way that this could have gone down. Now tell the truth. Sam huffs and shoved Dean off of himself, now standing. I tried everything. That's the truth. I tried opening the Devil's Gate. Hell, I tried to bargain, Dean, but no demon would deal, alright? You were rotting in hell for months. For months, and I couldn't stop it. So I'm sorry it wasn't me, alright? Dean, I'm sorry. Dean looked down, his hands grabbing at the edge of his sleeves as he started to relent. It's okay, Sammy, you don't have to apologize. I believe you. He mumbled. I'm surprised you actually came when Bobby called you, or even ran into the bedroom when you saw me. You're getting rusty, my guy, he said, rubbing his wrists. The giant gave a bitter laugh, sitting down on the chair that was adjacent to the bed, instead of sitting back on the bed. Well, Bobby didn't call me, he said in a soft tone. He looked up, his eyes narrowing. What? He asked, the anger rising yet again. I was working a case, and this woman claimed to hear angels. I thought she was just delusional and hearing a ghost or a demon or something like that. Yet, she knew everything that's happened this year. I don't know what you have learned from Bobby, but a lot of the shit is impossible to guess. Sam took a deep breath and gave a soft chuckle, knowing that his brother probably wouldn't believe him. I was protecting her from demons who were trying to grab her, but she said that the angels were celebrating because Dean Winchester is saved. I knew she was telling the truth, because she didn't know who you were. I also, he looked up at the other and was a little hesitant. I had a vision about it. Dean's eyes widened. The mention of angels brought back those glowing eyes from only minutes before. Son of a bitch, you had a fucking vision? Dude, you promised you wouldn't do that stuff. I wasn't trying, Sam stated, but his tone made Dean think otherwise. Look, after she told me I left up and abandoned her and went right to your grave. It looked like a nuke went off. No demon has that sort of power that we know of, Dean mumbled. Sam sighed. Look, this girl is highly intuitive, knows everything. Also, if it bugs you so much, we can go talk to a physic? Bobby has a friend named Pamela who knows all sorts of spells to help out with this. We'll see what pulled you out if you don't believe me. Here's the thing, Sam, Dean says, now slowly standing up, his body still aching. It must have showed, because Sam stood up at the same time and his feet planted, as if he was expecting Dean to fall. Don't you think that if angels were real, that some hunter somewhere would have seen one at some point ever? the huff slightly seeming to understand, yet still looking frustrated. That's a fair argument, but with this year, I'm not surprised. We're running out of time, and if there are angels out there then we need them. Dean rolled his eyes and moved past Sam, going out into the hallway while rubbing his chin and eyes. He looked even more like shit with all that dirt gone. He probably looked like that zombie they ganked a while ago with pale skin and dark circles under his eyes. Mind explaining what the fuck that means? Bobby said the same thing. I could use some context clues, he states while going down the stairs. The younger Winchester followed close behind. Well, what did Bobby tell you? He asks. That the bitch is trying to start the damn apocalypse and something about seals. Literally, just said the world seals and that's it. I'm more blind than Stevie Wonder walking in a tunnel. Dean gets down the stairs and into the living room where the couch was. It also had a decent view of Bobby's study, so he could still be comfortable and listen to the conversations. So, he just plops down on the soda with his feet hanging over the edge as he laid down, letting out a content sigh. Sam sat down in a nearby chair, looking over at the study where Bobby was. Dean watched as the two passed a worried glance, which only made Dean roll his eyes. Guys, I'm fine. I'm the real deal. We already did the tests. Now stop looking at me like I'm some kick puppy and tell me what's been going on. Bobby transfers another look to Sam. Before starting, they had a lot to go through, and this wasn't going to be an easy pill to swallow. Dean could tell by their looks that this wasn't going to be an easy conversation. Those who fear. Chapter text. So what you're telling me is that Lilith, the demon who sicked hellhounds onto me so I would be dragged down into hell, is currently trying to pop Lucifer the Lucifer out of a cage that he's been trapped in since the beginning of time. To do this, she is breaking these seal things that I guess are supposed to be locks. She just needs to break 66 of them and boom, hell on earth. Dean was now pacing the living room, a hand rubbing the back of his neck, as he tried to understand what his brother and father figure were telling him. This all sounded way too extra even for him and their lives. Yet, here they were. He didn't know how to react to this news, but all he needed was to understand for now, and figure out the rest later. Sam looked to Bobby, who gave a nod, then looked back to the uneased brother. Yeah, that just about sums it up. Okay, so what? How do we prevent any more lock from being broken from this bitch? He stopped pacing and looked to the other two in the room. He looked back and forth between them to look at their positions and expressions. Dean could tell they were holding something back and didn't want him to know. Well, he asks. Bobby sat back in his chair. Guess, prevent the seals to be done in the first place. The oldest had his mouth slightly agape at the simplicity and vague concept of that answer, before shaking his head. So you're telling me, you have no fucking clue on what to do? Well, that's just perfect. Look, Dean, we all are trying to fix this and prevent the seals from being broken. We've told every hunter that we know, gave them the typical omens to look for, and a lot of us are trying to study as much of Revelations as possible, to see where each and every seal would be located or performed. Sam now stood up, his arms folding slightly across his chest as he watched his brother. Dean barely noticed he stood, but once he did, he looked back at Sam, and couldn't help but notice that he had his worried face on, a look that he has never gotten used to. His eyebrows always furrowed, and he looked like a lost puppy. Dean shook his head slightly. Okay, well that narrows everything down. So what a seal gets broken? We can just undo whatever was done, and bam, Dean clapped his hands for emphasis. Seal gets plopped right onto the cage. The hunter watched as Bobby and Sam exchanged looked. Dean already has the sigh waiting in his chest, as he could have guessed what they were going to say. Afraid not, son. Once a seal is broken, it can't be replaced. Great. Dean laughed aloud and shook his head, a hand pinching the bridge of his nose. He was just so exasperated at this point and just wanted some good news. So wait, he says, finally looking back at his family. How do we even know about this? Sure, guessing the apocalypse is happening based on scripture and seeing shit is one thing, but knowing about seals in Lucifer's cage? That isn't something you can just seek out. Then there was silence. God, how did Dean hate the silence? He never once in his life enjoyed hearing nothing. It made him get all jittery and freaked out. So for now, he just watched. Bobby leaned back in his chair, having what almost seemed like a smirk on his face as he looked over at Sam. This smirk was very peculiar, almost as if it was for knowing that something was about to happen, or that he wanted something to happen. Would you like to tell him, Sam? Sam bit his inner cheek, hands being shoved into his pockets, and his gaze went anywhere besides where Dean was. Well, he started. Dean stayed there waiting. Yeah, he knew this wasn't going to end well. Once Sam eventually looked at his brother, Dean rose his shoulders and arms waiting for an explanation. Well, Ruby told me. Damn it, Sammy. All color left the older Winchester's face. He let out a small scoff as he hung his head. Of course she did, a fucking course. Can he catch a break already? Almost been alive for a day. And it's like nothing changed from when he left. Dean didn't look up before turning on his heels and walking into the kitchen. He heard muffled footsteps behind him, knowing that they belonged to Sam, but for now he didn't care. He needed a goddamn drink. He grabbed a beer and opened it. When he looked over the top of the fridge door, there was his big gigantor of a brother, looking nervous and yet having an expectant look on his face. Dean didn't acknowledge him as he opened his drink and went back into the living room, 4 eyes on him, and waiting for the blowout. They didn't need to wait long. You know we can't trust her, he shouted. Sam huffs and glared at the other, letting out his own scoff that sounded more like a dark laugh mixed with a growl. No, you can't trust her. You haven't been here for the past year. And you don't know what she's done to help us. So, she told you all about the seals? Yes. Does she know what the seals are? Does she know which ones are going to break next? Dean, has she helped stop a seal from being broken? Dean shouted, only pausing to take a swig of his beer, wiping his mouth off with his sleeve jacket. Sam stayed silent yet again, not able to look his brother in the face. He went over and sat down on the couch that his brother had been on moments before, and put his head in his hands. Dean could tell he was trying to put together the words that he wanted to say and prove why they could trust Ruby, but knew that whatever he wanted to say wasn't going to be enough for the Winchester. Dean let out a heavy sigh. Why do you think we could even trust her? He asks, trying to monitor the tone and volume of his voice, and probably failing. Did you just happen to forget about all the times she lied to you about what was going on? How she lied that she could save me, and then at the last moment decided to tell us that it was actually you who could save me? Or did that simply slip your mind? Because she saved my life, he said simply. He paused, looking over to Bobby, who only nodded in response to confirm what Sam was saying. Dean sat down himself, now sitting back and rubbing his face with his hands. How? He asked. The younger brother nodded. When you died I was a mess. He started to explain. I already told you about everything I did to try and bring you back, and how none of it was working. But I was so much worse. I didn't work a single case. I was drinking as much as I could. I even got into a bad drug habit with over-the-counter medicine. I just wasn't being careful. I wanted to die. One day I came back from a drunk night at a bar, came back to be jumped by a group of demons, one of them being Meg. Dean's eyes widened. Meg? He repeats. Sam nodded, letting out a sigh as he carded his fingers through his locks of hair. Yeah, he chuckled darkly. I was going to die, but Ruby, she appeared out of nowhere and saved me. I couldn't thank her enough. Dean slowly nods, not really sure how to process this. Sure, on one hand, that bitch saved his brother. Yet on the other, she did lie. She was also a demon. Something came across Dean's mind. You left that chick with angel brains with Ruby, didn't you? That's why you were okay ditching her to save me. The youngest nodded slowly. Dean sat with his arms folded as they drove in the Impala, annoyed with what his brother had done to his precious baby. You know what Sammy did? He installed an adapter so he could listen to songs on an iPod. What's wrong with tapes? It ruins the whole aesthetic of the car. They were currently listening to the songs that Sam likes since he was driving. Neither Bobby or Sam thought that Dean was in any particular shape to go out and drive. Also, he has never been to this place before. They were driving to Pamela's, a physic that they knew well, a physic that Bobby knew, who has only had a few interactions with Sam over the past year. Bobby said that she knew a spell for them to figure out who or what saved him from hell. The dream he had merely hours before still lingered in his mind. Also, what Sam said about some chick he was helping, talking about angels. It would have been different if Dean had this dream after having spoken with Sam, then he could have excused it. But now, it just felt all odd. It actually made feel really gross. He's never believed in angels. He doesn't even know a lot about angels besides their feathery asses and have a harp. Even if this was an angel, why would he be the one to be saved from hell? Surely there were hundreds of souls who deserve to get out of hell over him. So Sam said suddenly, causing Dean to snap out of his thoughts, and looked over to his brother. What do you remember? Dean rose a brow. What do you mean? Of hell? He clarifies. Dean sat up straighter, his head shaking as he unfolded his arms. Nothing actually. Last thing I remember is being some dog's chew toy, and then darkness. Next thing I know I'm in a pine box gasping for air buried 6 feet deep. Sam nodded slowly. Huh, was all that he said. It was only a few minutes later when they pulled up to this woman's house. It wasn't what Dean was expecting. He thought maybe it would be a black house with purple accents, maybe random orbs or fake decorations in the lawn that told everyone that a physic lived there. and was ready to read palms. But no, he didn't get any of that. Instead, it was a nice house in a fairly good neighborhood. The only sign that a physic lived there was a sign on the door. They got out of the car, Bobby following behind in a pickup truck. Dean wiped his hands off on his shirt as he closed the door. For some reason he got grease on himself. He gave a sideways glare at Sam, an accusatory look. Sam noticed the grease and put his hands up. I clean her, I promise. Dean only rolled his eyes and looked up at the place. Doesn't look very physic. Why? Bobby hit him on the back of his head, causing Dean to flinch and grab at his scalp. You know not all physics are the same, idiot. When your brother dabbled in that crap he didn't go all crystals, you know. Dean tilted his head to the side for a moment, shrugging his shoulders. Fair enough. He followed closely behind his brother and Bobby, hanging more back since this woman knew the two, and he didn't want to be the random stranger. He'd rather be introduced than get a weird look at him. They didn't even get up to the door before it opened. Again, not what Dean had expected. The woman before him seemed to be in her late 30s, maybe early 40s. Long black hair that was curled and went past her chest. She wore a fun black leather jacket with a cliché white tank top with a sigil on it. He couldn't tell the eye color though based on the lighting that she was in and where they were. Bobby, got me a present? She says, sauntering out of the house, only to pause once she looked through him and past Sam as well, her eyes landing on Dean. Dean Winchester, out of the fire and back in the frying pan. Huh. Dean was taken aback by that. Did he have a sticker on him announcing to the world who he was? If so, he needed to take that off prompto. You heard of me? He asked. Everyone's heard of you, sugar. The woman winks, leaning against the wall. What a special soul you have, my dear. Bobby rolled his eyes and gave the physic a hug. Don't flirt with him, Pam. He's a little out of the game if you know what I mean, he said, pulling back with a wink. Pamela hums delighted as she hugged the old friend and pulled away just when he did. Oh, don't worry, I like him young, she flirts, looking back over at Dean with a lustful glance. And I like an experienced woman. He returns the flirtatious nature. Pamela smirks and led the men inside of her home, mentioning things to Bobby in passing about how she'd already talked to multiple spurts, and no one so far has come forward to say who or what it was. Dean took a moment and looked at Sam, who looked uncomfortable being there. Is she always this flirty? Dean asked him, trying to get his brother to relax. Sam chuckled, looking at Dean with an over-exaggerated nod. Oh, completely. I've been groped here more times than I can count. Oh, so 3 times? Jerk. He chuckles. Bitch. The brothers follow inside, and Sam made sure to close the door behind them. Again, Dean was expecting different. Instead of crystals and magic stone balls, the top of the home looks like any other house he's been into. Honestly, the layout reminded him of their other physic friend Missouri. They should go say hi to her. It's been a while. While Dean was kind of zoned out as he looked around the home, Pamela grabs a cloth from a hanging wall and spreads it over the table. The hunter refocuses and smirks as he sees the woman's tramp stamp. He smirks a bit and cocks his head to the side. Who's Jessie? Let's just say it wasn't for forever. Well, Dean shrugs as he walks over and knelt beside her, helping grabbing the candles that she no longer had room for in her hands. His loss. Pamela looked up to him. Might be your gain. She winks before standing up and setting the candles on the table in a unique pattern, while also taking the ones from Dean. Maybe. Dean gave a little smirk and while her back was turned looks over at Sam and makes a gesture with his hand and tongue, mimicking a blowjob movement. Sam let out a mute laugh, a hand covering his mouth. Dean eventually stops and gave Pamela the last candle. Pamela makes everyone sit down at the table, Dean and Bobby sitting beside her while Sam stayed across. She hummed while taking a match and lighting every little candle in a unique order. She also made sure to turn off the lights at the same time. All right, everyone hold hands. The boys do so. Now, I need something that this mystery monster touched, Pam stated as she grabs Dean's upper thigh. It caused Dean to flinch, his ears turning a bright red. Whoa, well, he didn't touch me there. The physic smirks. My mistake, she stated simply. Dean made a look over at Sam and Sam just smirked and mimicked the same gesture Dean had given him earlier. Dean rolled his eyes and let go of Pamela's hand and removed one arm from his jacket, rolling up the shirt a tad bit to show the mark on his wrists. Sam looked over at it, an expression on his features that Dean really couldn't read. Pamela gently took his wrist into her palm and made everyone close their eyes as she began her chant. I invoke, conjure, and command you, appear unto me before this circle. I invoke, conjure, and command you, appear unto me before this circle. She repeats. The hunter couldn't help opening his eyes to look around, not sure on if this was working or not. I invoke, conjure, and command you, appear unto me before this circle. That last chanting of the phrase gave him his answer. He watched at a television flipped on in the corner to only produce static and black and white screen. I invoke conjure and command Castiel. No, sorry Castiel, I don't scare easy. Dean's eyes widen, looking over at Pamela, who still had her eyes closed, but the other men in the basement did not. Castiel? He asks. Its name. It's whispering to me, warning me to turn back. She began to chant yet again, only this time the table started rattling, and it made Dean worry. I conjure and command you, show me your face. I conjure and command you, show me your face. I conjure and command you, show me your face. I conjure and command you, show me your face. She repeats yet again. Dean hisses softly, feeling the wrist that she was touching starting to heat up, as it slowly started to burn like it had when he crawled out of his coffin. He looked over to his brother and Bobby. He saw their looks, and they were just as terrified as him. Maybe we should stop, Bobby spoke. The rattling of the table gets more violent. I almost got it. I command you, show me your face, she yelled. Right as she did, the glass on every window in the home shattered into 1,000 pieces. A loud high-pitched squeal and noise ran throughout the room, making Sam and Bobby clenching their hands tighter and hiding their faces into their shirts or doing anything to make the loud noise stop, almost as if they were in pain. Dean, however, didn't have that much of an effect. It was more of a nuisance than anything else. But right now he was afraid. Don't let her finish, came a deep graveled voice, reminding him of no, that was just a dream, it's not this Castiel person. Show me your face now, she yelled. Dean responded the moment she said that. He stood up out of his seat and pulled the cloth off of the table as hard as he could, which it also happened to flip the table over at the same time, demonstrating an odd sense of strength. The candles came crashing to the floor, and the shaking of the room went away, and the TV shut off. Dean panted heavily as he looked at Pamela, who looked furious, turning to stand, but froze when she looked at Dean, her eyes wide. He was furious. When something tells you to stop, you stop. I don't care if it was a demon or some mystery monster we have never seen before, you stop. Who knows what could have happened? Your eyes could have burned out for all we know. He yelled at her, dropping the cloth as he took a deep breath to calm down. Since when did his emotions get that intense? What are you? Came a voice from behind him. Dean turned around and flinched, shocked to see both Bobby and Sam standing there with guns in their hands, aimed right at him. His eyes widen as he takes a step back with his arms up. He watched as Pamela ran around the side of the table and stood beside Bobby. Guys, we've been over this. The silver and holy water didn't do anything, remember? Sam slightly lowered his gun, which only made Bobby kick his shoe, making Sam return it back to his original stance. Castiel, what are you? Sam asked. The brother scoffs and sets his arms down. Sammy, I already told you it's me. Why are you guys suddenly on the defense? I have literally been here with you this whole time. The physic glared slightly. Well, explain, ruining the seance right when I was about to see you. Because I'm pretty sure that thing might have killed you. It really did not want to be seen. If either of you, he says, gesturing to Bobby and Sam, were sitting where I was, you would have done the same thing. Doesn't explain the eyes, boy, Bobby said, taking a few steps closer, gun at the ready. Dean took a few steps back as well, until he felt his back hit a desk. A couple things fell off of it when he did. What the hell are you talking about? Dean, your eyes are blue, Sam finally said loudly. Dean looked confused. Sam, you have been my brother for how many years? You should know my eyes are green by now. No, they're blue and glowing. He looked absolutely confused and looked around. He didn't see a mirror, but he then spotted the TV from early and makes his way to it. Bobby clocks his gun in warning. That didn't stop Dean. He heard the three of them shift away to keep their distance. Dean put his hands on top of the TV and squatted down, looking at the reflection. He gave a brief moment of pause as he looked at himself. There was a bright blue glow reflecting off of the screen that seemed to bounce off. He couldn't even see his pupils. Dean pulled down on his cheek and off to the side, trying to see more of his eyes. However, he stopped once he saw the glow going away. He bit the bottom of his lip as he saw his normal reflection bouncing back now. Dean slowly stood up and turned back around, this time being pinned up against the TV by Bobby with the gun at his head. The boy immediately raised his hands. You're going to tell us what you are, and you are going to tell us now. I told you, I'm not Castiel, Dean said, exhausted at this point. They were currently in Bobby's basement. They thought it would be for the best to do this in a much more secluded area than what Pamela's house provided. Also, all of Bobby's interrogation tools were located at his house, so this was better for everyone, except for Dean, who was bound in a rope that was soaked in holy water and thrown into the trunk of the Impala so he couldn't escape. Thankfully there was a cover over all of the weapons that they had, because that would have been really uncomfortable to lay on top of while they drove. Sam was watching nearby, his arms folded as he was leaning against the stairs, not able to watch what was going on. Dean couldn't blame him. He knew the other thought he was being possessed by something that wasn't him. Yet, Dean didn't know how to prove it was him though. Bobby only finished tying him to the chair by the time Dean looked awful. He seemed to look just as tired as he had when he crawled out of the ground. For no reason at all. He was just tired and also really damn hungry. The moment he stopped the seance as well as looking himself in the TV, he just was starving. Of course you aren't, and I'm the Pope, Bobby said, taking a step away. He walked over to a desk table and looked over the instruments. Dean arched his neck to see what was there. Silver blades, holy water, holy wood, dead man's blood, iron, holy oil, and a lot of other things that he couldn't quite make out. He looked over to Sam with begging eyes. Sam, are you just going to let him torture me? Sam's shoulders tensed up as if he hadn't really considered that this was torture until someone actual had said it. He took a deep breath and walked over to Bobby, standing right beside them, and they spoke quietly, but Dean could hear them. Bobby, that is still Dean in there. How would you know? Creatures can possess their hosts' memories all the time. Exactly, hosts, which means Dean is still there. You saw his eyes glowing, idiot. Even if Dean is still in there, that thing is too. Do you think he is possessed right now? He asked. Bobby looked over his shoulder at Dean. Hal gave a slight glare. He turned his direction back to Sam. If he is, he's letting Dean hold the reins for now. You just proved my point. You can't go cutting into him like he's a demon. Dean had enough. He was hungry and tired. He wanted something to eat and a bed to nap in. I know what Castile is, okay? That made the two pause. Both hunters turned to look at Dean. Dean could tell by their looks that they didn't know whether to trust him or to continue on with this enhanced interrogation tactic. Sam was the first to walk over, his hands going into his pockets as he looked at Dean in a skeptic manner. Dean couldn't blame him. He still remembers when Sam was possessed by Meg, and he was worried to trust a word being said. Why didn't you say that earlier? The bound hunter sighed, sitting back in the chair the best he could with the restraints. Look, I didn't want to sound crazy, and I'm not even 100% sure the thing was telling the truth. But I can promise it's not in me. Sam looked down at Dean. Dean returned the look, and gave the best look of desperation in his eyes that he can muster. Which wasn't difficult, he really was desperate. Okay, what is it? Dean took a deep breath. That chick that you left with Ruby, she was right, it's an angel. His name is Castile. Yeah, I know sounds like bullshit. But let me explain, he said quickly once he saw Sam turning his head and scoffing. When I took that nap after Bobby told me to go take a nap, I had a dream. It was real weird, same house, but no one was there. It was dark, and I saw this man. He said his name was Castile, Angel Boy. God told others to rescue me. He watched as Sam looked back at Bobby, and Bobby wasn't sure on whether to believe also. But there was one last question that needed to be answered. Dean, why were your eyes glowing? Sam asked. I honestly don't know, I've never seen eyes glow like that before. Dean didn't think much else of that. It wasn't a lie, it was strictly truth, and there wasn't anything he could think of to cause it. The only thing he could think of was that it might had something to do with Castile. Castile's eyes did glow blue as well when they were in his dream. But that was different. Dean could see the pupils in Castile's eyes, could see the freckles of light in the iris. The glow wasn't that bright, it was just subtle enough for one to see. Dean's eyes were different. No pupils, not light glowing. They were glossed over with a blue cover, and were apparently glowing bright enough that Sam and Bobby could see them from across the room. His stomach growled and he hunched over, just full-on starving at this point. Worse than when he got out of the grave. Sam and Bobby took notice and came over. Dean, what's wrong? Sam says and started to untie him, much to Bobby's protests. Dude, I'm fucking starving. Dean waited for the ropes to be undone, however. Once the support was gone to keep him up, he almost fell out of his seat. Bobby luckily caught him, and helped him stay propped up in his seat. The now free man blinked for a moment, slightly seeing double with how far shut his eyelids were. Sam, I have leftovers in the fridge, as well as a gas station sandwich in the fridge. Get them now, Bobby ordered. Sam didn't waste a second on doing what he was told and ran upstairs as fast as his moose legs could take him. Dean chuckled slightly and rubbed his eyes. God damn it, why was he so exhausted? He didn't even drive and he was this tired. Bobby, I'm fine, just a little tired is all. Shut up, boy. You almost fell out of your seat just because you weren't tied up, Bobby says in an authoritative tone. Yet it was still laced with concern and worry. Yet, Dean knew that the tone was used so that he wouldn't argue. Thankfully, Sam was back down soon and handed over the sandwich first to Dean. Once Dean had it in his hands, he started gulping it down. He was inhaling the food, not even waiting for himself to finish a bite before taking another one. Sounds of lip smacking and squashing noises were the only sounds heard in the basement. Bobby looked at Sam, and there was almost a mutual sign of acceptance. Bobby stood up and left the basement. Dean could slightly hear his footsteps as he went outside. He could also hear the truck start up and speed off. Dean finished the sandwich in a little over a minute and looked up at Sam, who had pure fear and empathy on his face. Not sure on what to do or say. Dean could tell that Sam wanted to talk to someone, probably Ruby, to get some help. He thought they were being a bit dramatic. He hadn't had a real meal since he came back, and has only had a few hours of sleep. Anyone running off of fumes like that would be just as exhausted. Dean took the leftovers and started eating those as well. It was okay. Just cold mashed potatoes because Sam didn't want to wait too long. They tasted the same either way. The taste didn't seem to be what Dean needed, just food. Once he had finished eating the contents of the plastic box, he felt a little better, his hunger more at a bearable level than it was before. "Are you okay?" Sam asked. Dean nodded, rubbing his face with his hands as he let out a hearty yawn, smacking his slightly. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little hungry was all." "A little?" Dean rolled his eyes and slowly stood up. Sam was quick to his feet to help him out, taking his older brother's arm and tossing it over his shoulders so he could better support him. "Dude, I don't have a broken leg." Sam rolled his eyes and went slowly up the stairs. Being this close, he could hear how loudly Dean's stomach was growling. Once up the stairs, Sam gently helped Dean sit down, before going over to the kitchen and making another sandwich for his brother. Dean watched him from his seat and chuckled slightly, reminding him of when they were kids. Those hunts where Dad would leave him and Sam to fend for themselves. One time Dean got really sick while watching Sam, and he couldn't even get out of bed. He would fall the moment he tried to sit up. So what did little Sammy do? He made him a sandwich, and it was such a random and sweet gesture. "It better not be peanut butter and banana, Sam," he called out, rubbing his eyes yet again. Sam laughed from the kitchen and came over and sat the sandwich in front of his brother and sat down beside him. Dean picked it up and started to eat, mentally reminding himself to eat slower, due to the fact that Sam was watching him like a hawk at the moment. "Do you think it's because you were resurrected? Your body is trying to make up for those months without food?" he asked. Dean paused from his sandwich, looking up at his brother and nodded. "Probably. Don't know what else it could be." "Well, okay, I can't help but be curious. What did the angel look like?" The older brother coughed, not having expected that question. His sandwich was almost all the way gone, and he had just gotten it. Dean sets it down for now, resisting the temptation as well as him being able to use the excuse to talk. "I dunno, man, not much to say." Sam rose a brow. "I may love to shop, Dean, but I will never buy your bullshit." He chuckled slightly and sat back. Seriously, there wasn't much to add. "It's probably not what an actual angel looks like. I'm still not sure if it is even an angel." "What makes you say that?" "Well, first off, why would an angel want to rescue me from hell? To help fight the apocalypse maybe?" Sam says, trying to be comforting. "It didn't help. Secondly, it was in a dream. We've encountered dream walkers in the past. This could be one of those." "Who happened to say angels, and also happened to say the same name as Pamela?" Dean went silent and looked down, taking in his sandwich to ignore his brother for the time being. He heard Sam sigh and didn't look up. He also listened to the chair scooting out and large feet walking to the kitchen to make another sandwich. "Just accept it, Dean. Something good happened for a change." He finished the sandwich right when Bobby walked in through the door, carrying bags of food and water. He walked past Dean and set them on the counter, and had Sam start helping him unload it into the fridge. Dean got up and started to walk over, but he stopped. "Don't you move, idiot. Go to the bedroom and take a nap." Bobby used the tone again. Dean huffed and folded his arms across his chest like a toddler. He opened his mouth to protest, but Bobby was having none of it. "I hope you know that you are the reason why God invented the middle finger, Bobby." He sighed in defeat and just shook his head slightly and followed orders. He was never good at resisting orders like that. He could think about the thousands of times an authority figure had told him to do something, and with a tone like that he would do it, as long as it meant he nor Sammy would get hurt if he listened. He was always a good soldier, did whatever he was asked by his. Dean paused at the thought, realizing that he was on the bed like before, shaking his head slightly to get rid of the memory he was about to think of. Yet, the more you don't want to think of something, the harder it is to not think about it. He laid his head in the pillow and covered his body up with the blanket, using it as a sort of muffle for his ears. He really didn't want to think about it. Please don't make him think about it. Please God, don't make him. Those who see. Chapter text. Ugh, Dean grunted. Have you ever used that thing before? It's been a while. Give me a second, Bobby stated simply. Dean drops his head back on the couch that he was laying on, letting out an annoyed sigh. It had been 2 weeks since he had been brought back to life. Most of that time was spent with him eating as much food as he could, as well as taking a lot of naps here and there whenever he could. When the idea of this thing that brought Dean back was an angel, the boys were spent looking up every bit of lore on these creatures as possible. Every religion and culture had some equivalent of an angel, but one thing always stayed the same. An angel can lift a damned soul from the deepest bowls of hell. Usually it was meant to save a pure soul. So Dean couldn't rationalize why he had been handpicked. He still wasn't sold on the idea, but Bobby and Sam were, and that's all that mattered. Of course Dean helped where he could, but most of the time he was instructed to go sleep. Yeah, that never went well. And Dean would fake most of the naps he took. He was rested. It was only really that first day he was falling over due to the lack of sleep. He would stay awake and listen to his brother's conversations with Bobby, as well as the secret phone calls that were being made to that demon Ruby. He still didn't trust her with anything. The first 2 of those days, Dean couldn't stop eating. Yet, he got to a point where he could stop. He felt satisfied, even thought he was craving more. Yet, he knew if he kept eating so much they wouldn't let him out on any cases. Until he stopped munching down so hard. He let out another annoyed grunt, and looked up with a glare in his eyes. When he was resurrected, his anti-possession tattoo had been removed as well as his previous scars. So before he could go anywhere he needed the tattoo finished, which led them to this current situation. Dean shirtless with Bobby inking him a new tattoo where it was placed last time. Let's just say, it fucking hurt way more than the first time. Are you sure you're doing it right? Dean huffed. Bobby gave a look to the other and moved the needle away from his skin. Do you want it or not? The Winchester rolled his eyes and looked back up at the ceiling. Sorry, man. It just hurts a lot more than the first time I got this done. Oh, quit being a baby would ya? Mr. Brand New Skin can't handle a little pain. Bobby teased, moving the needle back down to finish the tattoo. It was almost done, thankfully. Also, Dean wasn't being a baby about this. He could look down and see his skin being torn. But the harsh force of the needle. Of course, he wasn't going to mention that. Dean sighed softly, as with a roll of his eyes, he was used to being mocked by his family members, but not usually when they had a needle so close to his nipple. He closed his eyes and tried to think about being anywhere but there at that moment. I can't believe every mark on you is gone, Dean. Even that stupid one where you and your brother were wrestling and you got a scar from his nail. Bobby randomly spoke. The boy looked up, nodding slowly. Yeah, I forgot about that one. That happened when we were staying the night after hunting a shoho, right? Bobby chuckled and gave a nod. Yeah, you two were young, maybe 14 and 18 I think. Although the fight wasn't really fair, because you were still a foot taller than him. Hey, Dean shouts, causing Bobby's hand to tense and jab the needle in, causing Dean to jolt and wince. Sorry, he mumbled. It's your skin, idiot. Dean chuckled and rolled his eyes. Anyways, that's not fair. He was still nimble like a little sprite back then. Also, he's gained a foot and more since then. It was still a fair fight. So you'd be willing to do a rematch, then? Hell yeah, I would. I got to defend my honor. Bobby chuckled slightly and shakes his head, being careful now. Dean could tell that Bobby didn't want to hurt him, but he hasn't done it for a while, so of course he'd be a little rusty. Okay, a little more than a little. He looked out the window and through the curtains, not much to really comment on besides the snow that was forming on the ground. Although, Dean did watch as his brother Sam was pacing outside while on the phone with someone. Based off of his movements, it didn't sound like it was a pleasant call. I heard you last night. Bobby suddenly spoke again. Dean looked over, raising a brow slightly. Excuse me? You were up and around drinking my liquor cabinet. I'm not mad, just want to know why. Bobby, Dean said, putting a hand against his face, which only resulted in a small shout and hiss. Yeah, he forgot. Bobby was the one with the needle in his hands. Don't give me that Bobby tone. You and your brother use it enough as it is. The brother looked up at Bobby, searching the other's eyes and seeing the concern. The other's winkled fixtures only showing the worry silence of what he wanted to know. Dean took a deep breath and laid his head back. You've made me sleep 16-hour days for the past week. I think I can have a small break to myself and get a thing alcohol. The sound in the room went quiet as Bobby turned off the tattoo machine. The buzzing that was in the background of their conversation dissipated. Dean carefully sat up and threw his shirt on after Bobby wrapped up his chest. Apparently it was meant to prevent infection, who knew? He waited a moment before handing Dean a mirror, so he could look at the work itself. He looked around and smirks slightly when he sees that all the lines were straight and in the proper places that it should be. Thank you, Bobby. He must have just been filling in the black when he kept pricking him. There isn't any other reason why you wouldn't want to be sleeping, Dean? Bobby asked. Dean shook his head. Nope, can't think of one. If you say so, Idjit, Bobby says, standing up and moving the machine away from where anyone could trip over it. He'd find a place to put it later. Dean couldn't help the glare he gave to Bobby when he said that. Dean didn't really have time to comment though before Sam came rushing into the house, downing a flask and shoving his phone into his pocket. He rubbed a hand down his face as he paced back and forth in the open door, before closing it behind him and walking into the room. His clothes seemed to be untucked, something only Sam did when he was frustrated or anxious. Would Oprah said no to the interview? Dean asked, slipping on his flannels so it would mark wrists. Sam looked over. He was wearing something slightly different today. He wore a blue button-up shirt with a green-brown jacket. His hair also seemed to have not been combed yet, which was odd for him, because it was the middle of the day. He let out a heavy sigh, his hands on his hips. Ruby and Anna are in trouble. Demons came, and she was barely able to get Anna to escape before she had to run. Anna? Who's Anna? Angel Reader? Dean asked. Sam nodded. Yeah, sweet, let's go, Dean said, standing up, not even bothering to ask or wonder how demons were able to get the drop on yet another demon. Whoa, 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 where do you think you're going, Buster Brown? Bobby asked, standing up, his arms folded across his chest, which made his vest puff out more than it already was. Dean didn't pause, simply he walked over to where Sam was and started grabbing his coat jacket and putting it on. To go gank some demons. I need to get some action. Sam chews his inner cheek, pocketing the flask into his own jacket. Dean, are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, we still don't know why your eyes went all blue or your eating habit. Look, I'm fine. I'm always fine. I've eaten 2 meals today like both of you. Didn't get seconds or thirds. I didn't hork it down my gullet. And maybe the whole eye thing was just from the spell. Pam was touching me, remember? Dean says, now removing a picture from off of the wall and grabbing a pure iron knife from behind it. The man chuckles to himself and admires it before sliding it into his jacket. Sam gave a nervous look to Bobby, and Bobby returned the look. Dean rolled his eyes, raising his hands high up in the air. I'm fine. Do I look like I'm not? He asks. The two look at each other again, and eventually, Sam relents. He does seem to have it together, Bobby. Bobby was much more hesitant but sighs, knowing that deep down he wasn't going to stop Dean from going. Fine, just don't have him driving. Dean gasped. Hey, that's my baby. I haven't been able to wrap my hands around her all week. The closest I got to her was being in her trunk when you both hog-tied me. Wow, that is the worst sentence to come out of your mouth right now, Dean. Sam says, rubbing his face with his hands, not able to stop the most ludicrous scene playing out in his mind. By the way his brother described a fucking car. Bobby bursts out laughing, hunching over in his seat from the pure absurdity of what was being told. Dean was slightly confused, not completely sure on what he said to cause two polar reactions out of the two individuals standing there, before he gets it. Ugh, gross man. You know I didn't mean it like that. You're such a perv. You're the one who said it in the first place, Dean. And you two were the ones who did it to me in the first place. He yelled back. In the car, Dean was slumped against the window in an annoyed huff. He really wanted to drive his car that has way more sentimental value to himself than it did to Sam. He was sure of it. Nothing beats being on the open road with nothing between you and whatever monster you're about to slaughter. Nothing beats it. He looked over at his brother, who was mouthing the words to the song that was currently playing. Dean couldn't help but smirk at his ridiculousness. A sense of pride rose in his chest, knowing that his brother felt some sort of normalcy and found something that really intrigued him. Well, as far as singing a song in a car can go, he looked back out the window and just looked out at the scenery. He remembered driving along roads like this back when he was a child. A bunch of kids would be riding off the side of the car, riding their bikes into ditches and getting covered in mud. The kids were usually around his age, and a part of him wished he could be that stupid and mess around. Honestly, he wished he could have had friends to share those stupid experiences with. Hello, Dean, came a voice from the backseat. Jesus, Dean shouted, his hands clapping together as he quickly turned around. He let out a small sigh of relief as he saw none other than Castile sitting in the backseat. Thankfully, the light from the car was in normal daytime, so he could see the man a lot clearer. Now he was able to tell that the black hair was more of a real dark brown, also the clothing that he was wearing. Dean looked the other up and down briefly, his lips feeling dry suddenly. The angel wore what seemed to be a suit that was hidden under a large tan trench coat. Fucking cause, he grumbled and sat back forward in his seat, rubbing his face with his hands. Meet the angel, Sam, he mumbled. When he didn't get a response, he looked over. Sammy? He repeats, his tone confused. Dean frowns when he didn't get a response, not even a glance at his direction, just continuing his mute sing-along to Katy Perry. You are dreaming, Dean. The man confirms before Dean could even ask. Dean sighed, rolling his eyes slightly. Of course he was dreaming yet again. He took a deep breath and unbuckled his seat and turning around, so he could better interact with the other. He looked him up and down again before speaking. Would it kill you to run a brush through your hair? It looks like you just rolled out of bed from a one-night stand. Castiel tilted his head slightly, his expression unwavering. Oh God, this angel better not be a dunce. Why would I do that? Well, to look more presentable for one. Dean stated, his hands giving a slight gesture before resting back on the leathered chair. Shouldn't being a whole angel of the Lord fall under looking good? Flirt to convert and all that? Flirt to convert? Castiel asked. Dean banged his head against the window of the car, letting out a hoarse moan. He really didn't want to explain every damn expression that he used. Might as well just skip past that part then. Yet, again, he was curious on if the angel would understand. You know, flirt to convert? It's when a really holy chick or guy flirts with someone to make them believe or have faith or whatever. Like this one time? Lydia croused. Oh God, did she have a bod. I believe I was maybe 20 at the time. She was all loyal and bright, really flirty and handsy. She kept trying to make me go to church with her, meet her family, but I'm just not about that life. He thinks back at it with a small chuckle. Well, did it work? Castiel asked. He rose a brow. The flirt to convert? Castiel nodded. Nah man. Still not into that stuff even when I have a literal angel in my backseat. Although this one time, she dressed up in this nun outfit and said if I came to church with her, she would give me a proper lesson. He hums back on the memory, giving a light chuckle. Castiel seemed to be more intrigued the more that Dean spoke, asking more questions here and there. Did you love her? He asked. Dean laughed and shook his head. Hell no. Maybe if I tried hard enough, but with the way we live cause, that just isn't a good recipe. The angel nodded in understanding for someone that Dean assumed to be rather old. Due to him being an angel, he assumed that he would have known more about this than what he was letting on. The hunter stayed silent for a long time as he waited for Castiel to speak. But again, he didn't like silence of any kind, so he decided to speak. What about you, cause? That was a rather personal story. Castiel snapped out of his thoughtful trance. What about me? He asked. I shared a very personal story that was probably traumatizing to an angel who seeks virtue from nuns. So, tell me something about yourself. Cause tilted his head slightly, no expression on his features. Yet, Dean felt like he could tell what the other was thinking. It wasn't anything big, just a story. Although, Dean got the impression that the angel hasn't been asked questions like that before. Well, Dean, I have watched over Earth since the beginning of time. I was created on the second day, along with all my brothers and sisters. However, in all that time, I have enjoyed watching over this generation the most. So much technological advancements and ideology being made is something I cannot explain. Also, the music is rather pleasant. Dean's jaw dropped. Yo, you have seen every generation? That is so cool, man. Also, who is your favorite musical person? The angel tilted his head slightly. I don't have a favorite, he explained. Now, that truly made Dean lose all sense of cool that he had in that moment. That is unacceptable. Once I wake up, you get some angel iPods, earbuds or whatever, and listen to Led Zeppelin. I promise you won't regret it. Castiel slowly nodded as the other spoke, understanding what the other was asking of him. I am sure I can find a way to accomplish that task. Good, you will love it. Dean smirks and sat back. Got any weird sex stories like I just told? Cause paused for a moment, blinking a few times and looking away. Dean rose a brow, folding his arms and laying them on the back of the seat. You mean, out of the billions of years you've been in heaven, you never got a little pillow talk action? He says in a curious, but also serious manner, if that is even possible. The angel bites his inner cheek and refused to look up. I've been busy. His voice seemed to become even more gravely than before. The human slowly nods, finding that to be an excuse that trumps all excuses. Out of the billions of years this angel has been alive, he never found time for some action? That is almost depressing. Well, trust me, if you keep hanging out with me, you won't die a virgin, I can assure you that. Castiel looked up at that, his blue eyes fixating on Dean's green ones as he stayed in thought, not much saying anything else. He watched Castiel think about this concept, although it didn't seem like he was thinking about anything. His blue eyes just stared right at Dean. Yet Dean couldn't look away. He didn't know why he only looked away for a second, wetting his lips with his tongue, then looking back at Kaz. However, he noticed how tense the other's shoulders seemed, and how stiff he was sitting in his baby. No one is allowed to be uncomfortable in his car. You okay, Kaz? Castile nodded and sat straighter in the back seat of the car. He had to adjust his trench coat to lay on the seats beside him due to the size, as well as scooting higher up on the seat. If Dean didn't know any better, he'd assume this was the Angel's first time ever being inside of a car. If that was the case, that would be a real privilege for the other. This automobile is rather uncomfortable, practically useless to Angels. Scratch that thought. This man was about to become Angel roadkill if he kept that attitude up. First off, it's one of the quickest ways to get from road A to road B. Secondly, you're writing in it wrong. Dean adjusted himself slightly, turning so his knees were on the seat below him. He leans over the chair and shoved Castile against the back of the seat. Castile's ears turned a slight pink. Dean chalked it up to the temperature in the car. See, just lay back and relax. Sitting on the edge just gets you all bothered. Also, if you laid with your back against the seat, it's a great way to take a nap in. Castile seemed to nod in understanding, but he did sit up a bit, but still had his back against the seat, just not in such an awkward position this time. He combed a hand through his hair, making it seem more presentable in Dean's words. Angels don't sleep, he stated. Dean nodded, giving a small noise. Wow, that's lucky. I wish I didn't have to sleep. Then again, I guess that way we wouldn't be able to talk to each other if I didn't have to. What do you mean? Well, to talk to you, I need to be dreaming. Can't exactly dream if I'm awake. You don't have to be asleep for me to come and see you, Dean. He froze, now sitting on the back of his knees. Excuse me? The Angel nodded, and it almost looked like he had a small smirk on his face. But Dean wasn't completely sure, so he decided to not comment on it. That is actually why I came to speak with you today. Sure has been a while since we spoke. What is it, a week now? Around that time. Yes. Dean nodded, leaning back against the dashboard now. It was a very uncomfortable decision, but he was fine with. So what did you need to talk to me about? Castile nodded, seeming to get back on track. You are heading into some dangerous territory with Sam, right now. This woman who can hear us, you cannot trust her, nor the demon who is beside her at this moment. The hunter tilted his head. Sam said Ruby lost her. He questioned. Ruby knows where Anna is, but must not feel safe to go and retrieve her. A reason why she called Sam, perhaps. Dean looked over at his brother, who was still oblivious to the conversation that was currently happening. He didn't need to say anything he felt, because Castile seemed to know the next question he was going to ask. My superior and I shall be coming in due time, and we will see each other in person. I ask that you do as we ask. He looked back over, his brows pushed together. What will you be asking us to do? The Angel did not respond how Dean would have liked. There is a great plan out there, Dean. You must understand that. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Dean rolled his eyes at that. He hated how vague people can be sometimes. Whatever, man. Castile paused for a moment and tilted his head slightly, although Dean wasn't sure what for. You need to make sure you eat well and are well rested, Dean, he said suddenly. He gave a confused look. Why? Trust me. Sam and Dean walk around the outside of the church for a moment. They figured that if a woman who was being chased by demons and was hearing angels in her head would go somewhere that they thought would be safe. However, the tricky part was figuring that would be, since there were thousands of churches in this populated town. It would be easier if there was anything that made the churches stand out from one another. Thankfully, there was. While they were at Anna's house checking if she went home, they found a picture of her and her family standing in front of the church, and that was the one they were at currently. Dean walked around the front of the church, hands on his loaded shotgun, as he carefully opened the front door. Nothing so far. He looked back at Sam and gestured him to follow before going in himself. He kept the gun on the drawl, high up in case he wouldn't have time to get it up if a demon came around the corner. Sam followed right before, closing the door and locking it behind them, so no one could follow them through. They both searched the whole bottom floor, and first glance, nothing quite seems out of place. There's an altar, bench, pews, storage closets stored here and there, and a big fat cross that stood above anything else in that entire basement. They did a double search and continued looking until Sam spotted a door. He walks over and slowly opened it. Dean, over here, he said, beckoning his older brother over. The eldest came over and nodded for Sam to go first, covering his back. They went up the stairs to the attic, which was decently sized for a church. There was closets, harps, tarps, as well as an old-fashioned grand piano, and what also looked like a movable organ. Stained glass was present on all of the walls, pictures of Jesus with a Bible in his hand, as well as pictures of prophets hung in dust and dirt. The most eye-tracking thing that was up there was an angel statue that stood off to the corner side of the room. It was probably the cleanest thing in there. Dean couldn't even see dust on it. Once fully up the stairs, Dean grabs a lock from his pocket and puts it on the door, just in case. Can never be too careful. The taller brother looked around a bit and spoke out, without Dean agreeing to it. "Anna, it's me, Sam. I heard about the demon attack. I'm here with my brother." There was a moment of silence, before a soft voice came from the back of the room, standing behind a stained glass mirror. "Your brother, Dean Winchester." A moment passed before the woman walked out, her eyes a soft green and her hair a devil's red. She also looked rather thin compared to what Dean was used to. Her eyes landed on Dean, and she gave a soft smile. "You're Dean? The Dean?" Yeah, the Dean, I guess. Does everyone just know who he is all of the sudden? That's 2 strikes now. "Oh my God," she says, walking closer now, like a woman on a mission, stopping only about 3 feet away from them. "It's really you. Oh my God, the angels talk about you. You were in hell, but Castiel pulled you out, and some of them think you can help save us, and some of them don't like you at all," Anna said, glancing over to Sam then back at Dean. "They talk about you all the time lately. I feel like I know you." Dean blinked. "Okay, he's front page of angel gossip, good to know. So you talk to angels?" he asked, wanting to have his own line of questioning for now. "Oh, no way. They probably don't even know I exist. I just kind of overhear them." She mumbles the first part, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "You overhear them?" "Yeah, they talk, and sometimes I just hear them in my head." Her voice shook slightly, almost as if she was nervous to say that last bit. Dean couldn't blame her. It probably would have sounded crazy to anyone else but them. "Like right now?" "Not right this second, but a lot. And I can't shut them out, there are so many of them." The older hunter makes a sound, but couldn't help the small chuckle that came from his throat, a noise he usually made when he tried to understand something his way. "So, they lock you up with a case of the crazies when really you were just tuning into Angel Radio?" he asked. Anna's eyes widened slightly, a small smile forming on her lips. "Yes, thank you." Now Sam interjected, probably feeling like a third wheel at this point from not being a part of all the questioning. "Anna, when did the voices start? Do you remember?" Her attention was now pulled away from Dean, who he just realized was staring at him the entire time. "Yes, I can tell you exactly. September 18th. Dean let out a mute, shaky breath, gulping slightly as he forced his legs to stay planted. Sam noticed this small change of behavior and latched onto it. "What do you think?" he questions. "I don't know, it's above my pay grade," he forced out. Sam was going to question it further, but Dean's eyes widened, and he quickly spun around, gun at the ready. The door was broken down and out popped a new woman. She had smooth black hair, pale skin, and looked like she was an emo biker to Dean. Yet, that wasn't what he focused on. It was her face. He took a step back with his eyes widening even larger. "How did you break that lock?" he yelled without giving the demon a chance. "You got the girl. Good, let's go," Ruby says simply and was getting ready to turn down the stairs. Dean was still slightly frozen in place, and Sam spoke first. "Dean, that's Ruby, she's here to help." "Yeah, don't be too sure," he said with a glare, his eyes not leaving the demon before him. "We have to hurry," Ruby yelled, getting frustrated now. "Why?" Dean said with heated force. "Because a demon's coming, big timer. We can fight later, Dean." Dean was going to retort something, but it was actually Sam who spoke. "Dean, what is wrong? You're acting as if this is the first time you've seen a demon. You're shaking." "Because I can fucking see her, man," Dean yelled, breaking his gaze and looking over at Sam. There was a small gasp from behind them, coming from Anna, who Dean kinda forgot was there in the past 10 seconds. "He's like me," she mumbled silently. Sam shook his head confused. "What do you mean?" "Like before I was dragged to hell. I can see her actual face." "How fucking thin is this damn veil?" He huffed and loaded his gun for now, his unbeknownst shaking making it difficult to hold it. Both Ruby and Sam paused, even when they knew some sort of demon was on their trail. "Ruby, is this possible?" Sam asked. Ruby scoffed slightly, a loss of words as she put a hand against her forehead. "Well, I haven't exactly heard of anyone coming back from hell and being able to. It might be. Only angels and other demons can see our true face through a meat suit." However, she looked slightly more afraid than she did before. Back when he could see her before, back when he was being drawn to hell, she didn't seem fazed by it at all. But now it's bugging her. All Dean would think about was what Castiel said about Ruby knowing where Anna was, and that gut feeling to not trust her was growing steadily. They really didn't have time to worry about this right now, because Sam looked up and saw an angel statue bleeding out of its own eyes. Yeah, that wasn't good. He pointed it out to Dean, who looked, and his eyes widened. Shit! He swore and went over to Anna and grabbed her arm. See that closet? Go into it, and don't come out until I say, go, now, he yelled at her. Anna nodded and did as she was told. Sam pulled out some holy water from his pocket, while clenching the demon knife in his other hand. However, Ruby puts a hand on his shoulder, grabbing him tightly. No, Sam, you got to pull him right away. Dean came back over. What are you talking about? He asked, but was ignored. I haven't been practicing for a few weeks since Dean came back. You've been doing this demon physic thing behind my back, Dean yells, raising his gun as he heard large thumps from the base of the church. Now's not the time to bellyache about Sam going dark side. He does his thing. He exorcises that demon, or we die, Ruby retorts, glaring at Dean's direction. If looks could kill, he was sure Ruby would have just slaughtered him. Sam, what is she talking about? He yelled. Sam looks to his big brother, the words hanging on his lips, but he forced himself to speak. I've been expelling demons with help from Ruby. I can do more, but that's what we've been working on. Don't you think you should have told me that before now? He yelled. Quit fighting, lovers, and just get ready, he's coming. Sam shakes his head slightly but relents, putting the flask away and his hand out. Dean made a disgruntled huff before turning to look at the direction of the door, his gun cocked and ready. Boom, boom, boom. It was mere seconds before a demon came pushing into the attic, an eloquent smile plastered on his face. He wore a business suit and was balding, but his face was horrendous. All Sam was a bald pediatrician who had too white of a smile. Dean, he saw a man's rotting and burnt face, pockets of green and black pus dripping down his eyes and back into his mouth. Eyes that were black as night, yet had yellow undertones. Oh, and one eye was also hanging by a strand of loose flesh. Dean knew this demon. Sam gulps and forces his hand out. Only little bits of black smoke shoot out from the demon's mouth, but nothing else happens. The voice that follows though slowly leaks out. That tickles. You don't have the juice to take me on, Sam. The demon was swift and quick. He runs in quick and grabs Sam before tossing him down the stairs in one swift swoop. Before he can turn back around, Dean fires the salt rock bullets right into the man's heart. He hunched over, and Dean grabbed his own knife and runs over onto the demon's back, stabbing it right into the demon's jaw, and thrashing right through the bone. Behind was the sound of screaming, which made distracted Dean. He watched as Ruby pulled Anna from the closet. Ruby, Dean yelled, but was thrown off and his knife fell to the floor. He grunts and quickly stands, only to be met with a fist to the jaw, throwing him off balance as he fell to the ground. This demon wasn't playing around, and he grabbed Dean by the jacket and hoisted the pathetic human up. Dean struggled as he was pinned up against the angel statue. He yelled loudly as he felt the stone digging into his shoulders and ribs. Hello again, Dean, came the voice again. The very sound of it sent chills through Dean's body. He struggled and tried his best to keep the other's face away from him. He felt as if the mucus was dripping onto his skin. Come on, Dean. Don't you recognize me? Oh, I forgot. I'm wearing a pediatrician. But we were so close in hell. Dean looked up at him, his eyes meeting the soulless ones. Alistair. He glared, with as much force as he could muster. He shoved the demon upright as Sam came from behind, and stabbed the demon now known as Alistair. It was a little too high to his heart. It essentially dug into the demon's shoulder. He laughed crudely as his vessel shakes with orange light, damaging the veins, but not any permanent damage. You're gonna have to try a lot harder than that, son. Alistair turned from them and slowly starting pulling out the blade. Yet, Dean and Sam were quicker on the draw. They both looked at the stained glass, then at each other. A silent moment of understand, before the run full force, breaking and jumping straight through the window. Who said falling 2 levels through glass and onto the street below had to be graceful? Those that heal. Notes. Sorry it's been a while. Finals are this upcoming week and the next, and I've been studying for those. I'll try to post more soon. Thanks for the support. Chapter text. Are you almost done? Dean called out from the bathroom, having finished putting a couple of ace bandages around his wrists. It felt a little odd having cuts on top of his burned handprints. It scratched more than it hurt. Jumping out the window probably wasn't the best idea. However, it was the brothers' only means of escape, so they had to take it. Falling from an attic of a church with centuries-old stained glass meant getting cuts everywhere possible, as well as landing in some of the worst positions possible. I'm going as fast as I can, Sam retorted from the bedroom. He got a rather nasty slice across his arm. Currently he was stitching up his own wound. Thankfully the hotel had their own first aid kit. Dean sighed and walked into the room, his jacket slung around his waist. Well, it's not like I have a dislocated shoulder or anything, he grumbled. This called for a beer. If he was going to wait in pain, then he might as well soothe it some way. The oldest went over to the small fridge. He sighed. No beer, but there was whiskey. That'll have to do. Yeah, I know, I'll pop it back in once I'm done here. He glanced over and grabbed the whiskey from the other's hand. Gimme that. Sam mumbled and undid the cap before being careful and drenching his wound with the stuff, causing the youngest to hiss slightly. Dean watched Sam do that, and he had to look away for a small bit. He never liked seeing his little brother in pain, even when it was something as stupid as stubbing a toe into the corner of the table. Sammy used to do that a lot. Growing up and being that tall at a young age tends to make someone rather clumsy. So whenever he had to watch Sam stitch up or clean a wound always made him a bit nauseous. So, you lost the magic knife, huh? Sam rolled his eyes. It was obvious in his body posture on how much he was contemplating just how bad it was without his brother. If it was really that bad. Yeah, saving your ass. Who the hell was that demon? No one good. There was a small moment of silence. Maybe Sam was expecting Dean to elaborate more. If he was going to be disappointed because Dean wasn't budging on that. The brother stood up. All right, let's pop it back in. Dean walked over and braced himself against the bed, taking in a deep breath. He has broken, dislocated, sprained just about every possible bone and joint. But that doesn't mean that this wasn't going to suck. All right, come on. On 3. 1. Dean let out a graveled yell, feeling the other force his shoulder back into place. Smart of Sam to do it beforehand. A long time ago, back when they first started hunting beside their father, Dean dislocated his elbow, and John had to put it back into place. Didn't want to risk a hospital visit. So, his father counted down, and the moment he got to 3, Dean tensed up, and it just made the dislocation so much worse. They ended up needing to go to the hospital in the end, but Dean did get a scolding. We got to find Anna, Dean said, sitting back down on the bed, his hand rubbing his shoulder while biting his tongue to brush off the pain. Ruby's got her. I'm sure she's okay, Sam stated. He went back over and grabbed the whiskey bottle before handing it back to his brother. Dean took it and mumbled a small thanks and grabbed the bottle, downing a good chunk of it, before shaking his head at the other. You sure about Ruby? 'Cause I think it's just as likely she used us to find Radio Girl, and then brought that demon in to kill us. No, she took Anna to keep her safe, because that demon is probably watching us right now, waiting to follow us right back to Anna again. That's why he let us go. You call this letting us go? We're busted up 10 ways from Sunday, and we look like we just got thrown into a wood chipper. Sam sighed, clearly annoyed as he sat down on the opposing bed. Yeah, Dean, I do. Look, killing us would have been no problem to that thing. That's why, for now, we just got to lay low and wait for Ruby to contact us. He couldn't help but chuckle at the idea. Dean shook his head yet again as he started nursing the whiskey bottle. How's she going to do that? She gonna body hop again and walk in? Dean, Ruby is different. She isn't even possessing a body that has a soul in. While you were Mia, I expressed my concerns with her, and now she isn't doing it anymore. I think you would be rather surprised with her. Dean rolled his eyes. He went to take another swig, but looked down at the bottle and frowned slightly. How did he manage to drink the whole bottle and not feel even a little tipsy? Huh. Guess this resurrected body retained a high alcohol tolerance. Now that is very interesting. So, wanna talk about the whole being able to expelling demons with your mind shit that you dropped on me right before we got our asses handed to us by Alistair? Sam looked down at the floor. One of his hands started scratching his wrist. It was obvious that the younger Winchester knew that he was doing was wrong, but was doing it anyways. I haven't been doing it, so there isn't anything to worry about. Yet, Ruby insisted that you do it. Clearly she thinks that you go high mojo juice. Dean, must be something real special. You must be a god at it if she had so much faith in you. Dean, Sam tried to cut in again. Dean continued on, tell me Sam, you said it yourself that you can do things with your mind, not just visions anymore. You went top 10 in the NBA, so you must be able to do great things. Sam rolled his eyes. I already told you, I can expel demons with my mind. No words. Fantastic, so you went from a manual to an automatic. He huffed. There's got to be more, because if you can go from seeing the future all the way to choking out a demon, there has got to be something else. There isn't anything else, and this saves more people, Dean. He cried out, standing up to meet Dean's level. Well, he was above Dean's level due to him being taller, but that's besides the point. Most of the time we can save the person to where they don't have to die. This is one of the best outcomes we can hope for. The people we save, that's why we do this. Dean glared. Then why did you stop once I got back into the picture? Sam paused. The oldest continued. If you knew it was a good thing to do, why did you stop doing it once I got back? When I told you I didn't want you going down this road before I died, I meant it. Because you needed me, Sam confessed. Ever since you've been back, you just have had this look that you were going to break, and whenever I'm there, when I'm taking care of you, doing what you want without me having to ask, it makes you better. You don't think I notice your drinking? Your nightmares? You sleep less now than you did before. Hell, I stopped because I knew that's what you wanted. Dean folded his arms. I'm fine, Sam. No, you're not. Something is up, and I want to know what. Do you or do you not remember hell? He asks. I'm not talking about that. He says, going back over to where he grabbed the whiskey from before. He opens it up. But the door was shut quite aggressively, before he could grab anything. He growled as he saw his brother's hand on the fridge door. Sam, he yelled as he looked up at Sam. Yes, you are talking about it. I want to know. I've been honest with you, and now you need to be too. Sam says, standing in front of the mini fridge, preventing Dean from grabbing any for himself. Dean growled slightly. Why does it matter if I do or don't? Sam grabbed his brother's shoulder, the one that wasn't dislocated thankfully, 'cause if I know the truth, I can help you. You've always been there to help me. Let me return the favor. The tone that he used, it stabbed Dean right in the chest. He could hear the sincerity yet the harsh mix of concern and plead that was forced through in that single sentence. He took a step back, having Sam's hand fall off of his shoulder. I don't need help, because I don't remember, Dean insisted. Then what about being able to see demons? Your weird hunger, drowsiness, also the glowing eyes thing? Sam asked. Dean looked away, giving a small shrug of his shoulders. If he knew what was going on, he would share in a heartbeat. Well, maybe not a heartbeat, because with everything that is coming to light from the past 8 months that he was missing, he's not too sure on how much he could trust his younger brother. I don't know, Sam. There's not much else I can say. If I knew what was going on, I would tell you. Sam put his hands into his jean pockets, sighing softly. Dean could see his brother going into deep thought. The way his brows furrowed as he stared off at a nearby wall. How he bit his inner cheek to concentrate. Dean didn't know exactly what he was thinking. Maybe he was going through thousands of pages of lore, or maybe he was just trying to find out if Dean was lying. Only time would tell. The silence was deadly. Neither of the brothers liked the silence. Dean needed to get out of this situation and get some sort of sound into the place. How could he do it though? Dean sighed, thinking, his body pressed against the wall as he shook his head. He really wished they could just avoid this conversation altogether. That's when he got the idea. Hey, I'm going to take a shower and get all of the skunk off. Hopefully my cuts won't reopen. Go to the gas station and get us something to eat, he said as he went over and grabbed some clothes from a dresser drawer. The brother rose a brow, but he nodded. It was clear Sam wanted to finish the conversation as well. But it was also clear that he knew that he wasn't going to get through to Dean at this moment, and maybe not even tonight. All right, I'll go get something, he said, walking to the door. He reached for the knob and looked back at Dean, who had his own hand on the bathroom door. Anything you want specifically? He asked. He thinks for a moment before shaking his head. Nah, just get me whatever, Dean said before entering the bathroom. Oh wait, Sammy. He sticks his head back out the door. Don't forget the pie. Sam gave a hearty laugh. When have I ever forgotten the pie? The young Winchester smirked before walking out that door and closing it behind himself. Dean waited a moment to make sure he saw the headlights turn on, and the sound of his engine turn the car on before going into the shower. He trusted Sam. He always did. Hopefully the gift of pie would calm his nerves for a bit. Dean got out of the shower and felt a small chill down his spine from leaving the nice hot water. He didn't ponder on it, he had things to do. Carefully he reached over and grabbed the towel that was sat on top of the toilet, and dried himself off to the best of his ability, before throwing on a gray and green t-shirt and jeans. He wished he could have gotten into pajamas, but when someone is dealing demons, you need to be on the go at all times. He groaned groggily as he felt a bit warm. His cut stung, and it was just annoying at this point. God, couldn't it just stop for 1 second? The hunter sighed as he stood in front of the mirror. He started scratching his cheek until what the fuck? He gasped. What happened to all his cuts? His wounds? Every single cut was just gone. It wasn't like these were superficial wounds either. If they were, then he could excuse it, but they weren't. Dean looked to his arms, legs, gone. Everything was just gone. Well, except the handprints around his wrists. That was still there. Come to think of it, His previously dislocated shoulder isn't hurting anymore. He grabbed his shoulder and looked back at his skin, feeling around. There wasn't even any bruising. Okay, there has got to be a reasonable cause for this. Maybe cuts heal faster than what he remembers. He was in hell for a long time. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. He turns on the sink and splashes his face with water. Nothing is wrong, and he is fine. Dean let out a small sigh and looked back up at the mirror. Goddamn it, he said was he flinched, before looking back down. Behind him stood that damn Castiel directly behind him like an angel on his shoulder, which Dean did not enjoy. Don't do that. He huffed before looking back up at the mirror, using it to look at the man indirectly. There was a moment of pause from the angel before he spoke. Hello, Dean. Slowly Dean turned around, leaning against the sink. Cause there is something called personal space. Learn what that is, he said while looking off to the side. My apologizes, Castiel stated with a nod before taking a step back from the other. The angel sort of looked like a kicked puppy when he said that. Dean looked at him for a small moment, noting how the other's hair was actually brushed for once, before pushing past him and going into the actual bedroom part of the motel. For someone who has been watching the Earth for generations, something he barely found out, you would think they would know more about that sort of thing. He went over to the dresser again and pulled out a pair of socks. He forgot to grab some before he left to take a shower. Thanks for dropping into another dream, cause, Dean says in a semi-dramatic tone. He looked up and looked at the angel, whose head was slightly tilted to the side. But usually when I have dreams about being in the shower, I'm typically pinning and being pinned. Dean sat down on the edge of the bed, slipping on some socks. Hey, at least now he knew why all of his cuts were gone. It's a dream, so it would make sense that they would be gone. Yet, he doesn't remember being in any position of where he would have fallen asleep. He hadn't laid down or sat in the shower. This isn't a dream, Dean, Castiel stated, standing pressed in the middle of the room. Dean looked up at him, his mouth slightly agape. What do you mean? I told you, Dean, when you fell asleep in the car. We don't visit in only dreams, he said simply. Okay, Cause didn't have to put it in such a blunt way. He really didn't need to feel more like an idiot today than he usually does. But to be sure, Dean pinches his arm and let out a small hiss, all of this while still looking at the angel. However, he frowns when it didn't do anything to make the image of the angel disappear. With the time allowed, he looked at the angel in the same way he had in the car. It was strange. This did feel a little different with having Castiel standing in front of him. However, his eyes widened after a moment. You have wings? He asked. Dean didn't know why he didn't notice them sooner. Maybe it was because other times it was a dream, but right now it was the only thing he could look at, because they were flipping huge. The black feathers that hung from what looked like wooden branches hung in such a delicate pattern was stunning. His first question was why were the wings black, and the second question was why did he want to touch them so badly? This time, Castiel expressed emotions that weren't hidden behind an expressionless wall. He blinked slightly and tilted his head. He looked like he wanted to say something, but refrained for the time being. Yes, I do. That is not why I came here today. Dean sighed and folded his arms. That was too much of an obvious attempt to avoid a subject, but he'll go along with this angel for now. Then why are you here? He asked. Castiel walked over and sat down on the bed across from Dean, his wings delicately folded behind himself to where they were barely in view. Much to Dean's surprised disappointment. There is a girl here that I have told you about, the one who can hear us. Yeah, Anna now hosting Angel Radio on T69, Dean said with a nod. The angel nodded. Yes, we are here for her. We, he asks. Castiel looked forward as his back straightened. My superior. You will meet him soon. Dean rose a brow. He didn't trust anyone easily, the one thing that has kept him alive this long. Right now he felt that he could trust Castiel, but another angel? A superior no less sounds a bit shady or dodgy. Why do you need Anna? He asks. The angel didn't respond right away, his focus slowly morphing back over to Dean. This will be difficult to hear, for more than one reason. However, it must be addressed. You know Lilith, your brother and yourself fought valiantly against her, but she is doing things much worse. Like the seals? Dean asked. There was a sound of feathers ruffling. It sounded like a gust of wind, but Dean couldn't help glancing back at Castiel's wings. He noticed how they looked a bit more stiff than they had been moments before. How do you know about those? Dean let out a small huff. He gave a once-over around the room, and grumbled when he found the bottle of alcohol being passed the angel. The angel either was annoyed or surprised, and he didn't want to get hit with those massive wings for simply walking over, so he decided to stay stationary for now. Well, he said, leaning back against the headboard of the bed. A demon told Sam and Bobby. He watched as Castiel's eyebrows furrowed together, His demeanor was the clearest it had ever been. The amount of disgust that was present on his face indicated that angels must despise demons. Dean couldn't blame him. I told you that you cannot trust the demon who is within us currently. The Winchester brother gave a sort of scoff, mixed with a chuckle. Yeah, he knew not to trust demons. He still didn't trust Ruby, but right now he didn't have a choice. I know, but she's got the gal, so I have to go along with this. How much do you know about the seals, Dean? The angel asked. Dean rose a brow at the comment. He looked the angel over. His expression had changed, his body posture slouched and leaning off of the bed, as if the next thing that the hunter was going to say was to become gospel. That there are 66 of them, and once they are all broken, there will be hell on earth, and Satan will make this his go-lucky playground. That is a lie. Castiel spoke, which made Dean readjust in his seat. Of course it was. There are 600 seals that contain Lucifer. However, only 66 need to be broken, he explained. The hunter watched as the angel slowly began to relax on the bed, the shoulders slouching as he returned to a normal position before having mentioned his superior. Dean was still curious about that, but he wasn't going to mention it, because Ka seemed to be in a type of soldier mode when that happened. His eyes widened at what the other said. 600, and only 66 need to be broken? That's ridiculous. At least they are difficult to break. That'll give us some time. Dean cards his fingers through his hair. How did Sam and Bobby not know that? Or did they know and just decide not to tell him? How many are broken? He mumbled. Cass looked at Dean. His expression gave off an expectant look, well, as expectant one could look when they have an almost blank expression. 19. Great. Just great. He stood up and walked over to the fridge, wanting to grab any leftover whiskey, but he knew that there wasn't any left. Dean decided on the next best thing. He kicked a chair out of frustration before pacing the front of the room next to the window and door. So why aren't you and your little superior, Dean said while raising his hands for air quotes, out there doing something about this, he huffed. The angel shook his head. We are doing something about it. We have been trying to prevent seals from being broken. Why do you think angels are walking amongst the creatures of earth now? No offense, Cass, but this is the first time I've actually seen you walking amongst the creatures of earth. Dean said in a deep voice with a little flair to mimic Castiel's voice in his annoyance. This obviously didn't seem to calm down the angel. We are Dean. There are other battles, other seals. Some will win, some will lose. This one we lost. Our numbers are not unlimited. 6 of my brothers died in the field this week. You think the armies of heaven should just follow you around? There's a bigger picture here. Castiel stood up and walked over to where Dean was. This sudden act took the hunter by surprise. He saw this look in the other's eyes that he couldn't quite make out. At this point he grabbed the hilt of the knife that was on the counter. He felt the unclean wood scratch against his uncalloused fingers. Bigger picture, my ass. The only big picture that I'm seeing is that the angels who are meant to be protectors and guardians are all dicks. Dean watched as something snapped inside of the angel. He seemed to charge forward, so the hunter reacted to the threat. He grabbed the knife, rose it high, and struck the angel right in the chest. It didn't stop the angel, who easily restrained the human. Dean was forced against the countertop, his lower back digging into the tile as he struggled against the angel. The angel glared down at Dean before looking down at his chest. He slowly grabbed the knife and pulled it out easily. There was no blood on the weapon, even though Dean knew that was a silver knife. Dean gulped slightly. He didn't even know how to kill an angel. Now he just made one mad. You should show me some respect. I dragged you out of hell. I can throw you back in. The angel threatened. Dean didn't look away from the angel, his look only tightening when the angel didn't look away. It was strange, he had to admit. Having an intense staring contest with an angel who is pinning him against a counter sounds like something that would happen on the Busty Asians webpage, but in this case, it would be more of an gay porno website, like Twinks for Tops or something like that. Don't ask how he knew about that website, just don't. There was a rattle of the doorknob. Both Dean and Castiel looked over as they watched the lock come undone. Maybe a second later, all Dean could see was large black weathers fill his light for a single moment, and then they were gone. Then, there was Sam, who had a large brown bag with hopefully food inside of it. Yet, he was staring right at Dean. You okay, man? He asked. Now he realized that he was still in the same position as if he was pinned, so he quickly stood up and got out of it. brushing off his outfit. Cass was here, he mumbled. Sam's eyes widened as he quickly looked around. Where is he? He didn't drop off the food. I want to meet him. I know you met an angel, but I actually believed in them before we actually knew they existed. Dean huffed and grabbed the bag away from him. You scared him off. Also, just because they're an angel doesn't mean he's the Pope or something. Oh, and by the way, there are 600 seals, and only 66 need to be broken. Just so you know, he said, sitting down at the circular table that was provided by the motel. It also happened to be the same place where Sam left his laptop before having left. Sam came over quickly and sat down beside the other where the laptop was, predictably. Well, what did he want? What does he look like? You didn't even say, he said quickly, but paused when he looked at his brother. Dean rose a brow. Sam only stops his possible fangirling when something is abnormal. He slowly looked behind himself, then back at his brother. What happened to your wounds? The younger brother asked. He had completely forgot about that. Dean looked back at his arms and made a small noise before speaking. I have no clue. I guess this resurrected body just doesn't like getting hurt anymore. Awesome, he said with a small smirk. The brother looked at the other a bit skeptical. It was obvious he was nervous about something, but wasn't going to say what. So, Dean just rolled his eyes and looked into the bag and started pulling out the food items. He paused for a moment and pulled out a flask, the one he had seen Sammy with earlier. What's this? He asked. Dean examined it for a moment, noting the patterns on the outside as well as what looked like a black or red stain that was near the lip of the flask. Sam took it and put it in his bag. Ruby gave it to me. Oh, so we're accepting gifts from the demons now? Don't be like that. She said it warded off reapers, so I kept it. Dean rolled his eyes, not buying it. How do you even know that she warded it off? Sam showed the patterns that Dean had been looking at a moment before, but the patterns didn't look familiar. Also, the idea of something being warded against reapers, something that they have barely encountered, didn't make any sense. Whatever, man, he said, grabbed a wrapped object which he prayed was a burger, and then fries and beers. But dude, Sam looked up. Where's the pie? Are you sure that you're okay? Asked Sam. During the time that the brothers were eating, a nice towel woman had come into the room. However, it wasn't a towel woman nor housekeeping. It was Ruby. She came and told them to come quick and go to a certain cabin in the woods that was a long ways out. The demon came out with a little skit to be let in and let the boys know who she was. However, Dean knew right away who she was. Guess the whore forgot that he could see demons' faces for some reason. He still needed to ask Cass about that, but he didn't get time to do so. Something, however, was wrong. Dean got the sudden craving to eat again the moment his lips touched the burger. He practically inhaled it. He hadn't even realized he finished eating it, or how much time had not passed, when he caught Sam staring at him, as if he was some zombie that had come back from the grave. Well, the TV zombies, not the zombies that they knew. If only a bullet to the head could kill those bastards. Dean played off that he wasn't hungry anymore, although he knew that Sam knew that he was lying. He looked fine, and Dean wasn't trying to grab anything in sight to eat, so that's good. The main concern at the moment was how exhausted Dean had become. They had started walking to cabin, and the oldest Winchester brother was walking rather slow. He looked to barely be able to keep his eyes open. Yet, Dean kept saying that he was okay. This exhaustion reminded himself of when they visited that physic Pamela a few weeks back. After his eyes turned into that glowing blue that everyone else saw, it was around this time an hour or so later, when he felt so exhausted. He had to physically be held up against the chair that he was in, until he could eat or pass out. Yes, I'm fine. Goddammit, Sammy, there's nothing wrong with me, he said with a small yawn, rubbing his eyes as they tracked up a hill towards the cabin. Dean didn't feel like he was that tired, to be honest. He has been forced to sleep for hours a day for the past few weeks. He doesn't need to sleep now. Sam grabbed Dean roughly by the wrist, forcing the other to spin in a slight circle. Thankfully, he was able to keep his feet plated. However, it did make the brother dizzy. He carefully put his other free hat against his head, but he did give a small glare as Sam spoke. No more lies, Dean. There is something up with you. Just because you can't see it, or won't accept it, doesn't mean I will try and avoid it. Something is wrong, and I can't help but think it has something to do with hell. Dean yanked his wrist away from the other, rubbing the scarred skin in the process. It has nothing to do with hell, he huffed. I'm not lying. I don't know what's going on with me, and that's it. The taller brother shook his head, not believing it. You said you don't remember hell, so how do you know this isn't linked? I just do. However, just because Dean didn't know what was happening to him, doesn't mean that things aren't going to or won't happen. He never gets that lucky now, does he? It wasn't even a second after Dean said that, before he felt his body collapsing. He looked at Sam for a moment before falling against him, his world fading in and out as he felt his brother's arms wrap around him and helping him fall to the ground beneath them. Dean, Dean! He heard his brother cry out. The sound gave the impression that he was underwater. It was so muffled that Dean could hardly hear. Next he felt his brother's arms tighten around his legs and shoulders as he was picked up from the ground. Good thing Sam was strong. Dean laid his head against his brother's chest as he looked up at him. This felt too familiar, being in his brother's arms, limp, unable to move. That time, they knew the reason. This time, Dean didn't know, nor did Sam. The unknown is the scariest part. The next thing Dean heard was Ruby's voice. This time it sounded like it was filled with concern, but it felt fake. Maybe it was the delirious nature at the moment, but it just didn't sound right. What happened? The demon yelled. I'm not sure. I came back from a supply run, and he said he spoke with Castiel. Next thing I know we are walking here and he could barely stand, and then he just collapsed. He opened his eyes slightly as he heard another voice. Anna. Her voice was too far away to really hear what was being said, but Dean knew it was her. He blinked slightly as he saw the light above him. It made his vision blurry, and he couldn't really see anything. Soon Sam placed him down on a couch that was in the cabin, which felt a bit awkward, because Sammy had to keep readjusting due to the height difference. Dean looked over and saw Ruby and Sam arguing, but he also saw Anna hiding in the doorway of a room. At least he assumed it was here. The bright red hair was hard to miss, even if it looked like a blob from his blurry vision. Tell me what is going on with him, he heard Sam yell. I don't know what is wrong with him, Sam. If I knew, don't you think I would have told you by now? Ruby says in a cold voice. She walked away from the hunter and leaned back against the wall. If this is some sort of demonic crap, then I would know. It has to do with those damn angels. Sam marched towards her, even with his vision going in and out. Dean could see how pissed his brother looked. You knew about the angels? Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't know for certain if they would have actually surfaced on Earth. But I do know is that they strike first and ask questions later. When you told me that Dean was raised by angels, I tried to leave. You said I didn't have to and that you would protect me. So what obligation did I have? She cried out, turning her face away from the hunter. Dean bobbed his head, feeling the exhaustion pulling his body down, but he needed to hear this. The two probably thought he was already passed out. This was the only time he could actually get answers from the source. Also, who doesn't like some juicy drama in a fight? Sam rose his hands and rubbed them down his face, letting out a heavy breath as he tried to control himself. How do you know that this is an angelic thing and not demonic? Demons have a certain smell, sulfur. You and your brother know that at this point. Demons can have this sort of sense, if you will, that we can tell it has something to do with us. This isn't us. Just being in the same room as Dean makes me feel nauseous. I felt it back at the church, but I thought it was because we were on holy ground, but it's just Dean. Ruby explained. Dean tried to force himself to stay awake to hear more of the conversation, but he couldn't. The weakness of his body began to betray him as he closed his eyes and felt himself go motionless. The difference between falling asleep and passing out is that one of them is a choice. Although it's a process to fall asleep, passing out is typically done because of trauma. So when trauma is forced onto someone who tries to avoid sleeping because of unconfronted trauma, it does not end pretty. For Dean Winchester, there is no exception from the pain. Those that fight. Chapter text. Dean's eyes widened as he suddenly gasped when being woken up. This time, it was himself who woke him up. He sat up quickly, and before he had a chance to look around, he felt tight arms on his shoulders. Dean! Hey Dean, look at me. He did as told and looked up, seeing his younger brother. He looked down, seeing the hands on him belonged to his brother. A quick glance around, and he confirmed that this was the same house he passed out in. Ruby standing a few feet behind his brother and Anna sitting on a chair next to the couch. The dazed hunter put his hand up, blocking the light slightly, which was also a sign for the other to let go. Thankfully Sam did. Dean's eyes were still adjusting, but he could watch as Sam sat down on the coffee table in front of him. How long had he been out for? It was still dark outside, so it couldn't have been for that long, right? He let out a soft groan and rubbed his eyes. He felt rested enough, little tired, but that's nothing new for his life. Wasn't hungry really, which was new for his life. Although, he could kill for a burger right about now. How long was I out? He asked, surprised by how dry his throat felt. A day, Sam said softly. His eyes widened as he tried to stand up, but he quickly fell back down. hissing softly as he put a hand to his forehead and took a slow breath. Guess he hadn't gotten his sea legs back quite yet. A day? There's no fucking way. Dean, what do you remember? Sam asked, his gaze never leaving his brother. Dean shrugged slightly as he rubbed his head. I dunno, Ruby got us at the motel. And, I just collapsed on the way here. Also the part where demons are actually not causing him to feel this way, but angels apparently are because Ruby is so trustworthy. Of course, Dean kept that to himself for now. Sam nodded, standing up now and reaching his hand down to Dean, which Dean took thankfully. As he stood, he did stumble a bit, but Sam was right there to catch him just in case. Okay, well, good. Nothing else happened, so there's that at least. At least? Dean asked. Sam sighed and rubbed the back of his neck, something that Dean has noticed he had been doing a lot lately since he came back from hell. It creeped him out to say the least. This new mannerism made him worry a lot more about Sam than about himself. We have a theory on what might be going on with you. We, as in, you and Ruby, he said, raising a brow, still not fully trusting this heavenly demon before him. She might be able to fuck with Sam and think she's all good, but Dean is not putting all of his eggs into one basket. The taller brother paused for a moment, probably debating on what to say next. It was short-lived though when Anna spoke, which drew everyone's attention off of Dean and onto her. A measure that Dean was thankful of. Something's happening. Her voice meek. Seconds later there was shaking around them. Chairs moved from their places as the furniture shook. The walls rattling and floor rumbling. Things fell to the floor, and Sam looked to Dean. Dean returned the look. Dean didn't waste any time. He went over to Anna and grabbed her arm, making her follow as he took her to the closest room that he saw. Stay here, and only unlock the door if it's us, he said in a stern tone. Anna nodded as they closed the door. Dean only moved away once he heard the sound of a lock locking. He came back over while trying to maintain balance. His gun was cocked and ready, while Sam pulled out a knife. Dean couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure would be the right time to have the magic knife, he commented. You lost it, Ruby exclaimed. Sam shrugs his shoulders. To save Dean, we'll get it back, I promise. Ruby rolled her eyes and moved to the back of the room, holding her own weapon, but staying far enough back to stay safe apparently. The door flung open, the brothers and the demon stood ready. Only one of them relaxed as two personages walked in, the first being Castiel. Dean's shoulders relaxed slightly, but saw Sam move. Sam, wait, he said quickly and put himself in between his brother and his apparent angel. It's Castiel, the angel. He guessed that since the other's wings were black, his brother could mistaken him for a demon, even though demons didn't have wings like that. Sam gasped slightly and put the knife down, his eyes lit slightly, and Dean mentally groaned. Great, now his brother was going to go all fanboy on the angels. Just his luck. Dean turned back around and finally saw the other person who walked in. His skin was black and he wore a suit, similar to Castiel, but this man was lacking the trench coat. However, the biggest difference was the other's wings. This new angel had a wider wingspan. He could tell even with them slacking behind his frame. The wings looked brown, yet faded into a soft orange color. Reminded him of a hawk. Him I don't know, Dean added, standing back at his brother. Hello Sam, Castiel said with a nod. Oh my god, oh sorry. No disrespect, it's an honor, really. I've heard a lot about you, Sam says, fumbling to put the knife down back into his sheath on his belt. Once he managed, he held his hand out to shake the angel's hand. There was an awkward pause, the silence was deafening, as the other angel closed the door that they had blown open. Dean wondered if this was the superior that Castiel mentioned the day before. And you, Ka stated, finally grabbing and shaking the other's hand. Sam Winchester. His hand folded over the hunter's, the boy with the demon blood. It's good to hear you have ceased your extracurricular activities. Sam's face fell slightly at the angel's words, and so did Dean's, but for different reasons. Demon blood. What the hell was Kaz talking about? Let's keep it that way, came the voice of the other angel. Dean glared and looked back at him. This new angel's stance bugged him. It wasn't like Castiel's, who seemed relaxed. This one looked like he had a stick up his ass. Okay, who the hell are you and why should I care? He yelled, frustrated. That did not make this new angel happy. He turned more to face the hunter and took a step forward. The action caused Sam to take a counter step in front of his brother. His face looked confused and uncertain. The move surprised Dean, who just took a step forward to get out of his brother's protective shield. This is Uriel, Castiel explained. His relaxed shoulders became rather tense now. What is that stain doing in here? The angel, now known as Uriel, asked, his glare going over to Ruby, who Dean kinda forgot at this point was still there. This time, Sam took a step to the side, in the line of sight of Ruby, who was still in the far end of the room. She's good, she's helped us. Dean was getting annoyed with all the questions. He put his hands out in front of him, and gestured as he spoke. Look, we've been dealing with demon crap all day. Please tell me you two are here to help us out, and give us some damn slack for once. We are here for Anna, Uriel commented, looking away from the demon. Okay, here for her as in here to help her. Or Sam asked. She must die, Castiel interjected. When the other spoke, Uriel looked over to the other angel, which caused Castiel to look forward and out of line of the Winchester's gaze. Dean found this odd, and seemed to put together that his previous thought was right. This was the superior he was briefly told about. His eyes widened as he rose his gun back up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I know she's wiretapping your angel chats or whatever, but it's no reason to gank her. Dean listened as shuffling was behind him. Of course he knew it was Ruby trying to sneak away, and she could escape all that she wanted. Thank whatever God is out there for that miracle. Don't worry, I'll kill her gently. Yup, that about does it. Dean gave out a soft chuckle. Just his luck. The ones angels who were supposed to be the good guys according to biblical messes were actually huge assholes. He couldn't catch a damn break. Any faith that he had just went right out the window as well. You're some heartless sons of bitches, you know that? As a matter of fact, we are. And, Castiel asked, You two can't do this, Sam said, forgetting every sense of danger apparently as he took a few steps forward. You're angels. I mean aren't you supposed to? He stumbles over his words. You're supposed to show mercy, he exclaimed. Dean looked over to his brother. His heart broke for the other. Sammy's face just seemed so broken and torn, as if he was going to cry from how his perspective on everything he knew changed. It reminded him back to their old case, where the preacher who was a vengeful ghost posed as being an angel of the Lord, and Sam truly wanted to believe it was an angel. His soul seemed to shatter then like it was now. Who says? Uriel smirked slightly. Anna's an innocent girl, Sam yelled. She is far from innocent. What's that supposed to mean? Dean huffed as he shook his head. No, that's it. You two need to leave. Or what? Who's going to stop us? You two or this demon whore? Uriel stated. He lifted his hand and Ruby was thrown against the wall. That was enough for Sam to lift his knife and lunge forward at Uriel. A quick dodge sent Sam out of range, but he got back up and continued his assault on the angel. Dean rose his gun and shot at Castiel who was ascending onto him. He fired. Once, twice, 3 times, but did no good as he started to back up. The bullets didn't even phase the angel? At least the other things they encountered they would at least flinch. Stop please. A second later, Dean felt searing pain as the entire room filled with a white golden light. He screamed loudly as he felt a heavy pressure on his chest. He shut his eyes tightly at the light. It felt like it was burning his eyes. He felt wind and cool air before finally feeling as if he was dropped. He opened his eyes, but they were all blurry. He blinked a couple times and everything was blurry. He tried to look around, but all he could see was darkness. He didn't last much longer before he was out cold. Dean, you know the deal. All you have to do is accept, came a dark sing-songy voice. The hunter's head was hung as he looked back up, his eyes blurred by drowsiness. It might now have been much, but he could feel his body slowly starting to reconstruct, his broken limbs and joints slowly cracking back into place. The pain of healing was worse than the process of being broken in the first place. That's the one thing about hell that most no one knows. Torture is the best part. So what happens when there is nothing left? Start all over again. That was the answer from the king of hell. Dean spat at the decrepit demon, his own blood mixing with the demon's wounds. It was something that Dean found odd while being in hell. Every demon had a distinct look, like their own face. However, it was torn and bruised and bloody. They could heal easily, so why do they insist on looking so disgusting? No wonder they could steal vessels. Who would want an ugly slut like them waltzing around? Shove it up your ass, Alistair. I ain't doing nothing. He glared. He watched the demon come closer, holding 2 blades that made loud clinking noises as they scraped together. Dean instinctively moved back slightly, but it did no good. The meat hooks lodged in his shoulder, ribs, and hip prevented such movements. Every slight move made his flesh pull and release more buckets of blood that soaked the floor beneath him. Never able to run out and feel the sweet relief of unconsciousness through this torture, Dean couldn't help the grunt that left his throat as Alistair pulled the chain, forcing the human's neck back. exposing his veins and Adam's apple. I'm surprised with you, Dino. Almost every demon I know has worked their magic on you, yet you don't budge. Yet, we all know how to make you squeal hum the torturer. Dean growled as the demon grabbed his neck, forcing their faces together. He cringed slightly at the smell of sulfur and blood on the other's breath. Well, your breath is the worst torture. Not much they can do without you around. He smirked. Alistair laughed, releasing the human from his grip. TSK, 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 he hummed. The demon took a few steps back and turned around to what seemed to be a metal table, a piece of furniture that Dean was too well aware of. Dean heard the clinking sound of the two knives Alistair had previously that we was setting down back on the table. He's been here for so long. He felt as if he knew all torture methods possible. Yet, he knew what he hadn't. The demon walked back over, skipping as he had two items in his hands. Dean squinted, rather confused on what they were until he wasn't. His eyes widened and struggled against chains, even grabbing the hook that was in his hip, and using all his force to rip it out. Oh, the little birdie is trying to fly. How adorable, he purred. The hunter cried out loudly as he only made the damage worse. His hands coiled around the chains as he attempted to pull, but it felt as if it was melted into his bones. Footsteps trailed over, each one made Dean's body tense and cringe up. Why do you fight? Came the man's voice. The tone was happy and light. Dean has learned to despise the voice. 1 second he is pulling on the chains, the next he is being hung about a foot higher, where his toes barely touch the floor. Jumper cables clicked to his embedded hooks. A battery large enough to power a building was connected too. Alistair stood a mere 2 feet away from the suspended man and had a white controller in his grasp. Now, for the past 40 years, I have been offering you the same deal over and over again. Do you know why that is? Dean glared, trying his best to keep his stance. Albeit uncomfortable, it would be worst if he tried to relax himself. The hooks would pull higher, and he did not want to feel his flesh rip. Although listening to this demon was torture in itself, it was giving him a small break of relief. To torture me further? He asked. Another laugh. The demon looked down at the remote, his fingers fidgeting with dials. No, although it would have been fun to do. He smirked while looking back up. Blood oozed down his face and landed on the concrete floor below him. It's because you have potential. Potential to be one of the best torturers. Hunter's always got so much damn potential that I can't help myself. Alistair took a step closer, making the gap now a foot less. Especially the Winchesters. Something about corrupting this bloodline is arousing. It's my true heaven. He looked back down at the remote and lifted his thumb. Dean braced himself, NNGH. He grunts, his teeth clenched tightly, and bolts of electricity surged through his body. His body convulsed as the hooks conducted every little ounce of this machine. The demon watched for a solid 5 seconds before releasing the human from his little science experiment. He hums in delight as Dean's head dropped down. Dean couldn't hold his head up. Electricity has always been the one thing that his body never could handle well. Been that way for years. Now, I would just like to say, I have never ever given anyone the same option as you before they had fully become corrupted, unless they were also a part of your bloodline. Alistair swished his hand in the air, and a small chair appeared behind him, a simple metal one that was similar to the material of the table, and sat down. The best damn hunters turning into the very thing that they hunt. How tragic is that? Such a soap opera, he sung. The hunter looked up, eyes slightly blurry as he glared at the other. So what? Expel a couple demons and we were worthy to get hung off of the rack? How fun. He rolled his eyes. Click. Fuck. He swore as the volts were sent once again. This time when the other had stopped, Dean's body slightly jolted, and the smell of his burning flesh seared the room. Hooks are very conductive. He groans once it stopped. His head hung low once again. He didn't know why he kept fighting. Every inch of his body and soul screamed for him to let go. Accept. Take the damn offer. It was hell. Why would hell be easy? They were giving him a way out. A way to never feel this pain ever again, yet he won't take it. Why can't he just take it? It hurts. His body ached. He felt like crying, but would never give the demons the satisfaction. Alistair wanted something. He knew it. He knew there must be something else attached to this deal, something undisclosed. That's why he's so persistent. Don't talk unless you are spoken to. I would also suggest not struggling, because the more you do, the higher I will turn up the settings. The demon warned. Dean, for once in his life, actually decided to shut up. He didn't want this demon pimp to get any more ideas. Maybe down the road he would consider it, but for now, he just needed to endure it. Find a way to escape somehow. If he could escape, there has to be an exit out of hell. There has to be. Alistair smiled as he didn't hear a peep. he continued on with his fun little sermon. Your bloodline, Dean, is rather pure. So much going on that you don't even know, you can't even see it. A lot is weighing on your shoulders, just like they did on Earth. Yet, you have no clue what it is. He smirked. The human gave a confused look. Running in his bloodline? New tasks? What the hell was that supposed to mean? He's dead. Dead. There is no coming back from his eternal torment. He was fine with this, but knew it would only get worse. His nightmares were probably true. He was going to become like them. Maybe that's what Alistair meant. He was going to die and become a killer. Maybe his own brother would be the one to smite him down. So, we shall start today. That snapped Dean out of his thought. What the F, he started, only to have the battery start up again. He whimpers faintly, his head barely being able to stay held up. He rested his head back against the chains. Yes, it fucking hurt. Yet, that's all he could do. He needed the assistant. He didn't want to look away from the demon for 1 second, because he knew the moment he looked away something way worse would start happening. That was something he learned about his life. The same lesson still applies to hell. Alistair shook his head, smiling deviously. I told you, he hummed. Don't speak unless spoken to, Deanie. Dean glared, but stayed quiet. He needed his vision to not be blurry if he was actually going to do something about this situation. May the gates of hell has a side door? He could crawl through that if he needed to. This made the demon smile. The edges of his lips spread in an unnaturally white and slim smile. Just like the Joker from Batman. Dean would kill to watch any Batman movie right now to not endure this torture. Well, not kill, but pretty close. Now, let's see if my little assistant was correct, he hummed. The demon walked over from where he originally came from, a giant cage door that was all unrusted. Don't let outward appearances fool. It is fucking impossible to break it as it stands now. It slowly opens. The demon greets someone. A voice that sounds familiar. One that hadn't been heard for years, yet so recognizable. More footsteps. Say hi to your new daddy, Deany, Alistair sung. Dean looked up, eyes widening as he saw a figure stand in the doorway. Black eyes was all he could see, but the eyes were undeniable. Dad? Dean woke up gasping. Yet again, his body shaking in pure fear as he curled up into a small ball. His hands shook so badly that he couldn't keep them still enough to wipe his face properly. Calm down. Shut the fuck up and calm down, he repeated to himself. Dean blinked a few times, not sure what else to even do. He gulped slightly as he took in his breaths. He's fine. He just needed to get a drink and he'll be fine. Slowly he sits up, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose between his eyes. His hands get placed beside him as he slowly began to stand up. Yet, before he paused. Grass. He was in grass? The hunter looked down, and all he saw was dirt and grass. He rose a brow and finally looked around, biting his inner cheek. Where was he? There was children laughing? He stood up and looked behind him. A swing set and a slide and even a jungle gym placed in the middle of a park. He must be in a playground area. Dean frowns and began to walk over. At least he was still okay. He didn't feel any different from before, but at this point that is a win. 3 kids were playing, and 3 adults were sat down on a bench and conversing amongst themselves. No one was watching the kids. Now that is irresponsible. He signed and shook his head, looking around again. There was no defining markers of where he was, so this will just have to be guesswork. Dean looked down at himself, no blood or dirt, so no one should call the cops. He walked over to the adults and introduced himself, using a fake name of course, as he smiled and greeted them. He said that he ran out of gas a few miles back, and didn't see any road markers to know where he was at, and asked where he was. There was no need for them to know, he just woke up here with no idea on how. They told him, and Dean immediately knew exactly where he was. He thanked him and walked away. This was the park that Bobby took him over 20 years ago to toss a ball around, when he should have been learning on how to shoot a shotgun. Even though shooting a shotgun at that age would have knocked him flat on his ass. But why on earth was he even there? It's at least a full state away from where Sam was. Sam. Dean quickly reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his phone. 20 missed phone calls, 40 texts, and lots of voicemails. Oh shit, they were spaced out over days. Grady took a deep breath and hit play, and rose the phone to his ear. Dean, where the hell did you go? Call me. Come on man, pick up the damn phone. Dean, please tell me you're alright. Okay, I'm going to assume something bad happened, so hopefully you get this. Anna somehow knew the sigil that banished the angels away, but not demons. Ruby wasn't affected, but left soon after once she noticed you were gone. I think as Kaz was touching you, it teleported you with him. I don't know where you got banished to, but I'll find you. I promise. I found a location spell that I could use to find you. If you're hearing this, Just stay where you are, I'm coming. Dean felt his stomach twist into knots. How had no one seen him in days? He must have just been lying there only a few feet away from the playground. He sighs softly and carted his fingers through his hair and dug into his scalp. God damn it, he huffed. He deletes the messages and walked through the grass, eventually finding a free bench and sitting down on it. He rubbed his eyes again as he flicked his phone open yet again and selected his brother's number. It rung for only a few moments before it was picked up. Sam, he said. Dean, oh my God, where are you? What happened? Are you hurt? What? No, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, I'm in a park. Do you remember that place Bobby used to take us to? That's where I am. Okay, good. I'm heading there now. It shouldn't be too long of a drive. Wait, I thought you said you found a location spell to track me down from the messages I heard. I did, but it didn't work. I don't know, man, these past few weeks feels like nothing is going right. So me coming back from hell wasn't right? Dean asked. He could hear it in his own tone. How defensive he sounded. He really didn't want to come across that way, but he's felt so much more. More of everything, and it was exhausting. What? No, Dean, I didn't mean it like that. It's just not everything seems as black and gray as it used to be, he said softly. Dean took a deep breath and slouched back on the bench while taking a deep breath. I know the feeling, he said softly. What even happened? I know I got your voicemail, but how did Anna know about that sigil? There was a long moment of pause before he spoke up. The silence Dean did not appreciate. You've been missing for days and I wanted to find you, but there was no way of figuring out where you went. So while I waited, I finished things up with Anna. Finished? What is that supposed to mean? We had to protect her. Dean paused. Sam wouldn't know. Sam wouldn't gank her based on what Angel said, right? Sam, you better not have. I didn't do anything bad. I took her to see Pam. And get this, she's a fallen angel. Dean coughs a bit. If he had a beer, he would have done a spit take. A fallen what now? An angel. Apparently she rebelled against heaven, and angels were sent to kill her. She ripped out her grace so she could be hidden from other angels. And she just suddenly remembered all of this? Yeah, Pamela put her under hypnosis, and she was able to remember it all. Dean slowly nodded. Wow, he did not think fallen angels were actually a thing. Well, yet again, a month ago he didn't think angels were a thing, and now those are real. So why not throw fallen angel into this craptastic milkshake of a world? Wait, you said grace? What is that? Well, essentially it's what gives angels their powers, which we still don't know exactly those are. Sam commented. Good work, Sam, he said before yawning and rubbing his eyes. Were you asleep this whole time? Asked Sam, his tone extremely worried. What? No, of course not. Why would you think that? Because you just yawned, Dean. That's why. He huffed. That's it, we're going back to Bobby's. Dean stood up from his bench, immediately furious as he gripped in a different angle. No, we aren't going back to Bobby's. I spent way too much time there as it is, and I'm fine. I probably got knocked out by angel juice or something, and that's why I've been asleep. Dean, this is serious. Something is seriously wrong, and we need to find out what exactly that is, he said in a much more serious tone. Sammy, I feel fine. Please don't get Bobby involved. I feel my best when I am out with you and hunting. It helps me somehow, and being stuck in a house for weeks on end, it's going to help anyone, he said softly. There was another long moment of pause. Fine, I won't take us to Bobby, but we are doing research on this the moment I find you. We're going to go to a library and get as many books as we need to figure out what the hell is up with you. Great, I'll see you soon. Stay safe, Dean. You too, Sammy. Click. Dean took a deep breath, looking down at his hands and thought, leaving Bobby out of this was the right call, right? Yes, he was the smartest person they knew, and he knew the most about anything and everything unnatural, so they should go to him. However, this was personal. Bobby didn't need to get involved if he didn't need to be. He has been through so much shit in his life, he doesn't need yet another thing to worry about. Now his main worry was about this Castiel angel. He was okay with him before, but now seeing him in person with another angel, he was different. More assertive and not emotional like he had seen Cos before. Dean started picking at his nails. Castiel must know more than what he is letting on at this point. He had to be. Of course he had to. He was the one who raised him from hell, and said for him to eat and rest. He was the one angel that he actually knew and felt like he could trust. There had to be something else, something more for him to know. He needed the other to tell him he needed to know the truth. Because something is wrong. He can feel it inside of him, He feels new. Every emotion was worst. These new abilities? The lore says that damned souls could be raised, but didn't mention these side effects. He paused and bites his bottom lip. I wonder, he says softly. The Winchester looks down as his calf and reaches into his pant leg, pulling out a silver knife. He held it tightly and twirled the blade in his hands. This was either going to be really stupid or really terrifying, and there was only one way to find out. Carefully, he unsheathes the blade and looks at the sharp weapon. He let out a sigh and gruff chuckle. This was stupid, completely stupid. He takes a deep breath and held the blade to his forearm. He's done this thousands of times before to prove he wasn't a monster or possessed by anything to others. Because he knew in those times that he wasn't possessed by anything, so there was nothing to worry about. He wasn't a monster in those times. This time Dean was proving it to himself. Dean yanks the blade across his flesh, hissing softly as the silver embedded into his flesh. He watched for a long time as his blood slowly crawled down his arm from the angle it was at. Some blood dropped to the cement and pavement. It stung like any other blade would, and that is a good thing. His blood was the same color. Great. So there was no need to worry, everything was hunky-dory, and he would just have to wrap it up with the first aid kit when Sam got back. Beaut. His eyes widened as he felt the wound suddenly felt warm. He watched with large eyes as a blue and white glow lined the edges of his wound, and carefully stitched himself back together in the matter of seconds, as if the wound hadn't happened in the first place. Oh, fuck. Those that pray. Chapter text. Do we seriously have to do this? Dean says with a huff. Yes, Dean. We have to make sure, Bobby stated. Sam might have promised that they wouldn't go back to Bobby's, but after a month of turning up with nothing, he decided that they needed to go back and get help from an expert. Also, Bobby had a broader spectrum of books and lore than what they had or any library that they had gone to. It was the best choice to come back. While they were gone, however, they did work a few more cases, and Dean seemed to be his old self, with a few exceptions. He was a lot more sympathetic to the victims that they were dealing with, and even felt guilt when they had to eliminate any monster or ghost. Sam could have sworn he saw Dean crying at one point before he entered their motel room, but Dean was able to cover it up quickly. Something was up, and Dean seemed to know more than what he was letting on. Dean, this doesn't have to be as big of a deal as you are making it out to be. Just get it over with so we can ease our fears, Sam said in a gentle tone. Dean sighed and rolled his eyes. This was so fucking stupid, more so than usual. But he knew that he had to comply or they would keep bugging and making comments. Fine, but when it comes back, I get to say, I told you so. The eldest brother took off his flannel and t-shirt as well as his pants, but there was no way he was taking off his boxers in front of Sam and Bobby. He did this before stepping on the weight scale that Bobby had brought into his bedroom. It was a digital one, so the results came back quickly. Dean didn't want to admit it, but he was shocked. He moved his feet a bit on the scale, trying to see if he could add in some weight somewhere, but nothing was working. He heard Sam let in a sharp breath. Dean knew he saw the number as well. 132 pounds? How much did you weigh before? Sam asked. I dunno, like 150 or something, Dean says, stepping off of the scale and throwing his clothes back on. Maybe the scale is broken. Plus he hadn't even weighed himself in forever. He could have weighed this for a long time. Ijit, you haven't been throwing up your food, have you? Bobby asked, now stepping into the bedroom. When they came back to Bobby's, the first thing wasn't a hello or a hug, more of surprise and worry. Dean remembered his father figure asking if they had a run-in with a fat sucker monster that he couldn't remember the name of. It sounded like fish tacos or something along those lines. Of course, they said no to that claim and asked why. Guess it takes someone who hasn't seen you in person for a while to notice a weight drop. Dean scoffed and sat down on the bed in the bedroom that they were in, shaking his head slightly at the accusation. Of course not. You should know better than anyone why I would never do that. I hate being sick, and I don't like throwing up. Why on earth would I starve myself and not eat when I cannot get enough to eat as it is? Sam took a few steps forward and sat on the bed beside his brother, his gaze not leaving his brother who so obviously seems to be suffering. What do you mean? He asked, something that was also worthy to note. Dean has been a lot more open about his thoughts. Well, besides hell. He confessed that he remembered hell, but refused to talk about it. He looked to Sam for a moment before leaning back against the bed, his back hitting the wall while he folded his arms. I'm starving. I try to pace myself, but it's torture. I, physically cannot get enough to eat. I haven't felt full since the day we came back from Pam's, and you two basically fed me a grocery store. I'm able to eat enough too where I'm not distracted. But I dunno, it feels like I can't eat enough, Dean confessed. It's not that big of a deal. Honestly, it shouldn't be. Growing up, he and Sam would eat like kings when he saved enough money to go to a buffet-style place, and they could eat almost everything there. Yeah, he wasn't a teen anymore who needed the food to grow his body, but there had to be a reasonable conclusion for them to get to. Sam and Bobby looked at each other. They've been doing that a lot lately. A part of Dean wondered if they had done a spell where they could communicate in this manner without him being able to hear. It wouldn't surprise him if they did. What the fuck was wrong with him? It just made him so fucking angry. They weren't getting anywhere. Yeah, he's omitted some things that might help them out, but he wouldn't dare risk it. Will you two please stop this soppy staring contest? If you two want to say something, just say it. I don't have time for you two to be keeping secrets. Share with the whole class, Dean said, glaring. Bobby looked to Dean and sighed. He grabbed his cap and took it off of his scalp and wringed the material in his hands. This must be something serious. We don't know what's wrong with you. Boy, we've looked at almost every bit of lore that I have, but we got nothing. We think that whatever is going on with you is going to kill you. So what, you're just giving up? Dean asked, his tone harsh as he stood up from the bed. He looked to Sam, who stood up the moment he saw Dean standing. Giving up on me? Thanks, guys. Of course not, Sam said, looking between his brother and Bobby. You asked what we were thinking, and there it is. There is still more lore and we can find something. But for now we want you to stay put and only leave when we need you to, okay? Dean scoffs and walked away from them. He paced the ground before going over to the window, looking out the glass and to the world beneath him. Did they seriously expect him to sit on his damn ass and do nothing? They haven't even left the house since they arrived a little under a week ago. What were they so afraid of? So you're telling me, you want me on the bench just because I've lost weight? You know how ridiculous that sounds, right? He stated, not looking back at his family. If you seriously expect me to stay here, then you better throw me into Bobby's panic room. He heard Sam walk towards him. His step sounded heavier than usually. It sort of made the hairs on the back of his neck sting, as if the other was to attack him. No, there is so much going on with you that we want to make sure you're okay. Ruby said that this might have something to do with the angels. So that's what this is about. Dean laughed. Guy was so damn stupid. How did he not see it before? You want me to stay put because of Ruby? What does she think I'm a threat to your addiction? He asked. There was a pause. What addiction? Sam asked. Dean turned around and looked at his brother, scoffing slightly as he looked at the other's face. I don't know, but I know it has to do with demon blood and your psychic shit. I heard what Kaz said last month. The boy with the demon blood, ringing any bells? Sam paused for a moment and shook his head. He's probably talking about how demon blood can get spilt during an expel. Dean rolled his eyes and folded his arms. I know that Ruby thinks something angelic is happening to me. Maybe she suggested they are stealing and eating me up to make me stronger. Oh wait, no, that's a fucking demon. But the babe Ruby must know everything. I know she hasn't been around, but I also know that you sneak out to go see her. I wake up every time. Then there's, he paused and looked away. Now it was Bobby who spoke up. There's what? He asked. The hunter looked up at Bobby as he spoke. It kind of surprised him to hear the other's voice. Dean looked down at the ground for a second before back at his brother. Your face has changed, he said, simple. Sam furrowed his brows, looking more confused than ever. He looked to Bobby, who gave a disappointing look. His younger brother let out a small breath as he walked over to his brother to the window, his arms folded as he stood beside him. What do you mean, Dean? Dean waited for a second before speaking, but he had to look at the wall behind his brother where Bobby was. It's changing. I thought it was nothing at first, but now it's progressed to a point that I can't ignore. He looked back at his brother, his hands shoved down into his pockets, as he saw his brother's left eye dark and black. The left side of his face looked dehydrated and scared, almost bloody to a point. However, on the right side of his face, he saw his brother's perfectly healthy skin and worried eye. You're starting to look like a demon, Sammy. Boy, what the hell have you been doing? Bobby yelled, throwing his cap back onto his head. Sam went on the defensive and rose his hands in the air. I already told you both. But you also said that you stopped doing that, remember? Dean asked with a glare. Why did the tables just turn? Aren't we supposed to be helping Dean right now? Sam yelled, placing his hands down by his sides. Well, the tone in the room had totally changed now. Like when someone starts to cry during sex, it's rather awkward. Dean shook his head as he looked back out the window. He didn't want to be dealing with this right now. He kind of just wanted to go drive for an hour, while rocking out to some of his tapes. But that doesn't seem to be happening. Look, if we aren't able to help me, well fuck, I've died once. I don't care at this point. I hate how I'm being treated like a prisoner. What we should be doing right now is finding Lilith and figuring out what these other seals are, so we can stop her from breaking them. Sam looked back at his brother. But Dean, you are dying and we can't ignore that. We also can't ignore that the planet is going to die if Lilith manages to break all those seals, and Lucifer is set free. Last I spoke to Kaz, he said that there were 30 seals broken. At this rate she is going to have them all open in 3 months at the max. Sam let out a small gasp as he tilted his head. You said the last time you spoke to him, he said it was 19. Dean shoved his hands deeper into his pockets as he looked back out the window, wanting to ignore the conversation completely. He paused slightly as he saw black wings disappear behind an old junker car. He looked somewhere else to pretend he didn't see. So, when was the last time you spoke to him? We both agreed that we shouldn't talk to them because they were dicks. We said the same thing about demons, yet you're fucking one. Sam walked in between the two of them and held his hands out. Smart move, because Dean could feel a fight brewing. Those were fighting words. Stop measuring dicks and cut the crap out. You both are right and wrong. We need to stop Lilith and fix Dean. Now make up and get this show back on the road. If I hear another accusation about dumb shit, I will personally blow out both of your kneecaps. Dean looked over at Sam, who rubbed the back of his neck as he looked down to the ground. Looking deterred for now, as he should be. Dean just shook his head and looked back out the window, seeing that black wings yet again, but this time flying away. He chuckled to himself, knowing that Castiel was probably spying on them, but forgot that for some reason Dean could always tell he was nearby. Fine, I'll stay inside of Bobby's fence until we can figure out what the hell is wrong. Yeah, fine, Sam mumbled. Sam and Bobby left soon after that, mentioning how they were going out to Bobby's panic room and grabbing some books that they had yet to read. Most were old books about the Bible and angels, which they probably should have started out with first. But oh well, can't change it now. Dean sighed and walked over to his bathroom and turned on the water to the sink. He was tired of everything at this point, and he just wished he could close his eyes and not think for an hour. Is that so hard to ask? He just wanted a damn break. No nightmares, no demons, no nothing. Why was it so fucking hard to get one thing right? He just wanted one damn night to not worry about anything and feel like he had a break. That cannot be such a strange wish, is it? Just one night, he mumbled as he washed his face with the cool water. He just wanted a night to not obsess over himself. Dean's whole life, he has never made a selfish wish that he didn't think was for the best. He didn't know what was wrong. If he just knew, maybe he could fix it. There are so many things that he just wished he could do, yet none of them would ever happen, and he knew that. He knew that deep down he was stuck with this aching want of relief. He turns off the water and pats his face dry. It's not his fault he is like this. If it was, shouldn't he know why this was? They've encountered things of this nature before. Somebody accidentally summoning an evil spirit and unknowingly kill people or hurting themselves. Yet, there were no signs of that either. Why couldn't he just know what is happening? At least let Sammy know so he doesn't blow a gasket. Dean looked back at the mirror and glared at himself. He knew he lost weight. It was so obvious. He just didn't want to see it. He shook his head at the mirror, only feeling himself get more angry. You're just a weak kid who can't say no to me, aren't you, Dean? A voice rang in his head. Dean felt a chill run down his spine as he heard the tone in his ears. He shakes his head. You're wrong, he mumbled to himself, not speaking to anyone in particular. He's heard that voice before, and God, he wished he could never hear it again. The one soothing voice now taunting him in the same tone he heard in hell. He's no longer in hell. That voice deserves to stay in hell to rot. Any loyalty to that voice is gone. Fuck that voice, fuck him. His eyes slowly started to glow, the mirror reflecting that light that came. This hasn't happened since Pamela's, but Dean didn't care. The feeling in his chest and the aching in his head only allowed it to compel more. Fuck him, Dean yelled, his fist smashing against the mirror. Crash! The mirror shards shattered into millions of pieces, which most fell to the floor, but he wasn't done yet. The rage that had been building up for weeks was here. It wanted to come out. It was coming out. He grabs the corners of the sink and yanks it off the piping, and it clatters to the floor. The shower head ripped from the wall. The tub kicked so hard that the plaster holding it together completely collapsed in on itself. The tile on the bathroom wall became rubble. while the door was shoved off its hinges. By the time Dean was done, he collapsed onto the floor as his blue and white glowing eyes faded back into their original emerald green. He rested his head back against the wall as he let out heavy breaths to catch some air back into his lungs. Shaking gasps left his throat as he heard the water from the sink and shower spraying onto the ground. Bobby is not going to be happy with him. He doesn't know where that amount of strength came from, but right now he didn't care. He felt a bit of relief, but he knew it would be short-lived, like most things in his life are. Dean looked down at his knuckles, multiple cuts and chunks of tile embedded into his flesh. This time it was only a little bit of blood pooling down his fingers, which made him gulp slightly. He waited a long time, sitting in the slowly flooding bathroom, before the blue and white light appeared on his cuts and sealed them back together, the foreign bodies disappearing out of view. He gave a sad chuckle before standing up, the back of his pants soaked in water. There was no way to explain this to Bobby. He'll just have to worry about it later. He wipes a hand down his face before walking back over to his borrowed bed, pinching his nose while in the process pulling the covers over himself and slapping a pillow over his head. Dean sighed and closed his eyes, wanting to just be left alone for a time and not be bothered and just feel peace. Dean took a deep breath as he looked up at the stars, giving a faint smile as he watched them shimmer. From this high up he could see everything and more. The trees of a forest stretching out for miles and miles. The amusement park that was only a short distance away. The Ferris wheel that stood over everything else. It was stopped currently, letting passengers and young children on for their little fun dates. Even from this distance Dean could smell the popcorn and funnel cakes, maybe even hot dogs and clowns if he tried hard enough. He chuckles as he adjusted his position on the overgrown tree, laying his body up against the wooden trunk, as he just enjoyed the silence. He missed times like this. The silence, freedom, being a kid, just being away from it all while still following his responsibilities from a safe distance. He wished for a time that he could go back to where he was only a little boy, wearing a funny shirt, while his mom cut the crust off of his peanut butter and honey sandwiches. He didn't like jelly, its texture was never good enough. Only his mom remembered that detail. "Hello, Dean," came a voice from beside him. Dean wasn't startled. He was used to this now. He looked over on the branch that he was seeing on and saw Castiel. Trench coat and all, loose tie, sexed out hair. The hunter looked behind the angel and saw no wings. "I'm guessing this is Dream, then?" he asked. Castiel looked to Dean, his face always such a neutral expression, yet the smallest mannerisms gave away his emotions. "Yes." Dean shook his head and raised a bottle to his lips, nursing on its contents with a small shrug. "Should have guessed. Haven't felt this relaxed in years." "This is what you prayed for," the angel commented. He rose a brow and looked at Castiel. He adjusted how he was sitting to face the other, a leg hanging off of the branch while the other stayed propped up on the bark. "Prayed for?" The angel nodded, his gaze looking out over the scene that Dean had been enjoying for the past few minutes. "Hell, maybe an hour depending on how long he's been asleep for. Time in dreams is funny like that. You prayed for peace in a night where you didn't have to worry about anything. I decided that giving you an old memory when you did feel at peace would be the best option." Now that caught Dean's attention rather quick. "I didn't pray. I don't pray, I'm not into that bullshit. I don't kneel and clasp my hands for a man who doesn't give a shit about me." Castiel tilted his head slightly. "That isn't how praying works, Dean. You do not need to make the tricks. When one prays, it's a longing, a plea of sorts. It need not be vocalized, but one that is spoken is heard by all angels. Some are assigned, others aren't." "Assigned?" he asked. The angel thinks for a moment as he rested his hands on his knees. His legs hung over the side of the branch that they were signed on. More of the lower angels are assigned families, guardian angels. They look after a bloodline and try their best to answer prayers after getting approval from a superior. Some of don't need permission, and they go and help whoever they want. None are assigned to the Winchester family, but I try my best to look out for you both. So God doesn't hear the prayers, it's angels." Dean scoffed, his hands tightening around the glass bottle. "That explains a damn lot." He huffed, taking a large swig of the liquid. "God is a busy man. He cannot be bothered with millions of prayers per day." The angel tried to explain to the hunter. Dean rolled his eyes as he finished the bottle and just dropped it in front of him. He heard the glass clunking against the branches as it descended from above, eventually hearing a large crash as the glass broke. "It's a dream anyways, so it wasn't littering. So in terms, he doesn't give a fuck about his creations. Would have shocked me there," he said in a sarcastic tone. Castiel let out a small breath, which Dean made out as a huff. "Guess talking badly about God offends angels. He was the one who gave orders to save you." free you from perdition. This is the thanks that you give this man? He raised you for a reason, Dean, when the time is right. He was the one who didn't save Sam in the first place. He's the one that let Azazel turn my brother corrupt. He's the fucking one who's got Sam wrapped around Ruby's finger, and he doesn't even let Sam see it. Dean huffed, his voice on the edge of yelling. He takes a deep breath, and slowly lets it out. God is a fucking absent father if I've ever seen one. The angel glared slightly and shook his head slightly. God has a plan and it is just. Even if you can't see it, doesn't mean he does not care about you. You said it yourself. He asks us to pray to him, saying, "Oh God, where art thou?" But he doesn't even bother to listen to them. He yelled, so much for finding peace in a soft dream. He didn't need to get all riled up over nothing. God was nothing. Dean shook his head and wiped a hand down his face. This was so awful. He looked down on the ground. Now knowing that this was a dream, he noticed how the edges where he couldn't see far enough had become blurred, and behind it was a faint yellow and red light. His actual dreams. Hell. He did not need to feel like this. There was no reason to be mad. He wasn't worth God's time. He didn't even believe in God. He hated God. Hated him. But how can you hate something that doesn't exist? Dean took a deep breath and ran a hand through his hair. His eyes closed as he tried to regain his composure. He noticed now that Castile wasn't saying anything, which he was thankful for. When he finally managed to calm down, he looked back over, only to see the angel with his tilted head staring at the other, in what he could only assume was worry or pity. "Don't look at me like that," he huffed. Castile nodded and looked away, back at the forest and park and sky. That seemed to be the source of Dean's source of relaxation. "Where are we, might I ask?" The angel spoke. Dean found that question odd. If the other dug around in his head for a memory for a prayer he accidentally did, shouldn't cause know what memory this is, or where he was at. "Georgia County State Fair, home of the double-decker deep-fried donut holes," he said using an over-the-top salesman voice from the 80s-40s, also trying to mimic an old static noise in his voice, which came off in a rather odd way. "Why aren't we at the fair?" the angel questioned. There was a pause for a moment as he looked down at the amusement park, the faint smile reappearing on his lips as he looked at the place. Even though it was far away, he could still see the blurs of children and adults running around and having fun with one another. "Because I didn't go. I stayed here and kept watch. Plus fairs weren't my thing anyways," he said with a small shrug. "Over what?" Castile asked. Dean stayed silent for another moment, giving a soft chuckle as he saw another blur at an hot dog stand. Long brown hair in a dorky outfit, standing next to a blonde-haired girl holding one another's hands. He gave a sad nod, but didn't look away from the scene of young love. "Them," he said soft. This was one of Sammy's first dates with his girlfriend Jess. He was going to marry her, he just was too naive to remember that the Winchesters never get that lucky. He said in an unexpected dark tone. He sat back, resting his arm on his leg, and placed his chin on his open-faced palm. "Maybe she would have lived if I didn't drag him back into the ring. But hear this memory, even though it pained me to see him so goddamn happy without his family, without me, I felt this sort of peace that I knew he was happy. That made me happy." A sigh. "I'm sure you saw that my most relaxed memories revolved around him. His life." Castile nodded. "I did see that. Your prayers always seemed to reflect around him and not yourself. Yet, apparently my prayer that I didn't even know that I made was for myself." "Yes." Dean takes a deep breath, looking back up at the sky to look at the stars. He's never been one to appreciate how large the world really was. There was only so much he could do. Yet the stars seemed to give him peace and relaxation. Younger, he thought they were angels, back when his mom was still alive. He doesn't know why he still enjoyed looking up at the stars now, knowing the truth. He gave up on the idea of angels long ago, yet now that's all there seems to be. Angels and demons. There was another long moment of pause before Dean looked back at Castile. He didn't say anything for a long while, as Castile looked back at him. Silence. "It's peaceful. Always is. What's wrong with me, cause?" His voice solemn. The angel shook his head as he looked down at his hands. He wrung them together, as he tried to think about what to do or even say for that matter. "What do you mean, Dean?" Dean glared, now knowing that the angel knew something. "Yeah, before it was all speculation, but Castile was not the best liar as it turns out. You'd think living on Earth would have taught him on how to. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I know you've been spying on us, and you said in the first place for me to keep rested and to eat. You just didn't specify on how much on either of those fronts. There isn't much to tell. Well, I'm all ears on any parting words that you're willing to give, because me and Bobby and Sam have gone through so much lore that I know how long a dragon's dick is, but nothing about what is going on with me." Dean. No cause. Tell me the fuck now. What the fuck is wrong with me? Castiel obviously was not expecting this question, and he looked away and looked to be standing up. Dean's eyes widened, and he quickly grabbed the other's hand, just as the angel was balancing on the branch, looking to have only been a moment from flying away. Please, I need to know. The angel looked down at the desperate hunter, but he only shook his head. The angel looked away momentarily, his hand holding Dean's with a tighter grip. Everything that is happening to you, you will be okay. You just need to find out how to control and handle it, and you can use it to your advantage. But what is it? I need to know what I'm dealing with to figure it out. It's killing you, I can sense it. That's why you need to figure it out. When the time is right, I will explain it to you. I'll speak with you soon, in person. It's safer in the real world opposed to here. Dean glared. Okay, what is it and where will we meet? You are not ready, was all he said before he suddenly disappeared. Dean let out a shaky breath as his hand was suddenly empty. He sighed softly and closed his eyes with a small shake of his head. Angels, he mumbled to himself. You two are seriously just going to leave me here? Dean said, following his brother through the living room. I can help, he yelled. Bobby was packing his duffel bag and looked over at the brothers, glaring slightly. Boy, you are one gust of wind from crumbling down. You are staying here while he do this case. If this thing really is a siren, then she's going to use that against you the most, since you're the weakest out of all of us. Sam grabbed a knife and threw it into the duffel as well. Then he went over to the bookshelf. He scanned through them, following the alphabetical signature before grabbing a couple of books on siren lore. He looked back at Dean, who was standing there in disbelief at the two. Dean shook his head as he put his hands on his hips. Dean, this is for the best. The kitchen is fully stocked and sleeping for a few days may help you. Just try to relax and gain some of the weight back. Dean rolled his eyes. What makes you think I will just stay here and not trail you guys once I know you are far enough away? Sam smirks and held up a pair of keys, because we are taking the Impala. Dean's eyes widened and quickly patted down his pockets, before glaring. If you hurt baby, I swear I will slit your neck in your sleep. Bobby patted Dean's shoulder before walking past him and over to the door. Would it kill yourself to just try and do something for yourself for once? The oldest brother folded his arms and walked out of the living room. How could they do this to him? First they make a big song and dance about how he was getting worse, and how whatever is inside of him is slowly killing him. And then they leave him alone in this house, where he could just as easily die in. He scoffs at his own thoughts as he went into the kitchen, threw open the fridge door and grabbed vodka. Desperate feelings come for desperate measures. He didn't even water it down before taking a large swig while shaking his head and rubbing his face with his other hand. The feeling burned in his throat, but he didn't care. It'll make him drunk or tipsy soon enough. I hope you know that your whiskey cabinet is going to be a desert by the time you come back. Dean shouted as he heard his brother and Bobby talking in the other room. Then there was silence, and Dean's eyes widened. He felt the hair on the back of his neck rise, and he gulped slightly. This wasn't going to be good. Dean grabbed the nearest knife there was and headed back to the living room, slowly and even steps. Once he finally made it back, he huffed slightly. Of course, a fucking course. Dean dropped his stealth nature and walked in, seeing Bobby and Sam next to each other, with guns drawn and Castiel of all people, alongside Uriel. Great, now he's going to get the Solider Mr. Cause, not the dorky stone face one. Man, having multiple personas must fucking suck. Oh wait, scratch that. Oh, come on, he growled, standing between his brother and father figure. You are needed, stated Uriel, his hands clasped and wings stretched out far across the room, the edges touching the walls. Dean looked to Castiel, whose wings had shrunk back and neatly folded. Nice to see who wears the pants in this relationship. Needed. Nah, we just got back from being needed with the whole Anna situation. Uriel tilted his head slightly, his expressions were a lot more expressive than Cause. Mind your tone with me. No, you mind your tone with us, he growled. Sam now spoke up, his gun trained on Uriel's head. They still haven't found anything to kill an angel, but shooting does seem to make them flinch a tiny bit, even if it wasn't a lot. We just got back from a witch hunt to save one of your precious seals, which don't seem to be holding up. We raised you out of hell for our purposes, Uriel reminded. Oh yeah, and what exactly was it that you wanted me to do? What was God's big winded up plan that I've heard oh so much about? Dean glared. Start with gratitude. Dean rolled his eyes. I'll start gratitude once you tell me what the fuck is wrong with me. Castile spoke this time, seeming more timid than before. Dean, we know that this is difficult to understand. And we, Uriel stated, looking back at Castile. The look that was given made the other angel straighten his shoulders and look forward. Don't care. Now, 7 angels have been murdered, all of them from our garrison. The last one was killed tonight. Now, it was Bobby's turn to speak, who cocked his gun as he began to speak. This was the first time he had met the angels, but the brothers have told him enough that he knew they were pretty much dicks with wings. Oh, boo-hoo. We got our own things to deal with. Lilith, for example. It's a demon. Right up your alley. Castile spoke. Demons icing angels? Don't you think that is a bit out of our valley? Sam asked. Uriel rolled his eyes, as well as letting out an annoyed sigh. Dean glared at this action, because he only seemed annoyed when his brother spoke. We can handle the demons just fine, once we find out who it is. Dean took a step forward. He still wasn't really armed with anything besides the knife that he held tightly in his grip. But he wasn't afraid of these angels. Of course he wasn't with Castile, since they've become closer lately with all the dream meetings, but with Uriel? He was so fucking annoyed with him. Why should he fear a dick comparer? So, what? Need us to hunt the demon for you? He said, raising a brow. All show but no performance. Explains a lot. He smirked. Uriel took a step forward, meeting Dean right in the same area, not intimidated in the slightest. The Hawk Angel was about to say something, but Kaz spoke quicker. We have Alistair, but he won't talk. Alistair's will is very strong. We've arrived at an impasse. The hunter didn't look away from Uriel, but he acknowledged what his companion said. Yeah, well, he's like a black belt in torture. I mean, you guys are out of your league. Uriel smirked. That's why we've come to get his favorite student. You happen to be the most qualified man we got. Dean looks down, biting his tongue as he got pissed off. He looked back at Sam, who looked confused and worried. His brother took a step forward and kept his gun raised. What do you mean? Sam asked. I never tortured, Dean says, looking back at Uriel, his hand gripping harder on the knife. I fought for my damn life almost every day. I never took up the damn deal. He spat. Uriel chuckled and shook his head. Torturing your torturer counts, Dean. You're our best hope, Dean, Castile said softly. Dean looked back over to him. For a moment he had forgot that the other was there. He walked away from his brother and went directly to Kaz. No way. You can't ask me to do this, Kaz. Not this. Uriel walked over and grabbed Dean's shoulder tightly. Who said anything about asking? When one tortures. Notes. TW graphic depictions of torture. Chapter text. This devil's trap is Oldanachian. He's bound completely, Castile stated. Dean put his hands into his pockets as he walked over to the door that the angel was pointing to. Alistair is visible through a window and a door, chained to a hexicle standing in the middle of a devil's trap. Dean didn't want to admit it, but he able to see that whatever methods that they had used to get Alistair to talk was child's play. Fascinating, he comments before turning on his hells and walking away from the metal door. He looked around briefly. He had no clue where they were, and there wasn't any defining markers in the place that he could text Sam and Bobby. All he knew is that they seemed to be in some abandoned seaport of facility. Where's the door? Where are you going? Castile asked, taking a few steps and grabbing Dean's wrist in a rather right hold. The hunter looked back at his angel companion and glared. Dean shook his head and ripped his arm free. Hitch back to Bobby's. Thank you very much, he says, turning back to his original direction, only to see Uriel pop in front of him. His wings spread to assert some sort of dominance, but Dean was not having any of it. Stop trying to be assert dominance and get out of my way. Angels are dying, boy, Uriel stated. Everybody's dying these days. And hey, I get it. You're all powerful. I don't give a rat's ass about other angels if they're all like you. But yeah, Mr. Junkless, you can make me do whatever you want. But you can't make me do this, Dean stated. The angel's wings fluttered in agitation, only to loom out more proudly as the black man took a few steps closer to Dean, who stood his ground amidst the chaos. The angel chuckled a bit harshly. Who says I can't? He smirked. Dean rubbed his scarred wrist from where Castile had grabbed him moments earlier. It started to buzz and burn. He moved his flannel cuff quickly and held it back as he looked at his skin. The burn was glowing slightly, and the burning only started to get worse. Uriel walked closer, only being inches in front of the hunter. Without a comment, he grabbed his wrist and pulled it to him. The burning got worse, stinging with a sharp stab, and Dean let out a small yell as he collapsed to his knees, letting out a sharp hiss. I can make you do whatever I want, boy. If it means burning the very thing holding you together, then so be it. The hunter growled, his eyes furrowed for a moment. He used his free hand and punched Uriel in the face harshly with all the force he could manage. It worked. Uriel let go as he stumbled back while Dean quickly got off of the ground, as he shook his wrist as the burning went away. However, the hairs on his neck warned him that they weren't done yet. The angel put a hand to his nose and looked down. Blood. Uriel growled. Well, I'm going to enjoy this. He smiled. Dean grabbed at the knife in his belt before being thrown against the wall, falling to the ground. He looked up just as his arm was pinned to the floor by Uriel's foot. Fuck, he swore as he felt something snap in his wrist. Uriel, enough, Castiel said, appearing beside his superior with a hand on his shoulder. The hunter looks up at the angels. He noticed how their stare seemed to be similar to what Bobby and Sam had been doing much more recently. Uriel's wings folded behind himself to match how Castiel's have been since they showed up at Bobby's. Dean gasps in relief as his arm was released, and he held it to his chest before standing up, glaring at the angel. He felt his arm get warm, and he looked down at it. This was a first. Usually when he hurt himself it would take a good couple of minutes before he felt it healing. Why was it suddenly happening right away? Dean just shakes his head and walked across the room over to the wall, keeping his gaze away from the two, as he looked down the hall. Dead end. Fan-friggin-tastic. He turned his head to look the other direction. Same results. You've got to be kidding me. There is no escape, boy, so you better get to it, Uriel stated, folding his arms across his chest. I'm talking to Kaz, alone. Dean glared. Uriel walked slowly up to Dean, staying quiet before standing directly in front of the hunter. I think I'll go seek Revelation. We might have some further orders. Well, get some donuts while you're out, he says, unaffected. The angel laughed, shoving Dean's shoulder harshly, which caused him to slightly stumble. Ah, this one just won't quit, will he? I think I'm starting to like you, boy, Uriel stated, before vanishing. Dean watched him leave. Your wings are going to get worn out if you keep adding those pounds on, junkless, he yelled out before looking over at Castiel, who still was in what he liked to call soldier formation, due to how tightly his shoulders were being kept. Mind explaining to me why you two had to come flying in from God knows where into my home with Sam and Bobby, and yanking me from out of there? He asked. Castiel looked over at the human, staying where he was by the metal door that held the imprisoned demon. We had our orders to extract information from Alistair by all costs. We have tried most, but we are soldiers, not torturers. Oh, and I am? Dean asked with a scoff. The angel looked down at the floor for a moment, before back up at Dean. He didn't seem to show how he felt in the situation, or at least know how to express it. If we can get him to talk, we need to take all courses of action. And since when am I the one you come to for this? Dean began to walk over, his shoes making heavy clunks against the floor. You know better than anyone about how my time in hell has affected me. Maybe even more so than Sam. You wouldn't ask me to do this. We have our orders. No, you don't. Uriel has the orders. And you are here to obey and listen. I can see it. So why does he have you on a leash? My superiors have begun to question my sympathies, Castiel said swiftly. Dean rose a brow, a hand placed against his head as he tried to think. You sympathies? Castiel stepped closer, his wings dragged behind him as he walked. A part of Dean really wanted to see the wings on full display, but it was obvious that the other was holding back from Uriel most likely. God, how he wanted to beat the snot out of that fucking man. I was getting too close to the humans in my charge. They feel I've begun to express emotions. The doorways to doubt. This can impair my judgment. Dean shook his head, walking closer to the door and looking through the window, and seeing Alistair yet again in that dark room. He can see some of the blood that was on the ground from possibly previous torture methods, but judging by the blood amount it was child's play. Well, tell Uriel, or whoever you do not want me doing this, trust me. He looked back over at Castiel. The angel looked Dean, his blue eyes expressing the emotion he was concealing. Guilt, sadness, conditioning. Want it? No. But I've been told that we need it. You ask me to open this door and walk through it. You won't like the person who walks back out. Dean warns. Castiel looked down at the floor. For what it's worth, I would give anything not to have you do this. Dean couldn't look away from the window, his hand gripping the handle of the door. I'm going to need a few things. It didn't take much, but Castiel was able to get everything that Dean had requested. A few of the items would be rather tricky to pull of or understand the purpose of, but Dean knew what to do. After everything he experienced in hell, this was going to be a piece of cake. Dean wheels a loaded cart covered with a cloth into the room where Alistair is in prison and humming a small tune. Alistair watched Dean enter, and grins, and starts to sing a bit more louder. moving within the chains almost as though he is dancing. I'll always love you and make you happy, if you will only say the same. But if you leave me and love another, you'll regret it all some day. Dean looked to the man, rather unimpressed with how the other was singing. He lifts a corner of the clothed table and grabbed a flask, marked with a holy cross, and uncapped the holder. He smirks as he threw the holy water against the demon. Alistair let out a small hiss as the sound of his sizzling skin filled the room. Are you done? He asked. The demon laughed as he continued his verse. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away, he hummed, leaning forward with his chains. It gave his head a free foot away from the wooden bars, but his wrists and ankles were still firmly placed. Now I am Deanie Boy. The hunter smiled. Good. Dean capped the flask and walked back over to the cart that he wheeled in. He then removes the cloth and lets it fall down to the cemented floor, revealing lots of fun torture devices. Some of it was the stereotypical demon tools: salt, holy water, silver, and the works. However, there was also some unique items: a cross, a lead pipe, baseball bat, knives, guns, and bullets, as well as some other fun things. Alistair looked over at the torture devices and laughed wholeheartedly. Dean just ignored him. However, that action made the demon smile brightly. I'm sorry. This is a very serious, very emotional situation for you. I shouldn't laugh, I really shouldn't. But it's just that I mean, are they serious? They sent you to torture me? Dean grabbed a silver knife from off of the bench and dunked the blade into the jug of holy water, with a cross necklace swimming in the bottom. You have one chance. One. Tell me who's killing the angels. I want a name. You think me seeing all of your fun little kinky toys will scare me into spilling my guts? Oh, you'll be spilling your guts all right. I just didn't want to ruin my shoes. Yet again, I did make sure to roll up my sleeves. What's a little blood going to do? He says, walking back over to the demon, the blade resting in his palm. Now answer the question. Alistair giggles and placed his head back against the wood, biting his bottom lip with a sway of his hips. Or what? You'll work me over? But then, maybe you don't want to. Maybe you're, scared too. Dean smirked a small bit and pressed the bare side of the blade against Alistair's skin. The burning of the other's flesh filled the hunter's senses. But it was nothing new. It may not smell pleasant, but it fueled his mission even more. I'm here, aren't I? Laughs filled room. Alistair let out a hiss as the burn pressed against his skin, and was it stayed present? Not entirely. You left part of yourself back in the pit. He spits out, only smiling again once Dean removed the blade. Let's see if we can get the two of you back together again, shall we? This time, it was Dean's turn to smirk. He gestured with the knife as he turned back on his heels and walked back over to the cart, having the other facing his back as he looked at the cart. He would never admit it, but the visions and images in his brain slightly aroused him, getting the payback he so desperately wanted. But his fantasies filling his head weren't of Alistair. It was of someone else. Well, maybe a piece of me was left, but something else filled that hole. Whatever was left, I don't need. He chuckles a moment. You're going to be disappointed. He crackles his knuckles before grabbing his lead pipe. The weight in his hands made it feel all the more real. He was about to torture a demon, and he was enjoying every second of it. Dean grabbed the salt and coated the outside rim, and dusted the rest with more salt crystals. You have not disappointed me so far. Come on, you gotta want a little payback for everything I did to you. For all the pokes and prods. Dean was impassive as he walked over, rolling the blunt instruments in his hands. No, how about for all the things I did to your daddy? Alistair asked, smirking. Smack. Mention him again, and I'll kill you. There are more than one ways of getting rid of a demon. Unlike them, I don't give a flying fuck about what is going on with the angels. You mean nothing, and will always mean nothing, Dean says before smacking the other yet again with the lead pipe. So, where were we? I can still smell them in here. I'm really not looking forward into intermingling with angels again, Sam. Remember what happened last time? Ruby asked as she was led in the front door to Bobby's home. A move that Bobby did not approve of. After the angels had disappeared with Dean, Sam was left alone with Bobby, and neither knew what to do about it. They don't know much about angels, nor how to track them, so they were at a loss. Of course there are spells to use, but all of those weren't working for some off reason. They tried to a spell by using Dean's saliva that they extracted from an old bottle of beer, but it kept giving them different locations. Of course they tried other items and spells, but it was like something was purposely messing with the spell. They may know some of Angel's abilities, but they know that they can't exactly alter a location spell, or at least they think so for the time being. So when all else failed, Sam called Ruby for help. "I need your help to find out where they took Dean." Ruby scoffs as she sat down on the couch, her arms folded and crossing her legs. She looked over and noticed Bobby, who was in his office, and looked like he was going through any spells that he had record of, as well as avoiding eye contact. "Not sure I see the problem. You know they have Alistair strung up 6 ways from Sunday. Dean cuts himself a slice, Al's reduced to a quivering heap, and the good guys get the goods. What's wrong with that? He can't do it," Sam says, hoping that was enough for the other to believe him, and that he would not need to elaborate further. "Look, I get it. You don't want him going all torture master again," Ruby says while holding up her hands in front of her, trying to relate and understand the other. Sam let out a deep breath and sits down beside her. Why was she not understanding how important this was to him? He hands were in fists as he tried to speak again. "I don't know what happened to Dean in hell. He refuses to talk about it. Ever since he's been back, he's been more vocal about his feelings and emotions, even though he hates it after he does. But hell is the one thing he has kept to himself." He sighed and looked to the side, rubbing the back of his neck as he felt his skin tingling slightly, but he shakes it off. "The angels said he's tortured people," became Alistair's student. "Dean claims he only tortured one person. But that doesn't sound like the Dean I know. He is so much more forgiving, merciful, delicate. I mean, he can't do it. He can't get the job done. Something happened to him downstairs, Ruby. He's not what he used to be. He's not strong enough for this." Ruby rose a brow. "And you are?" she asked. The hunter made a look. "I will be." He looked over at Bobby for a moment, then back at the she-demon. "Do you have a spell?" She nodded and stood up. "Yes, I do. We just need a few things." Thankfully, Bobby had everything that Ruby needed to make the spell. It was a little odd to the demon how the hunter was able to have everything so quickly. Yet again, anyone who associated with the Winchesters seemed to always be prepared for any little thing. Sam stood beside the demon, while Bobby folded his arms and watched as she worked. She mixed the gathered items and throws the liquefied contents onto the map, which soaked from corner to corner. Then she picked up a candle, one made of infant fat, bones of a bird, and the tears of a demon. "Austin nobis purum quis est occultatum locum suum servit gratia," she chanted, before holding the candle to the edge of the map, which lit the paper ablaze in mere seconds. "Ad iacitium et mercis gloriosum." Sam looked nervous as the paper started to burn away, and he looked over to Ruby in worry. "Relax. The fire is our friend. Besides, the only part of the map we need is the Where's Dean part." "Out." Sam nodded and looked back down at the map, watching it char until it got smaller and smaller. The flames vanish. The map is charred to unreadability. A small circle in the middle is untouched. "There. Your brother's there." It's a good thing angels aren't concerned with hiding their dirty business. Not used to being spied on. I mean, who'd be stupid enough to try? Bobby suddenly spoke up, picking up the small piece of the map to see the exact location. "It isn't far from here. I could get us there in about an hour. This place though, we don't know what to expect. We don't even know how to kill an angel. Let's hope if Dean is able to extract something from Alistair, we'll be able to get that information." Sam nodded and folded his arm. "Hey Bobby, can you start packing up the car in case we run into any demons? I need to talk to Ruby for a little bit." Bobby rose a brow and looked at his adoptive son and the demon. This had bad news written all over it, and right about now he was trust Dean's intuition that something is going on with Sam, but he wasn't going to say anything about it. "All right, I guess I'll go do that then," he mumbled, giving a look over to Ruby before walking outside of the living room and going to his hunting supplies for any gear that they may need. The Winchester waited for the singer to leave before turning to Ruby. He felt a little bit jittery like he had been during the spell, but that wasn't his main concern at this moment. "Ruby, it's been weeks. I need it," he said, a bit forceful. Yet he looked more annoyed that he was saying this than that he actually needing this. "You don't seem too happy about it," Ruby comments, folding her arms with a small huff. Sam sighed and shook his head as he sat down on the desk chair, not looking up from the floor. He felt a bit defeated, but that was not his main concern right now. He needed to find Dean now before the angels make him do something that he knows Dean can't do, or they find out what's wrong him, and kill him instead of curing him. "You think I want to do this? This is the last thing he says softly before looking up, his brows furrowed. "But I need to be strong enough to save Dean." Ruby gave a smile and slowly crawls onto the hunter, cradling him carefully in her arms. "It's okay, it's okay." Sammy, you can have it, she says softly, putting her hands on the other's cheeks before kissing him gently. All you have to do is ask, she says in a comforting voice. The demon smiles gently before reaching down her leg and pulling up her pants to reveal a sheath to where she pulls out a sharp knife. Sam watched her intently as she placed the blade against her wrist and cuts a thick line which drew blood the moment she drew the weapon away. Sam grabs her arm tightly and wraps his mouth around her wound, sucking and drinking the woman's blood straight from the vein. Ruby gave a small smile as she strokes the hunter's hair. It's okay, Sam, she said while developing a smirk across her face. You want to know what's the best thing about demons? Dean asked Alistair. By this point, any sense of mercy or restraint was out the window. It was as if all the emotions and pure light that Dean had in him since the moment he was resurrected was gone. He has felt so much more in larger batches and intensity that the one corner in his mind that he had yet to explore since being back has been brought out. Pray for those who dare walk in on Dean in the scene. Alistair was screaming painfully, and Dean knew that the angel outside could hear every last bit of it. No matter who walked by or in, they could no be mistake for what was going on in this room. Dean turns the knife, burying the blade so deep that the metal only stopped as the tip of the blade hit hexacle. Is that they heal? Well, to a certain degree, such as like this. You can't heal, of course, but you can't die. Now, that's the beauty, Dean says, letting go of the blade, but leaving it stuck in. Dean lets out a small sigh of relief, his hand still deep within Alistair. He smirks and grabs whatever organ that was inside and gripped it harshly, his nails digging and causing the demon to howl in anguish. That's not all he did. In his other hand, he had salt. He poured into the wound the organ, the blood, only making the noises louder, and Dean couldn't care less for anything else that might be happened outside of this room. Let me know if you want more. There's plenty left. The demon huffs a bit and chuckles loudly. Dean was anything other than impressed. Go directly to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Already went. The brochure was a bit misleading. He smirks and finally pulled his hand out of the demon. Dean walked back over to the cart and grabbed a white cloth from before, and wipes his hands off from any blood. Although it was rather pointless, his arms and clothes were swimming with the red liquid. Now, tell me who's murdering the angels. If you do that, I'll make this quick. Alistair laughed loudly. Dino, do you really think this is gonna fix you? Give you closure? That is sad. That's really sad. Sad, sad. He repeats the words, only letting his voice keep going higher and higher in pitch, which only made Dean roll his eyes, grabbing a needle and twirling it in his fingers. I carved you into a new animal, Dean. There is no going back. The hunter torture smirked. Maybe you're right, but now it's my turn to carve, he said, coming closer. Dean held his hand against Alistair's neck for a moment, forcing the demon's head against their confines. You know something, Alistair? I could still dream, even in hell. And over and over and over, you know what I dreamt? I dreamt of this moment. Dean took the needle and traced it along Alistair's cheek, before gouging it right into his eye, causing the demon to scream out in agony and struggle against the chains. Every line that I draw, I will ask for a name. Each line of which I don't get a name, adds another one. And he was not bluffing. Slice. Who is killing the hosts of heaven? He asked through the blubbering groans of a crumbling demon. No. Alistair spits out blood and salt, hitting Dean's cheek. Dean only smirks and slices yet again. I want the name, he repeats. Eat me, he growled. Don't think I will, but you can eat something else. Dean smirked, grabbing the demon's chin and shoveling salt down Alistair's throat, while he tried to scream, and only to be muffled by the salt and the burns. But Dean was a man of his word, so he had to stand by it. Another slice cut right across the demon's precious eye. Dean pulled away after a moment, getting a few feet back and out of the devil's trap. He stood by waiting until the demon retched everything from blood to salt onto the floor. Good thing he saved his shoes that way. Now look at that. You did spill your guts. He turns on his heels and walks back over to the table, setting down the salt and tools, as he picked up another blade, Ruby's blade. He washed it in holy water as he heard the demon behind him speak, but he wasn't paying too much attention at the moment. I'm so happy it was your father, came the broken yet resilient voice behind him. You two brought it all on, and it was glorious to report. Bring what on? Dean asked. Oh, every night, the same offer, remember. Same as your father. Alistair began to explain. Dean turned to face Alistair, raising a brow, and he finally said, sign me up, and the rest was history. The moment he sliced into you like a weeping bitch. He laughed proudly. His head rested against the hexacle. Now that was the first seal. Dean doesn't visibly react, he only takes a few steps forward. You're lying, he accused. Alistair smirked. And it is written that the first seal shall be broken when a holy man sheds blood of a righteous son in hell. As he breaks, so shall it break, he says chuckling. Looks like you and your daddy are responsible for all of this. Every little thing, and if it wasn't for you selling your soul, this might not have ever happened. Dean lets out a small growl, punching Alistair square in the jaw before walking away, trying to practice his breathing to stay calm. He couldn't lose his cool in here. Don't lose it, Dean. You need information, so get the damn information. The sooner you do that, the sooner you can go home to see Sammy and Bobby. We had to break the first seal before any others. Only way to get the dominoes to fall, right? Topple the one at the front of the line. The demon continued on. When we win, when we bring on the apocalypse and burn this earth down, we'll owe it all to you, Dean Winchester. Dean closed his eyes, trying his best to not react. Believe me, son, I wouldn't lie about this. It's kind of a religious sort of thing with me. The hunter took another deep breath, opening his eyes as he looked at the metal door. He's been feeling more on edge for a while now, but he thought that was because of the torturing. However, looking out that window, he knew it must have been something else. He saw a ginger red-haired girl outside. Was that Anna? He'll check in a little bit. He had to finish this first. No, I don't think you are lying. But even if the demons do win, he said with a pause, looking down at Ruby's knife, you won't be there to see it. He turns around and his eyes widen. Alistair standing there out of his chains and way out of the devil's trap. You should talk to your plumber about the pipes, the demon stated before punching Dean so harsh that he collapsed down to the floor and dropped Ruby's knife, which made Alistair grin. Maybe only a few minutes later, Dean is covered in blood that this time was not his own. His head busted and body covered in marks that are almost near life-threatening, all the while Alistair held him by his shirt collar and punches him repeatedly against the cold hard cement, Dean's eyes slowly becoming blurry, only to then have Alistair drop him and pick him up by the throat and shove him up against the hexacle, lifting his feet off the floor, which made Dean start to choke, his hands going to his throat and clawing at the demon's hand. You got a lot to learn, boy. So I'll see you back in class bright and early Monday morning. There was a very quiet noise, which caught Dean's attention a lot quicker than it did Alistair's. But when it did, he looked behind him. Castiel stood behind him with Ruby's knife. Alistair smirks and drops Dean down to the floor where he doesn't move. The demon then focuses on the angel, who stabs him in the shoulder with the aforementioned knife. The injury sparks gold light, flickering inside of the demon, but not nearly enough as it should to kill a demon. Well, almost. Looks like God is on my side today. The angel glared and looked over to Dean. Dean was mostly out of it, similar as to the way he felt when they saved Anna, and he was exhausted. This time though, he was in pain. A small part of Dean looked to Castiel and swore he could have seen pure and genuine concern for him. Castiel rose his hand, and the knife began to turn in the demon's shoulder. Alistair cried out before grabbing the hilt of the knife and tossing it away and to the side. Moments later he charges at the angel, and they ensue into a large fight. Demon versus angel. Sounds like a bad punchline. However, in the end, Alistair slams Castiel against the wall, choking him. Well, like roaches, you Celestials. Now, I really wish I knew how to kill you, he says, looking back over to Dean. I guess that's why you tried to save the humans' hides. Huh? Because Celestials are all selfish about what is theirs, aren't they? He smirked and looked back at the angel. Really wish I knew how to kill you, but all I can do is send you back to heaven. The demon smirks and started chanting something in Latin. A blue light appears in the angel's mouth and eyes. Dean noticed this and slowly tried to sit up, only making it about halfway where he perched himself up by the elbow. But it was useless as he collapsed back down to the floor, passing out from the trauma and blood lost. However, right at that moment, Alistair is thrown to the wall. Sam walked in with one hand raised with a hardened glare. His hair was messy, and his body tense, as he was driven with pure anger. Who's murdering the angels? How are they doing it? He yelled. Alistair tried to pull his body from the wall and just laughed. You really think I'm going to tell you? He smirked. Sam tilted his head slightly. Yeah, I do, he said before twisting his hand, and Alistair lets out a pain cry, his eyes rolling back wide as he shook with pain. How are the demons killing angels? He repeated. I don't know. Right. It's not us. We're not doing it. I don't believe you. Sam turns his hand further, making the other choke further. Lilith is not behind this. She wouldn't kill 7 angels. Oh, she'd kill 100, 1,000. Sam stops, causing Alistair to smirk slightly. Of course he went to speak, perhaps to deliver another one-liner, but Sam didn't have any time for that. He holds his hand out yet again and curls it into a fist. Suddenly a bright orange and yellow light bursts inside of Alistair's body, twitching and convulsing until the body drops down to the floor. The host also dead. The hunter takes deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down again. However, his eyes widen as he looked to the side and saw his older brother. "Dean!" he screamed. Quickly Sam ran over and collapsed onto the floor next to him. He panicked as he quickly felt for his brother's pulse. It was there, barely, but there. He let out shaky breaths as he pulled his brother's body close to himself. Sam shook with fear. "Dean! Dean, wake up!" he cried out. He had to get Dean to the car. They've waited long enough to not have an answer for what was going on. And right now his family is dying, and he wouldn't let that happen. Sam then remembered an ability angels had and looked over where he saved the angel. "Goddammit, cause!" Sam screamed as he saw that the angel was suddenly gone. Sam looked down at his brother, and his eyes slightly widened as Dean's eyes were barely cracked. "Sammy," he said softly. Hey, stay with me, Dean. It's gonna be okay, I promise," Sam said but paused in shock. He gulped as he saw a bright blue light on Dean's tiny cuts on his face, slowly starting to heal. However, the moment Dean closed his eyes they went away. Sam kept his promise. As soon as the other was unresponsive, Sam carried his older brother's body to the Impala and drove him straight to the hospital. Of course he didn't mention anything about the sudden weight lost, only that he was in a fight with an animal, but didn't know what kind, and that was about it. He knew that was the best way to avoid cops being there and showing up to ask questions. All he needed to do right now was get his brother fixed up so they could get back on the road. There was so many questions that he had to ask. So many things that he just didn't know the answers to. For one, what was that glow? Yes, he knew that Dean would heal quicker than him sometimes while on a case since he's been back, but this was different. Way different. Also, that glow seemed to have been healing Dean. So why wasn't he healing now? Do you know how painful it is to watch your older sibling in a hospital attached to an IV and a breathing tube, wrapped heavily with bandages and unconscious for the past few days? There is no logical way to explain that sort of toll on someone's body that can mean. Yet there he was, watching his big brother Dean fighting for his life. There was nothing that he could do about it, and he just had to sit there and wait. There was a knock on the door, and Sam looked. A part of him pleaded that it would be an angel, but it was just the doctor who was treating him from before. Sam stood up from his seat as the doctor walked in, carrying a clipboard in his hands. He seemed to have a neutral expression on his face, but Sam could tell that there was going to be something wrong. "What's the news, Doc?" he asked. The doctor sets the clipboard down at the bottom of Dean's bed, where there was a small desk table for nurses to write on. "Mr. Jacobs, it seems that your brother hasn't been doing the greatest. Is there anything lately that's been going on that you think might help us?" Sam rubbed the back of his neck. Of course, there's the whole him being raised by the dead, and these sort of things happening to him. But it's nothing that the medical staff of humans could do for them now. "What does that have to do with an animal attack?" he asked. The doc didn't beat around the bush. "Your brother's body is extremely malnourished. Although it appears that he is eating, he isn't getting what he needs. You said this happened while on a hunting trip. How often do you hunt?" "Well, isn't that an open-ended question? Maybe once a week, depending on what we're hunting." "How often do you say your brother eats?" "Quite often actually, more than me by a long shot." "A really long shot." He scoffs and looks at his brother then back at the doctor, folding his arms in front of himself as he spoke. "Look, get to the point. I know you're holding back something. This isn't my first rodeo trying to get information out of someone. Just tell me what's up." The doctor nodded and picked up the clipboard once more. "He's dying. Even without all of the injuries he has now. Honestly, he's lucky that he was attacked or he might have never known. The extended coma form the trauma is due to his body not having the energy to sustain him. His body will heal slow because of this. There is no saying when or if he will get out of here." Sam paused for a long moment. "You can't be serious. My brother has pulled out of everything that has ever hurt him or us. He had a heart attack that doctors gave him a month at the most, and here he is 4 years later still kicking." He huffed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jacobs, but if he wakes up, he's going to have a long road ahead of him." The doctor gave a nod before walking back over to the door. "There is a grief counselor that will be here in a few hours just in case," he stated before leaving the room. Sam collapsed back down onto his chair. his hands carting through his hair as he looked back at his brother. It was not a pleasant sight. Those doctors should learn better bedside manners. He was way too blunt about all of this. How uncaring. Dean will wake up and they are going to walk out of there together. Just like everything else they do. They will make it out. He takes a slow, deep breath to calm down, before finally looking up and seeing Castile in the doorframe. He paused for a long moment before walking away, but Sam saw him too quickly. He got up and walks over to the angel. Castile looked back, his hands in front of him. Sam, get in there and heal him. Miracle. Now, Sam demanded, his nose scrunched and lip twitching into a scowl. The angel looked down. I can't. You and Uriel put him in there. Sam started again. No, Castile tried to cut in, but Sam just walked over him. Because you can't keep a simple devil's trap together, Sam yelled, which was probably the wrong idea to do while in a hospital, because patients and staff looked at the two of them. But right now Sam did not fucking care. I don't know what happened. That trap, it shouldn't have broken, and for that I am sorry, Castile stated looking down. Sam shakes his head, his hands curling into fists, as he listened to this angel of the Lord speak to him. This whole thing was pointless. You understand that. The demons aren't doing the hits. Something else is killing your soldiers. The hunter scoffed slightly. The angel looked up, his arms hung loose by his side as he tried to speak. Maybe Alistair is lying? No, he wasn't, Sam says in a fury. He ended up just shaking his head and going back over to Dean's room, watching as his brother slept in the bed. Sam knows all too well about the nightmares Dean was having, and he feared being stuck in a constant one for this many days may do him so damage. Hopefully everything was okay for him though. Castile walked over as well, and Sam looked down. Whatever you did to him, whatever you did to pull him out of hell is killing him. So save him, remove it, he begged. Castile looked down. I know, I can sense it. He weakens yet gets stronger every day. But I cannot remove it or he will surely die. I cannot heal him. Dean can heal himself once he is awake. Castile turned to walk away, but Sam grabbed his shoulder tightly. You are not disappearing like this. Tell me what's going on with my brother. What did you do to him? He's going to die and that's because of you. Sam yelled yet again. Sam watched the angel look down. He heard a small swoosh sound before Castile disappeared from view. He took a deep breath with a sigh before walking over to his chair and sitting back down on the seat. He gingerly took his brother's hand and held it tightly. We'll get through this, Dean, like we always do. Together, when one learns. Chapter text. Son of a bitch, Dean swore. The one place that Dean hated waking up in more than outside in the middle of nowhere is waking up inside of a hospital. Nothing is worse than waking up and hearing noises around you. It felt like being abducted by aliens. First, it's the blurry eyes waking up, muffled noises of people in the room, and this complete sense of drowsiness. However, that was not what he experienced this time. He was wide awake, fixed in hospital pajamas and a barren hospital room. The bathroom door was open, so he knew no one was in there thankfully. The hunter looked around. He didn't see anyone. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up. Dean's feet hit the cold surface which made him shiver. Time to find out where he was, and to find Sammy. He walked over to the doorway and looked out into the halls, biting his inner cheek, as he saw it was also empty. Dean let out a sigh of relief mixed with worry. He looked back in the room for a moment, just double-checking that no one was there before walking out. A part of him wished he had his knife or gun, just in case. Although, that would probably make everyone terrified to see a patient wielding a weapon around. But, you know, Dean always wanted to be protected. He walked past a few rooms. There were people inside of them, including doctors and patients. But his real goal right now wasn't to be observant. It was to find Sammy and get the heck out of Dodge. However, something made him pause. Dean looked into a room and tilted his head. He took a few steps closer, and placed his hand on the side of the doorframe as he looked in. Inside was a medical bed of course, with a young man sleeping inside of it. Short, handsome black hair with caramel-colored skin laying on top of the blankets with a tube in his mouth. The clothes he wore were identical to the ones he wore. In another part of the room stood two adult figures who must have been in their late 40s who sat silently while in each other's comforting embrace. That wasn't the weird part. The strange part was seeing the same man, identical, in the same clothes, standing beside his parents looking at the body on the bed. Now Dean gave a rational thought at first. Maybe it was a twin? Reasonable sense. Yet, this was the Winchester life. Nothing is reasonable. Also, if it was a twin, why would they be wearing the same clothes? He went to turn away, leave to continue his journey, but he heard a voice. Another one bites the dust to leave. Dean looked back, seeing the young man looking right at him and shaking his head. Where are you talking to me? He asks. The man's eyes widen. He gave a short gasp of relief as he walked over. He took a few steps, which Dean was grateful that he didn't come any closer to him. "You can hear me?" he asks, full of wonder. "Yeah, man, why wouldn't I be?" Dean asked, looking this other man up and down. "Was he high?" "You're the only one who has been able to. There have been other people like us wandering the halls, but none of them can hear me or see me, I think. I can see them as clear as day, but they can't see me. My name is Kevin, by the way." Dean slowly nodded. "Dean," he said simply before freezing. "Did this kid just say what he thought he just said?" "What do you mean people like us?" he asked. The kid, now known as Kevin, shrugged. "I'm not sure. I'm guessing we're all patients based on our attire. But no one can hear me, and my double is in my bed." No, 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 not again. Not fucking again. Dean didn't stick around to listen to this kid before bolting out of there. He hasn't run this fast before in his life, even when he was being chased down by werewolves. The hunter ran down the rest of the hallway, dodging the random objects and people that were there before making it down to the stairs. He raced down them. Thankfully, whatever hospital they were at only had a few levels. Dean navigates his way through the weeping families and makes it to a front desk. "I was brought here with another man, tall, long hair. Have you seen him?" The woman at reception didn't look up. She went through her clipboard that was filled with papers, filling each one out as if she hadn't heard a word from the worried patient before her. Dean shakes his head. This better not be happening. He waved his hand in front of the glass. "Hello, can you hear me?" he yelled. Again, no response. "God damn it, not again." He hits the wall with his fist, letting out a growl of a sigh. He takes a couple deep breaths to try and collect himself back together again. This should be fine. Hopefully everything turns out better than it did last time. He just got back from hell. He doesn't need to die and figure out where his soul would go after this. Because based on his recent track record, Dean probably heading straight for a smack bottom. Dean ran a hand through his hair as he started making his way back up to his hospital room and bed. This better not end up as it did last time. He doesn't need Sammy selling his soul to save him from utter destruction. Also this time, Dean knew what to do. He just needed to avoid whatever Reaper is sucking the souls out of this place until his body can heal on its own. He's been healing himself all the time lately, by accident with no real control. So his body should be in great shape, right? He was wrong. He walked back up to his room and his eyes were wide. Their Dean was alright, his body being heavily wrapped in bandages while having his own breathing tube and IV stuck in his arm. Anything of his skin that was being exposed was covered in bruises and a bit swollen. "Thank God I'm not awake to feel all of this." He walked over and stood beside his body, his arms folded. "Well, at least Alistair didn't ruin my nose." Dean smirked. He looked down at his body and bites his bottom lip. Dean took a breath before carefully touching his body's wrist, feeling the burns and scars that was left there by his angel. He didn't know why that burn was left, what caused it, and why it was still there when his body kept healing. The hunter furrowed his brows as he remembered something that Alistair, that demon, had said right before he passed out. Celestials are all selfish about what is theirs, aren't they? Dean let go. Did Castiel have some sort of angelic claim on him ever since he was risen from heaven? Is that why he could hear cause in his head or in the real world, and no one else around him could? That better not be why. Something is wrong here. Very, very wrong. He took a deep breath and walked around his bed and sat down in the chair that was beside his bed. There has got to be a way to zap his body back awake and heal. Based on what Dean could tell at the moment, he can't heal like he has been while conscious. Also, it seems that he was stuck in this state just like last time. Hopefully he can wake up before this whole dying thing comes to pass. Also, how come he was able to see and interact with a spirit? Last time when he was in this condition inside of a hospital, he couldn't speak or talk to anyone who wasn't his Reaper. Yeah, he could see the Reaper sucking souls out of people's bodies, but he hadn't been able to see a soul outside of their body ever. God, what is happening to him? Honestly, it probably doesn't matter anyways. He couldn't remember his last time being almost dead after he woke up. Dean was only able to remember it after he went to hell. They used almost every memory he had against him. So this one was dug deep into his subconscious. So now he remembered. He closed his eyes, rubbing a hand down his face as he thought about this situation. He wasn't ready to die yet. He wasn't ready to die a year ago. And he's not ready to die now. He reopened his eyes and flinched for a second. God damn it. He swore as he looked up. Who else would have been besides the angel himself kneeling in front of him? The distance was so close that Dean could feel the other's warm breath flickering against his skin. The other was in his trench coat as normal, but his gorgeous black wings sparkled. They extended up high and proud, so close to touching the ceiling. "Cause, we've talked about this. Personal space. Dean stated, slowly sitting back in his chair. The angel nodded and stood up, took a few steps back, and sat on the edge of the bed where his body was. Dean huffed and stood up from his seat, gesturing to the bed. Same applies to the bed, he stated. Castiel seemed to be a bit annoyed, but he didn't move from his position, which made Dean annoyed with the angel. Are you alright? He asked. Dean rose a brow, folding his arms across his chest. No thanks to you. The hunter rolled his eyes before pausing and looking back at the angel. Then, he looked to his body, then back at Kaz once more. This isn't a dream. How can you see me? Angels have the ability to see spirits and other creatures of the paranormal and supernatural. I can tell by a simple smell or glance at them to know. It is useful when being a soldier of the Lord. He rolled his eyes again and waved his hand in dismissal. If he heard of the Lord one more time, he's going to shove his fist down Castiel's throat. Kaz, can you stop saying soldier of the Lord? If you say it one more time, I'm going to start recording you and make a compilation to post on YouTube, he warned. Castiel tilted his head. Why would a tube be used? He asked. Dean looked exasperated. He should just learn at this point to stop making references to the modern world. But that was such a big part of his personality. He couldn't just flip it off like some sort of switch. It's nothing. The angel nodded and walked closer to Dean, invading his personal space yet again, and gave his eye stare. The human returned the look. He didn't know what it was for. Usually when given this look, it was before an argument or a seriously personal situation that he was not going to get into. So right now, the other searching his soul was a bit strange. You need to be more careful. You're dying from your lack of caution. Dean glared. You need to learn how to manage a damn devil's trap. That's not what I meant, he said, looking away from Dean, and taking a few steps away and walking over to the cupboard that were in the room, and picking up a syringe from off of a sterile plate. Uriel is dead, he explained. Dean rose a brow and followed the angel over. He rested his back against the wall as he watched his with curious eyes. Was it demons? The angel didn't respond right away. He simply examined the medical instrument between his fingers and twirled it slightly. It was disobedience. He was working against us, the angel explained. In what manner Uriel had done to betray them was not on his mind currently. Honestly, he didn't care. The only thing he could assume is that somehow Uriel freed Alistair from the devil's trap and meant for the demon to kill him. Yeah, Dean still thought the angels were grade A+ dicks, but not murderous dicks. Have to add that to the tick list. Alistair said a few things that make me concerned. Dean started, looking down at the floor. Castiel rose his head expectantly, but didn't say anything. So Dean could have the room that he needed to speak. Dean took a deep breath, ran a hand down his face as he spoke. Is it true? Did John and I break the first seal? Did I help start all of this? There was another moment of pause, which in itself would have told Dean the answer, but Castiel spoke the unforgettable truth. Yes, when we discovered Lilith's plan for you, we laid siege to hell, and we fought our way to get to you before you jumpstart the apocalypse. Dean finished. And we were too late. Why didn't you just leave me there, then? Castiel glared and took a few steps closer to Dean. The angel grabbed Dean harshly by the chin and rose his head, keeping a rather sharp grip. It's not blame that falls on you, Dean, it's fate. The righteous son who begins it is the only one who can finish it. You have to stop it. He glared. Lucifer? The apocalypse? What does that mean? Dean questioned. He was so scared and lost. He just needed some sort of direction on where to go with this. His eyes begged, and when he saw the angel look around he only yelled louder. Hey, don't you go disappearing on me, you son of a bitch. What does that mean? The angel gripped his chin a little harder. I don't know. Just stop yelling. Just understand what I tell you. You're the one who broke the seal, and you will stop it. Dean's face was hot and red, and he grabbed Castiel's wrist and yanked it off of himself, his grip equally as tight. Then why didn't you also break out, John? He's the one who actively did something while I was used as a fucking conduit. Dean hissed. The angel did not pull away, seemingly unafraid or opposed to the tight grip being displayed. Because he was the holy man, not the righteous son. So I was only raised from hell, because my father was somehow seen as holy, which is a crapload of shit, and I have to clean up his damn mess. Again, Dean scoffed. Dean let out a shaky breath and looked down at the floor, his eyes closed as he tried to breathe. What was he exactly expected to do? He just needed some goddamn answers, and he wasn't getting any. Nothing. Nothing to help him navigate what was expected of him. What was wrong with him? God, he was just so lost, so fucking lost. Castiel sighed and looked down, now removing his arm from Dean's, whose grip had loosened at this point. He looked off to the side before looking back at the human in front of him. Gently as a bird, he sets his hands on the hunter's cheeks and raises his head, so Dean could look at the angel head-on. "Dean, they don't tell me much. I know our fate rests with you." This time, he doesn't pull away. He only lets out a shaky breath as he grabbed the other's arms. No reason, not pulling away, nothing like that. Just more of support mayhaps. "Well, then you guys are screwed," he mumbled. "I can't do it. 'Cause it's too big." Dean began to stutter, his hands shaking slightly. Alistair was right. "I'm not all here. I'm not strong enough," he said softly. Looking back down at the floor, tears slowly welling up inside of his eyes. "Well, I guess I'm not the man either of our dads wanted me to be. Find someone else," Dean softly begged. It's not me. Please, Ruby. All I need for you to do is heal him up enough so that he can wake up. He can heal the rest of it himself," Sam stated. After his last conversation with Castiel, Sam knew he needed to do something to save his brother. At first he considered selling his soul like Dean had done for him, but he remembered how distraught his older brother was after they learned that Dad did the same thing. Also, it's not like any demon would be willing to make a deal with a Winchester at this point, especially when they all most likely know that Sam is ready and preparing to kill Lilith. So, he decided on doing something that his brother would most likely kill him for. He called Ruby and came up with a plan. A plan that involved removing Dean's anti-possession tattoo and having Ruby possess Dean, so he can wake up. Then after Dean fully healed, Ruby can leave, and they can pretend that none of this ever happened in the first place. However, Ruby looked a bit nervous about the idea as she paced in the basement of the hospital, where Sam had summoned her a while ago. "You do remember that Dean does not trust me, and if he finds out about this, he'll kill me the second he gets." Sam nodded as he scratched the back of his neck. "I know, but he won't ever find out. We've worked with Demon enough to know that you can still give him full control while you do your stuff behind the wheel. You're the engine and he's the driver. What makes you even think him waking up will magically cure him of this? Anyways, I spoke to Kaz, and you said it yourself that whatever is going on with Dean is angelic. Kaz can't heal him for some reason, but when I found him after Alistair had his way with him, Dean was slightly conscious, and his wounds began to heal. I just have a gut feeling that if he woke up he'll be okay." Sam said, a little nervous. He wasn't 100% sure on if this plan would work, but it's the best he had at the moment. Ruby shakes her head, her arms folded across her chest as she walked over to the brother, her heels clicking slightly. "Whatever is going on with your brother is killing him, remember?" he asked. "How do you know it won't kill me the moment I possess your brother?" Sam sighed. "Look, he's my brother, Ruby. He would do anything to save me, and I'm going to do the same for him. He's family and you're the only chance he has. So he's family, and I'm not." She glared. The hunter looked off to the side. "That's not what I meant, Ruby. Please, I just got him back. I can't lose him again." The demon looked at Sam, not sure what to say at this moment, but she did sigh and put a hand on Sam's shoulder. "Find out what is wrong with him, then I'll do it. But good luck explaining to him why his possession tattoo is gone, and the memory of me possessing him." Sam looked back over at her. "He doesn't have to remember. I know you can block it out. Also, I can find an easy excuse. I'll just say he got hurt by Alistair, and we'll just have to get him a new one." He then gave a small smile and kissed the smaller woman gently. "Thank you, but I don't know how to find out what is up with him. We've been searching for months and the only one who has an idea on what it is Kaz. He's not speaking." Ruby smirked and took a few steps back and walked around the basement area, humming in thought. Eventually she stopped. "I know a spell to call an angel. Also, it's not that hard to trap an angel." Sam rose a brow. "It isn't? Well, it's just as easy to trap a demon. It's holy fire. Grab holy oil and circle it around the angel and light it on fire. He can't step or pass through it. Do this and he'll have to tell you. I also recommend for you to do it quicker before that Reaper finds your brother," Ruby warned. It took a little longer for Ruby to gather all the things needed to create the summoning spell for the angel. The problem with being in a hospital is that they most likely do not have everything needed to have a spell. Of course there are infants and dying humans, souls ripe for the taking, but the typical stuff for a spell is a little more rare. So it took a few hours for the ingredients to be gathered forth and make the spell. During that time, Sam went back to Dean's room and sat down in a chair, staying silent as he watched his brother sleep, the heart monitor beeping proudly to indicate that his brother was still alive, and that was all that he needed to know. The longer he was alive, the longer he had for time to get this plan done. However, he did feel a chill spot in the room and looked around. This place couldn't possibly be haunted, right? That's when he remembered the last time Dean was in a hospital dying. His eyes widened as he stood up and looked around for a moment. "Dean, are you here, man?" he asked and waited for a response. The answer came in form of the light switch turning on and off in a quick motion. Sam gave a relieved sigh and took a deep breath. All right, let's do this again. I hope you remember how we communicated last time, but I don't have a spirit board, so we'll just have to settle for this. Flip the light on for yes. Flip the light off for no, okay? He waited a moment, and the light switched flicked from off to on, since the lights were already on in the first place. The brother smiled. Okay, well, are you being hunted by a reaper? He asked. The lights flickers to off to on again. Sam rubs the back of his neck. This was not good, and he hoped Dean could stay out of harm's way long enough for his plan to take effect. Look, I got a plan on how to help you. Just don't freak out when it happens. The lights flickered on and off quickly, and Sam rose his hands. I'm not selling my soul. Don't worry about that, he said, looking over to the light switch, knowing that Dean was over there, but not exactly where. You just have to trust me, okay? There was a long moment and nothing happened. Sam was going to ask another question, but the lights flickered back on. I'm going to take that and say that it means that you trust me. A moment later, Ruby appeared in the doorway. Everything's ready, she stated. Sam nodded and looked back over. See you in a few. Sam followed Ruby down to the basement, and he saw what seemed to be an altar. He went over to it and noted that it just seemed to be a bowl filled with what he can only assume to be various materials, most of them akin to leaves, herbs, or petals set before a circular sigil. It was in 4 quadrants and had different symbols inside of them. He looked over at the floor and saw a line mark in a circle. He could only assume it was the holy oil that Ruby had been talking about earlier. Ruby handed him the bowl. Light this on fire, and say the words that I wrote down. Once the angel gets here, light the oil up. I'm going to get as far away as possible, so he doesn't smite me and asks questions later. The younger brother nodded and took the paper. Thank you, Ruby. I'll call you after I find out what's going on, he said softly. Also, we're not telling Dean about this. The demon nodded and kissed Sam on the cheek before disappearing into thin air. The hunter chuckled slightly and grabbed his lighter and set the leaves on fire. He looked forward. This better work, he mumbled before picking up the parchment that was on the altar table. Par angel ds insiafa Castile. All lava ar ils shall see all. Sam looked up and waited for a moment before the ground began to shake, just like it had at Pamela's. He set down the bowl and retrieved his gun from his back pocket, and let out a calm and shaky breath. His eyes darted around the empty basement before he spotted the angel right in the middle of the holy oil. Castile looked confused with his head slightly tilted. Hello, Sam, he said simply. The Winchester didn't waste a moment before lighting his lighter and throwing it against the oil, which lit up the moment the flame was touched. Sam watched as Castile looked at the holy flame rose up. What is the meaning of this? The angel asked, looking back over at the hunter. Sam smirked slightly. He actually was able to trap an angel. Now that alone would make him excited beyond belief. But right now he had bigger issues to worry about. You are going to tell me everything that I need to know, and then I will release you. The angel sighed and nodded his head. That would be what? He asks. He walked up to the flame, only standing a foot away from it, his arms folded across his chest. Tell me exactly what is going on with Dean. Castile looked unaffected by this question, almost as if he was expecting it to happen. Your brother is not ready, and there is no need for him to know until then. Listen to me. Whatever you think he isn't ready for is killing him. You know this. You admitted to it yesterday, and you still won't tell us what's going on? How much of a douche can you be to not tell us? Sam asked, looking obviously annoyed, but he retained it for now, letting out a slow breath as he tried to calm down. So, you aren't leaving until you tell me what is wrong. Castile went to say something, but looked behind Sam's shoulder. Sam rose a brow, but before he could say anything, Castile said something new. Your brother is holding me captive so I can explain what is wrong. Sam's eyes widened and looked behind himself, expecting to see Dean, which would have been amazing, and he wouldn't have to interrogate an angel. However, he wasn't there. There was nothing at all. He looked back. Toddy angel. Who are you talking to? Dean, the angel said simply. Dean isn't here, Sam says, furrowing his brows and growing with anger. The angel tilted his head. You cannot see him. He is in his soul state currently. Angels can see the dead and other creatures alike. He followed you down here, but had a few problems trying to escape his reaper. Sam rubbed the back of his neck. Great. Now Dean might be able to figure out what he was planning. But he couldn't go back. He just needed to finish the interrogation, and he can help Dean, with or without his consent. He He won't remember in the morning anyways. Look, just tell me what is wrong with him. Castile stood up straighter. I'll tell you, but you know the dean won't remember this. Also, I warn you, he still is not ready for this information. So it will be up to you to tell him if you truly want to go forward with this. The brother nodded. The angel continued. When Dean gave up his soul to save you, Sam, he was tortured and tortured others. I'll let him tell you the rest once he feels comfortable. You see, being in hell for that long can damage someone. Usually it would take years to a century to have one's soul ruined to a point it would be impossible to fix. Castile paused a moment and looked over to the wall. Sam could only assume Dean was over there. A part of him wanted to know how Dean was reacting to this, to know if he needed comfort, or to know if he was saying anything. However, Alistair and Lilith wanted the seal broken. They used extreme measures to make you break. They did this for fun while they tortured your father to make him break as well. By the time angels were even able to reach you, your soul was broken. Castile looked away and back over to Sam. Destroyed. A soul like that being brought to life would be worse than any torture in hell. A soul like that could never function. A soul like that would be tormented until they would die again. Sam leaned against the altar, taking it in. But Dean is fine? Castile nodded. For what I did to help him, he said simply. I always do what it takes to complete the mission, even when I am not given orders beyond the original assignment. Sam was silent and looked down at the floor, worried about what the other must have done to save his brother. I did what I had to, Castile said, looking back over at the wall. Dean must have asked something. I gave you part of my grace. I mixed it with your soul so it would be able to repair itself. Your grace? Sam asked. The angel nodded. It's what gives angels their powers. It is very strong. I ripped part of mine out and gave it to Dean. It took a long time for his soul to be salvaged and brought to Earth. I gave it to him a week before I raised him back up. So what else is going on with him? What is causing the glowing eyes, him seeing demons' true faces, super healing, and everything else? Castile smiled softly. That is the grace. All of the powers that I possess are now in Dean, and he can use it for his own. There are still things he has yet to exhibit. Like what? Super strength, telekinesis, healing others, angel radio, advanced senses, sedation, understanding of all languages, smiting, dream walking, and reality morphing. There are others, but those are to name a few. The angel looked over and seemed to be listening to something. Sam quickly spoke up. What is Dean saying? He asked. Castile looked back over to the young hunter and walked to the edge of the holy fire, but did not cross. He asked if he has these abilities. Why is he getting exhausted and hungry? Also, the weight loss that he has been experiencing. He said with a small shrug. Well, do you have an answer for that as well? Sam asked. The angel gave a nod. I do. The reason is humans weren't made to contain grace without being used as a vessel by an angel. His body is reacting poorly. The main reason is that the human body likes to do things on its own, subconsciously. Due to this, Dean is using my grace and is unable to control it. Thus he is unable to keep his body from using the energy, leading to the weight loss and the hunger. The exhaustion is caused by not having enough energy to sustain the energy he uses. Sam nodded in understanding, believing that all to have made sense. How come if it's subconscious, his body isn't healing him now? Castile thinks for a moment. Subconscious is different than unconscious. For him to use grace in this way, he would need to have some cognitive function from his soul. His soul is before us, so he cannot use it. Castile looked over at where Sam thought Dean was standing, his grace being bounded with his soul. It's rather interesting to behold amongst other spirits. The hunter rose a brow at what the angel stated. What does a soul even look like, let alone compared to one with angelic grace? So your grace is killing him, then why not remove it? My grace is the only thing keeping him alive, Castile said rather harshly, his tone spiking in either annoyance or irritation. When the time is right, I will teach him on how to use it properly. Teach him now, Sam yelled, his hands slowly closing into fists. Before this kills him. The angel glared and began walking over to Sam, stopping short of the flame. Yet he was close enough to be considered in his personal space based on Dean's standards. I cannot. I must wait until the grace has fully encapsulated his soul. Another reason why I cannot heal him. Sam rolled his eyes. What does that even fucking mean? Kaz took a deep breath. Angels cannot heal other angels because of their grace. It's similar to the reaction with blood for humans. The same type of blood must be used to be given to another human. For angels it must be the same grace that matches the host to be properly used. Once I gave Dean my grace, his human soul did something unexpected. It morphed and changed the grace to become his own. Different attributes and different effects to himself. Once his soul has been engulfed, I may teach him. I cannot heal him anymore. Sam folded his arms and looked down at the angel in front of, a little curious on the situation. He really didn't understand the step-by-step process, but he didn't need to know that. He still needed to do his plan. "Can it hurt anyone?" he asked. The angel tilted his head. "He can smite like I mean," he said, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Hypothetically, if someone was to enter his body, it wouldn't kill him, or that someone?" Castiel was silent for a long moment, but seemed to be listening to someone other than Sam. "In hypothetical terms, it would not." Sam nodded and thought for a moment longer before turning on his heels and walking towards the exit of the basement, to where the stairs had been located. "Sam, what are you planning?" Sam didn't respond as he opened the basement door, and before he closed it behind him, all he heard was, "Sam." The hunter ignored the angel's calls and continued on his mission. He was practically given the all-clear to move forward and wake up his brother, and that's what he was going to do. Sam rummaged his pockets and grabbed his phone, and sent a quick text to Ruby that she should be safe while possessing his brother. The response he received stated that she would be there soon and just wait for her. He smiled and went into Dean's hospital room and looked at his comatose brother. He was doing the right thing. Well, more if he was doing the wrong thing for the right reason. Sam walked in, but the moment he did, he has to duck. "What in the?" he yelled as he looked back and noticed it was a vase that had been thrown at his head. Sam looked around for another moment before flinching as a glass was knocked to the floor. The hunter looked up cautiously and looked around the room. He waited another moment before speaking again. "Dean, this isn't what you think it is." He was going to explain, but a picture frame in the room fell to the floor. "Okay. Looks like talking isn't going to work." He took a deep breath and kept his hands in front of him to dodge attacks. "It's just to wake you up, then she'll leave." Right as he said that, Ruby appeared in the doorway. "Who are you talking to?" she asked, before dodging out of the way the moment she saw a metal tray being flung her way. "Dean, stop!" he yelled, looking around and grabbing a scalpel that had fallen to the floor when the tray was thrown. "This is for the best. Besides, you won't even remember it when you wake up," Sam says before walking over to Dean's body only as more things began to be thrown. Ruby ducked behind Sam, trying to protect herself from all the objects being thrown. However, Sam was busy. He quickly moved Dean's shirt out of the way and started carving out the anti-possession symbol. The heart monitor skyrocketed, and so did the respiration rate. This only seemed to make Dean's soul more angry. The demon yelled as she was forced against the wall, falling to the floor. She looked up and flipped her hair back with a huff. "Dean, I'm going in, like it or not. Don't leave me in a bad mood," she yelled. Sam hissed loudly as the scalpel was ripped from his hand, the blade sliced across his palm. It didn't matter. The anti-possession symbol was ruined and shouldn't be effective. He looked over to Ruby and nearly dodged a full-on desk that was left in the room. "Ruby, do it now." She nodded and left her body. The black gas-like soul sprung from her mouth and infected Dean's body. Dean arched up from the bed, his hands gripping onto the bed rails and eyes wide as they smoke filled his every pore. His heart monitor was going crazy, so much so that it had alerted the medical staff. By the time they walked in, the smoke was gone, and all they saw was a ruined room and Dean's body still laying on the bed, and Sam with a scalpel in his hand. The brother hid the instrument behind his back. "Sorry, I saw a spider." For some reason, the medical staff actually bought that and left Sam alone with Dean's body. Also, the way that they came in. They didn't see Ruby's old host laying on the floor next to the bed. Sam waited a moment before looking over at his brother, nervous and waiting to see if anything would happen. It took a moment later before Dean woke up and wrestled with the tube in his mouth. Sam let out a happy sigh of relief, but ran out of the room asking for a doctor. The doctor and nurse came back and removed the tubing from Dean's throat, and did the basic checkup before leaving, and probably going to talk about treatment plan or something else about Dean's recovery or whatnot. Honestly, Sam didn't care. He was standing by the wall when the medical staff did their thing, and came over the moment they left. "Hey Dean," he said softly. Dean looked over at Sam and smirked. "Nope." Sam's eyes widened slightly. "Ruby, you said you would only wake him up," he said, folded his arms with a glare. Ruby now posed as Dean giggled. "I know, but I was thinking that maybe it would feel more natural for him to wake up without the tubing in his throat. Unlike last time from what he can recall." She looked down in herself and clenched her fists and looked down at her body. "Damn, never thought I would possess a guy. This is so weird." The hunter frowned and folded his arms. "Okay, you woke him up. Now his body can heal. Get out of him." The demon TSKS and waved her hand. I will. But God, he feels so powerful right now." She takes in a deep breath and releases it slowly. "Hell, he feels like shit." But God, I can just imagine what I could do in this body. Ruby, Sam said loudly. She looked back over and sighed softly. Look, I was going to just missed in and missed out, but Sam Dean is actually really damaged internally. I can feel the grace that you were talking about, but it isn't enough to heal all of this, Ruby said simply. Sam rose a brow and walked over, sitting on the bed's edge next to his brother. What are you saying? I'm saying that maybe I should stay longer so his body can heal. No, absolutely not. Sam, I'll just be a part of him in the background. He won't even know I'm here. I'll give him full reins of control until he's healed. Then I'll ghost out. Sam looked a bit skeptical, his arms folded as he looked at his brother, then down at Ruby's body. What are we going to do with her? Just store her in the trunk of the Impala or something. The meat suit doesn't have anyone in it, but it's still alive. I can just mist in and out when Dean is asleep to keep her body alive, Ruby said with a small shrug. The hunter looked down at the ground and thought, what if Kaz detects you? Dean says they talk pretty regularly. Ruby shrugged. Your brother and him totally have a thing going on. I can see it in Dean's mind, the thoughts he's had, and the interactions with one another. If Castiel starts thinking anything, I'll take over quickly and make them kiss or something, and that'll shut him up. Sam looked back at the other, confused. Ruby, Dean straight. Not according to his memories. She smirked. Anyways, I'll stay here until he's fully healed. Deal? He let out a soft breath. This was the best of nothing, right? He needed Dean to get better, and he trusted Ruby. If anything were to happen, he knew she would do the right thing. Okay, fine. Only to when he gets better. Ruby smirked. Of course. When one deceives. Chapter text. Ugh, my head, Dean mumbled. It was a long while until Dean actually woke up by himself. It was probably a week that Ruby was possessing him, letting the grace inside of him work, but he didn't know that. He didn't know that a demon was still currently possessing him and allowing him to take control of his own limbs. He was still in the hospital. Bright lights and beeping machines filled his senses again. Carefully he sat up from his laying position and rubbed his eyes. The light wasn't bothering him. That much his head felt like his brain was being pushed right up against his skull. It was a rather unpleasant feeling, and he couldn't imagine anything else. This constant pressure was overwhelming. Eventually Dean was able to focus and actually notice that he was in an hospital. He also realized rather quickly that his body wasn't aching or sore. A quick check of his arms and legs and face told him that he was completely healed. It's this healing thing, he thought to himself. He didn't remember the conversation that he had with Castiel and his brother. Dean could only remember bits of pieces of his time as a spirit, but nothing was concrete. He didn't have much time to dwell on it though, before he heard a worried voice. Dean? The older brother looked over and saw Sam on a chair, his body on the edge of his seat, as if he had been anxiously watching for some time now. It wouldn't have surprised Dean if he had. Dean ran a hand through his hair. What happened? Also, I thought I told you that I disliked hospitals after what happened with John. Sam gave out a small chuckle, and his shoulders relaxed as he fell back against the backrest of the seat. Dean watched as his brother let out a small sigh of relief. No one likes hospitals. He smirked, which only made Dean roll his eyes. Don't worry, you're healed so we can just leave after you get dressed. That didn't explain what happened. Dean rose a brow. Sam nodded and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, what do you remember? He furrowed his brows. What did you do? He asks. The taller brother looked up. His mouth hung agape as he looked shocked. What do you mean by that? Every time one of us gets hurt and we ask, what do you remember? The one asking always either did something incredibly stupid or something that would break out trust. Again. So which was it? Dean says, folding his arms. Sam let out a sigh and a nervous chuckle. I didn't do anything. I just want to know what you remember so I can fill in any of the missing gaps. Dean was not convinced because he knew his brother too well, almost as well as he knew himself, so he knew something was up. But he didn't have any proof of this. So he swallowed his pride and let it go. He thinks back, laying against the hospital bed as he tried to think. The angels appeared out of nowhere, told me to torture Alistair, so I did. Somehow that damn demon was able to escape the devil's trap. He tossed me around a bit, and I think I passed out. Saw you for a second, then I was here. He decided to leave out most of the details. He still hadn't told Sam about what happened in hell. Sammy didn't need to know how he tortured someone yet. He felt like he needed to. After what Alistair told him about how he and John broke the first seal, he knew it was important information, but not completely sure on how. Dean looked over at his brother, who was now standing while leaning his back against the window. Dude, you're going to make the hot nurses re-clean that. Show some respect. Sam chuckled, took a step to the right, and rested his back against the wall now. I thought you would have wanted to see the hot nurses clean. The younger brother teased. You're an idiot. Anyways, what happened after? How did you even find me? The brother rubbed the back of his neck before walking over to the side of the bed and sat down at the foot of it. Dean rose a brow and sat up to meet his brother's height. Well, as best as he could. Sam took a deep breath and looked to his brother. Not beating around the bush. Ruby gave me a spell. I was able to track you down with Bobby. I found you in this warehouse's basement. Castiel was pinned against the wall and you were on the ground. I killed Alistair and I brought you here. Alright, that wasn't nearly as bad as Dean's thoughts. At least everyone's alive, and that was the best that he could have hoped for. However, he paused for a moment before responding, picking up on something as he thought about the other's words. Wait, Bobby was there. I didn't see him. And where's Bobby now? You'd think after what John did at the hospital last time he would be here. Sam rubbed the back of his neck yet again. A new tic that Dean started to notice. He didn't know if this was his nonverbal communication that he was about to lie or he was just nervous. He hoped it wasn't anything sinister. I had Ruby keep Bobby in the car. He rose a brow. Why? Because Sam started. He hasn't faced a demon like Alistair before. He's very powerful according to Ruby, and I wanted to make sure he was safe. Dean scoffs and shook his head. Yes, he has. Remember Azazel? Remember when he literally helped us close the gates of hell where John appeared, and I killed the demon? Bobby was there and handled everything fine. Sam gave a small, confused look. He looked away from Dean for a second before speaking. Why do you keep saying that? Saying what? He asked. The younger brother looked to the oldest. He had a soft look about him, as if he was worried to ask whatever the next question was going to be. You keep saying John, instead of Dad. Dean's eyes widened slightly as he looked away from his brother. He hadn't even noticed he had been saying that. Fuck, how many times had he been saying that? God damn it, this is not okay. He ran a hand through his hair and thought. How long has he just been saying John? His thoughts stopped once he heard his brother speak again, and Gotti wish he hadn't spoken. Dean, does it have to do with what Uriel said? Sam asked. He took in a shaky breath, still looking away from his brother. So you were listening to that part? He asked. Sam nodded, looking back at his brother. Dean could feel the worry and empathy leaking off of his brother through the stare, but he knew that there was some intrigue there as well. Yes, I did. And you're curious? Dean, I'm damn curious. But, you're not talking about hell. Dean looked down at the floor, scared to speak. You've become very blunt lately, he mumbled. Sam let out a sigh mixed with a scoff and nodded. I've noticed, but you've been feeling more emotional and willing to share all of your thoughts. But not hell. I deserve to know after what the angels have said and done. Look, I know it's difficult to talk about, and nothing that I've been through can even compare. But I need to know. The older brother looked up, his gaze away from his brother as he simply stared out the window. He watched cars pass down the roads and children playing on the playground across the street. The buildings that surrounded them felt claustrophobic. Sammy was right, he deserved to know. The only one who knew what happened to him was Kaz, but Kaz never lets him talk about it openly. Mainly, Dean doesn't want to talk about it, but whenever he tries, Kaz tells him it's better to not speak about it. He thought maybe it was because what happened, what he did, was too painful to speak about. Maybe the world would be a better place if he was never brought back to life and pulled from the pit. Perhaps Castiel wanted to protect him from the truths. Dean didn't know and Gotti didn't want to tell anyone. But he knew Sam wouldn't let it go. This was a control area, and no matter what he said, he felt like he could handle it. Too bad there wasn't any beer for him to guzzle down. It wasn't 8 months. He finally spoke. Sam looked over to his brother. What? It was 8 months up here, but time I don't know. He takes a deep breath. Time's different down there. Sam, it was more like 80 years. Almost triple my time on Earth. My God, Sam mumbled. Dean took another deep breath. He felt his stomach tightening just at the memories. He wanted to throw up. He felt extremely nauseous. His head was still pounding from earlier, but he had to press on. They sliced and carved and tore at me in ways that you until there was nothing left. And then, suddenly I would be whole again like magic just so they could start and all over. He looked down, his hands grabbing at the hospital mattress. And Alistair at the end of every day everyone he would come over. And he would make me an offer. Even though he wasn't looking, he knew Sam was watching him, his every move, his voice. But Dean knew that the moment he would look over to his brother he would break. To take me off the rack if I put souls on, if I started the torturing. And every day, I told him to stick it where the sun shines. For 40 years, I told him. That's only half of the time, Dean, Sam said softly when Dean gave a lengthy pause. Tears welled in his eyes. so much so that his vision became blurry. His chest was tight, and he wasn't allowing himself to breathe. It felt like any wrong movement that wasn't controlled manually would push him over the edge. I know, he stuttered. Dean's shoulders grew tense as he felt a hand wavering over his shoulder, and he knew it was Sam debating on if he should physically console his brother. He didn't want to be touched, but he wasn't going to tell the other not to. Not when he felt a couple loose tears running down his cheeks. But one day I saw him. God, Sammy, I never thought seeing someone would tear me apart inside. It was Dad. He looked down, now feeling Sam's hand on his shoulder, which made this so much worse. The tears he was holding back started to flood down his cheeks, making his voice and throat hoarse, and now physically painful to continue on. But he did. I knew it was him. All the demons had used my memories against me. They would try putting on looks to be like you and Mom and Dad, but I knew that this was the real him, and his eyes, God, they became black like everyone else. Dean looked up at Sammy, whose eyes were wide, but yet still comforting at the same time. Dean did not like the look one bit, because the look was filled with sympathy, empathy, like he was some sick puppy that was being beaten. Dean was always the strong older brother who would protect Sam from anything, but him breaking down in front of his Sammy was painful. Alistair told him to have fun. Do whatever the fuck he wanted with me. Dean looked away, back out the window. His tears of pain slowly morphed into anger. Dad said and did awful things to me. I could handle the demons, but seeing someone that I knew, someone that I loved and looked up to, tearing away my flesh and calling me vulgar names, it broke me. He took another deep breath, his hands shaking with fear and anguish. One day I got off of the damn rack. He ran a hand through his hair, letting out a soft sigh. I made Dad get on and I started to rip him apart. He stuttered. Alistair told me some tips and tricks to use. Dean looked at his hands, taking them from the mattress and looking at his palms. He could see the blood and knife in his hands from that time. Yet, he knew he wasn't there. The fear and anxiety from that place festered in his very soul. Somehow Dad got off and I fought every day after to kill him, to survive, to get him back on that fucking rack. Fuck him. The tears began to flood again. No matter how hard Dean tried to choke the tears back, no matter how hard he kept pausing to collect his voice, they just kept coming. What kind of man does that to their own son? What son does that to their old man? He asked softly, not looking for an answer. He's not my dad, not anymore. He swallows. The things I did, the things I do. Dean, you did everything you could. Sam suddenly spoke, his hand gripping Dean's shoulder tightly yet still comforting. You held out longer than most. There was a long pause, Dean doing nothing but trying to force back his tears, trying to fix his voice and his body to stop being so emotional. He never would have done this before now. How I feel this inside me. I wish I couldn't feel anything, Sammy. I wish I couldn't feel a damn thing, he said softly. He took a deep breath and rubbed a hand down his face, getting all the tears to wipe away. Slowly Dean managed to get his breathing under control, as well as his leaking eyes. The brothers sat alone in silence for a long while, neither speaking and just consoling one another by keeping each other company. Sam was the first to break the silence, although he seemed like he didn't want to, but it based on his tone of voice. Dean, we should get you dressed and hit the road before the doctor comes to check on you, he said softly. Dean looked back over at his brother and nodded. Okay. While we're here though, you should get your neck checked. You keep rubbing it, he said before carefully getting off of the bed and ripping out the IV that was placed in his arm. He also took out the weird tube thing that was in his nose, because it was itching and he didn't need it. A quick glance around gave away to the fact that his clothes were in a folded pile on a counter, so Dean grabbed them and headed into the bathroom to change. While he did that, he could heard Sam leaving the room for some reason, but he didn't know what the reason was. Dean eventually came out of the bathroom, dressed in clothes that seemed to be way bigger all of a sudden. His normal flannel shirt hung loose, and his green jacket wasn't as snug. He had his necklace on, of course, which felt the same. He really needed to figure out what was wrong with him now, because he knew this would eventually kill him. But they had hit a dead end. Maybe there was a book out there that Bobby didn't have that would explain all of this. Dean went over to his bed and slipped his shoes on. While he did so, he noticed a familiar flask. He reached over and palmed it, examining it again like he had earlier. The engravings that were present felt odd under his fingertips. He held it at eye level and read what the outside of it said. The unholier vial of demon blood, he said softly. Hairs stand up on the back of his neck, and he whips around, grabbing scissors that were on the counter. He only lowered them as he saw it was just Sam, who came back from probably getting coffee or something. Sam flinched and held his hands out. Hey, it's just me, just me. Dean watched as Sam looked to the brother's hands. Dude, can you stop stealing my flasks? Sam said in an annoyed yet joking tone. You said Ruby gave this to you, right? Dean said, putting the scissors back down. Sam nodded and walked over, his arms folded. Yeah, sweet of her. Dean frowned as he looked back at the engraving, not liking this thing one bit. Then he remembered what Castiel had said the first time he had met his brother, the boy with the demon blood. He immediately threw it down on the ground and stomped on it as hard as he could. Dean! Sam yelled and shoved him away. They both looked down on the floor where the flask was now broken into many pieces with a black-like liquid seeping out from it. They then both looked back up at each other, both pissed for different reasons. What the hell, man? Dean yelled. What the hell, man, to me? You're the one who just broke a flask with one stomp. This thing was made of metal. How the fuck did you do that? Sam said, kneeling down and grabbing the random pieces. Now Ruby is going to be pissed. Dean huffs and folded his arms. Is that demon blood? He asks point blank. Sam stood up at the comment, the pieces in his hands digging into his skin. What? Dean, it's just alcohol. Why would you even ask that? Because the side of it literally says demon fucking blood, and that liquid is way too solid to be alcohol. He huffed. Sam just shook his head in annoyance, and showed the pieces of the flask. You're telling me you can read these engravings? He challenges. Dean rolled his eyes and searches his jacket pockets, and grabbed the keys for baby, and just ignored his brother for the time being. And you can't? It's English, college boy. I'd think you'd be better at reading than I am. The younger brother tilted his head. No, it isn't. I have no clue what language this is. It's all symbols with some letters. He rose a brow. No, it isn't. I don't know how hard you think I must have hit my head, maybe hard enough that you'd think I'd forget how to read, but that is English. He huffed. You know what? I'm calling cause. Dean pushed past his brother, and started to head down the hospital hallway, gripping the key tighter, as he felt himself rising in anger. Quick footsteps followed behind him that sort of echoed, but they stopped behind him and kept pace. What do you mean by that? How can you call him? He asked, his voice sounded slightly panicked. I dunno, pray, summon, something like that. He huffed. Sam grabbed Dean's arm. You can't summon him, he yelled. And why not? Dean yelled back. Because, Sam started, taking a moment to think of something to say. We don't know what's wrong with you, and he's not going to be any help. You suddenly being able to read languages that I don't even know is the least of our worries. That's what you think this is about? Dean says, tearing his arm away from his brother. You have been drinking demon blood for who knows how long now. Back when Castiel first met you, he mentioned demon blood. I didn't ask too many questions, but now I know you've been drinking it like it's whiskey. Dean shook his head and marched right out of that hospital, Sam not far behind him as they argued the whole way. Not the cleanest getaway that they were used to. Lots of people saw them arguing, and anyone who actually listened in might have thought they were insane or on drugs. Which honestly, they could be both right now, and neither would know it. It took a hot minute, but Dean was able to locate where baby was, and he unlocked the trunk, giving a quick glance around, as he armed himself with a gun, another gun, and a few knives. Get in the damn car. I can't even look at you right now. Sam rolled his eyes. Fine, he says, holding his hand out. If you're looking for a high five, you ain't fucking getting one. Dean glared as he closed the back of the trunk. I need the keys to drive. Dean glared. I'm driving, so get in the damn car. Dean, you just got back from the hospital. Only seconds actually, you're not ready to drive yet. Sam said in full honesty. Samuel, Dean yelled, hitting his fist down against the trunk of his car. Both actions startled Sam, who took a step backwards. Since I've been back, you keep saying I'm frail or fragile. You make me rest when I say that I'm fine. So help me God, I have only driven this damn car once in the few months that I've been back. So let me drive, baby, he screamed, hitting the trunk yet again. There was a crashing noise, which made both of them cringe. Dean looked behind him to see what the noise was, but he didn't see anything, and looked back to Sam, who was staring down at Dean's hand. Dean followed the gaze and looked at the trunk, and his eyes widened slightly as he carefully removed his hand from the car. A large dent now present on the lid of the truck. He gulped slightly, and the brothers looked back at each other. We need to find out what's wrong with me and fast, Dean said softly as he walked away from the trunk and got into the car. He waited a few seconds before Sammy got in. Once the door was closed, he drove off, not sure where they were going or how long it would take. All he knew for now is that Sam was drinking demon blood, which Ruby gave him. If he didn't have a reason to kill Ruby before, he sure as hell had a big fucking one now. No, that's weird, Sam stated. Well, you might as well do it now before Dean wakes up, Dean stated. After the whole hospital thing and the drive in the Impala, Dean was quiet for most of the time, and told his brother what Alistair had told him about the seal. How when their father decided to torture Dean in hell that broke the seal. They were both to blame for Lilith starting to breath the seals, and it was hazardous. There wasn't much else to explain, besides they started the beginning of the end of the world. So that was so much fun to know. It has been 2 weeks since then, and Dean had been watching Sam like a hawk, to make sure he didn't drink anything that he didn't approve of. He didn't know how many stashes he might have of demon blood, so he wasn't taking any chances. Dean felt bad though. His first thought was to drive him up to Bobby's, and have him detox in the panic room bunker, but Bobby was out with Rufus, and he didn't want to set off any alarms that the paranoid bastard might have. So he decided that Sam would just have to detox on his own, in front of Dean, which was painful. He would have hallucinations and screaming at different hours. At first it was fine, but now it was painful. In particular where Sam was sweating bullets. He wanted to help Sam walk through it. So they had driven to find a new case, where an old man was killed in his own home, by being torn apart like some wild animal had broken in, even though the doors were all locked. Dean thought that maybe getting his mind off of it would help. So while investigating, they suspected a ghost, but hadn't visited the haunted site quite yet. They got to the motel, and Dean was exhausted. A lot more recently. He's been able to keep up on it, but it was still draining. He hadn't found out what was wrong with him. Sam has kept that secret for the past 2 weeks, and Dean has just been struggling, trying to deal with the shit inside of him, and helping his little brother. So currently, he flopped down on the bed and went to sleep, telling Sam that he would wake up in like 4 hours, and then they could talk. However, there were other plans. I'm not drinking my brother's blood, Sam said, sitting down on his bed, his arms crossed. Ruby, now being in control of Dean the moment he fell asleep. It was something that Sam had gotten used to, Ruby jumping in at random moments. It gave him whiplash sometimes at just how quick it was. Most of the time it's when Dean was asleep, so he was a little more prepared for it. However, the thing was, she wasn't able to give Sam any more blood. Her former vessel was under the secret compartment of the weapons, so Dean had yet to notice the body. That body was still alive, of course, but it was no longer possessed. So it no longer had any demon blood to give. Well, what other choice do you have? Lilith is close to breaking all the seals, and you need to be on your top game. Trust me, Dean isn't going to let you drink anything that he can't see. So he can't see this. So you have to drink before this kills you, Ruby says, crossing her arms with a huff. Her posture was so strange to see on Dean. Her flippant nature and head tosses, the struts. No one recognizes the differences in one's mannerisms, but this was very noticeable. Sam sighs and shakes his head. He's going to notice that I'm not hallucinating or shaking like I am right now, he stated while rubbing the back of his neck. Ruby sighed gruffly, rolling her eyes as she walked up to Sam with her arms folded. You've been detoxing for 2 weeks. It's bound to end sooner or later. If you drink now, he'll stop thinking about it. A pint should suffice for a few days. Long enough to get Dean off of your back about everything you put in your mouth. After that, just take some while he's sleeping and put it into a bottle of wine. Close enough in color for him to not notice, Ruby suggested. Sam looked at her. She had a good point, and right now he would honestly do anything to drink some demon blood, to feel stronger and make his addiction worse. It made him feel powerful, and that he could protect Dean. It's still weird. Drinking blood from you is a bit erotic, but you're inside of my brother right now. Do you not see anything wrong with that? The demon ponders for a moment and shrugs. Yeah, I can see it that way. But you need to be at your best. And right now, it's like watching a sick kitten looking for milk. It's depressing. The human looked at the other and took a deep breath. He really wanted and really didn't want to do this. He didn't have a choice. Even with Ruby helping him heal on the inside, Dean just got worse by the day. He refuses to admit it, but Sam sees it. Fine, but how much longer are you going to stay inside of him? Ruby tilted her head to the side, biting her bottom lip before speaking. Once he's healed up, his grace is certainly helping him out. So is my demonic abilities. But we are fighting for dominance. His grace is weakening me each day, and I'm weakening his grace. Once one of us comes on top is when I'll leave. Once he's fully healed. Sam sighed. That was too vague for his liking. He nodded in understanding and stood up. Well, hurry up. I don't need you and him any longer than needed. Oh, are you Jealous? Ruby winked as she walked over to Sam and sat down in front of him on the bed he was on just seconds ago. Or are you scared I'll do something to him? Sam growled and grabbed the demon harshly by the hair, yanking her head back, which caused her to let out a quick breath and a smirk. Ruby, shut the fuck up. You're doing this to help Dean. Get that through your skull. The demon nodded. Okay, Sam, she states while grabbing the knife that Dean has stored away in his jacket earlier. Ruby grabbed the sliver blade and slit her wrist with ease, not even wincing at the action. Sam didn't waste a second. The moment he saw the blood on his brother's wrist, he could help himself. He let go of the demon's hair and gripped their wrist, easily sucking away at the thick liquid. Ruby watched in silence and hummed slightly as she watched the human guzzle away. She didn't think he would take as much as he did, but when one is addicted to something, it seems that they need to consume quite a bit to satisfy their hunger. Eventually Sam had his fill and did what Ruby had suggested earlier by putting demon blood into an alcohol bottle. Of course it will dilute, but the important thing is that he was getting in the blood in the first place. So Sam grabbed a bowl and made Ruby clench her fist to get more liquid out, and as quickly as possible. They were able to fill a whole bottle, and the younger brother hid it away so Dean wouldn't find it. So he hid it in the Impala next to where Ruby's former body was hidden. When Sam came back, he froze at the scene in front of him. The keys to their vehicle dropped to the floor. Inside, Dean's body was standing in the middle of the room and looking forward at where Sam had just come in. His eyes were glowing blue like they had been the day they visited Pamela. However, there was a difference. There was a bright light. A light that didn't have a source. It flashed. Sam covered his head as he ducked behind the bed, glass shattering everywhere from the windows and mirrors. Doors flung open. The lights began to burst in the motel, and the street light blew up. There was screams from the motel as people were thrown into sudden darkness. The room shook. Sam grabbed the wall and pulled himself back up, trying to regain his balance. Ruby, what's going on? He yelled. Dean's body turned to look Sam, his head tilting slightly, but it was certainly Ruby in control at this moment. Based on how she spoke. It's his grace. I told you we were fighting for control. She yelled. Somehow it just became really strong. Are you two battling? He yelled back. The grace that he has is trying to expel me. It knows a demon is present in the body, even though Dean doesn't. She says before screaming as she fell to the floor, coughing up blood. Sam's eyes widen as he rushed over, grabbing her shoulder. Let Dean take control. You being in the front is going to kill you both. Ruby glared, her fists tightening. Dean's eyes changed from the glowing blue over to black, which made Sam's eyes widen. He never thought he would ever see his brother with black eyes. What makes you think the grace will stop when he's in control? You haven't even told him what this is. The taller one got angry and punched Ruby in the face. Hard. Let him take control. He yelled forcefully. The demon tumbled over, put a hand on her bottom lip, and slightly glared at Sam, but nodded. Fine, but if this continues, I might die. He needs to get it under control. Dean's eyes flipped back over to the glowing blue. His facial features changed slightly. The smallest mannerisms to give it away. His eyes go white as he put a hand against his head. Fuck, fuck. He falls back down to the ground and screamed loudly, Sam. Sam ran right over and knelt beside him. Dean, what's going on? My head is being torn apart. God damn it. Dean yelled, grunting loudly as his body shook, holding back his screams of agony. Maybe Sam should have let Ruby stay in control. That way Dean wouldn't even be in pain right now. Ruby didn't seem to be in pain while she was in control. He didn't know what to do. How would he even know what to do? He looked around quickly and noticed the room wasn't shaking anymore. The noise stopped, and Dean's eyes were back to normal. He was just in extreme pain. Dean's body convulsed slightly, his body tense as he clawed at his scalp, his nails becoming bloody. Son of a bitch, he spat out, throwing his head back against the carpet. The pain was unbearable, like someone was tearing him apart from the inside out. Dean wanted to cry. It was agonizing. He's felt this pressure in his head since the hospital, but nothing like this. His eyes were wide open, but he wasn't seeing anything. This blinding pain took over most of his senses. However, Dean in a second felt at peace. The pain subsided for a second as was finally able to see. The ceiling looked crumbly, like every piece was about to fall onto him. Then, he heard a voice. It wasn't Sam's or his own. It was Castiel's. You're ready, the voice stated. Dean was about to speak, but his body had other ideas. He closed his eyes. He exhaled. He sleeps. When I hurt. Notes. So 2.5 years later I finally updated this. Lol. My writing style has changed so much since I started this, and I tried to write it the same. But who knows? Just try and enjoy. Thankfully I found my original blueprint for this fic. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. What is that noise? Oh God, it's going to pull his head apart. It was echoing, building, as if someone was banging a steel drum directly into his ears. This giant crescendo just kept building and building. It was nearly impossible to focus on anything at all. It all started the moment that Dean had opened his eyes. At first, there was a sudden bright light that he tried to shield his eyes from. But then this noise took over, and it was the only thing he could focus on. What the fuck is that? Dean yelled. No, he screamed as he tried to peel his eyes open enough to get his bearings. Through the tiniest cracks of his eyelids letting in light, he could barely make out his surroundings through the lights that attacked every corner of his emerald green eyes. It was as if strobe lights were continuously going off. He was still in a motel. That's good at least. However, it was still in decay and rubble. Dean tried his best to rationalize why he was in a place in such ruin, only for his eye to be caught on something else entirely. A clock. A simple run-of-the-mill clock that was on one of the painted walls. With each tick of one of the hands, the loud drum would beat once more. That's the damn thing causing all of this. Pure impulse took over as Dean ran over to that devil machine, ripped it from off the nails, keeping it in place, then slamming it as hard as he could against the ground. The glass and plastic exploding in all directions. Fuck, that felt so much better. Dean let out a shaky breath, a hand pressed firmly against his chest to calm down his breathing, only to jump and slam his fist into the closest thing next to him as something touched his shoulder. Thankfully, the assailant was able to take dodge and prevent their head from caving in. He reassessed immediately as a voice called out to him. Oh shit, it was Sam. Dean, calm down. It's me, Sam begged, having his left arm out in a defensive position to protect himself from his brother, the other holding an iron knife in case things got out of hand. Sam, Dean asked, only for him to hiss harshly as he dug his face into his hands. The lights were still hurting him, affecting him just as they had when he had opened his eyes. Fucking hell, turn the light off. Turn the damn light off. Okay, just hold on 1 second. Sam then ran off towards the front of the motel, all while Dean slowly slid down the wall all the way to the ground, covering his eyes and flinching almost every second. There was another noise in the room, he couldn't tell what, but thankfully it was more subdued than the other one. Yet, it still barked at him, causing pain to radiate from his skull down to the lowest parts of his spine. What was wrong with him? He felt like he couldn't breathe, hear, speak, not even see. What was wrong with him? God damn it, he can't take any more than this. It's been what? 30 seconds and he already wanted to rip off his own damn eyes and ears? The lights went off. He could finally open his own. He could breathe even with that noise itching at the back of his head. There was a change in pressure, weight, beside him. Dean didn't have to look to know that it was Sam beside him. Yet, he did anyways, opening up his eyes the smallest bit to look over at his brother. Sam looked just as bad as Dean felt. There were heavy black bags underneath his hazel eyes, as if he hadn't slept in days. His long brown hair had been thrown up into a bun with a beanie covering it to keep his hair out of his face. He also looked extremely pale in the purple t-shirt he wore with a white and brown flannel covering his arms. However, the biggest thing was the eyes of concern as he kept examining and re-examining how Dean was. Yet, the mistake he made was when he decided to touch Dean's shoulder. It felt as if a boiling pot of hot water had been thrown onto him, and 1,000 needles pierced his skin at the exact same time. The moment he made contact, Dean jumped into action and shoved Sam off of him, hard enough that Sam fell back a few feet. Don't touch me. However, as he collected himself as the pain subsided, he let out a shaky breath, hands shaking as he looked to his brother. Sam looked anxious and worried, almost scared. Yet, that couldn't be right. Sam didn't get scared of anything, especially not from him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, I don't know what's wrong with me, he said meekly, turning his gaze away. It's all right, man. I didn't think anything of it. But are you hurt? Did the glass from the light fixture dig into your arm? Sam asked, sitting back beside Dean again. However, this time, he was at least a foot away. Light fixture? The hell are you talking about, man? Sam simply pointed up towards the ceiling. Dean followed and noticed exactly what he was talking about. The two light fixtures in the room that were made from metal and glass had somehow been torn apart. Once he noticed that, he then noticed the state of disrepair the motel was in. The glass windows, shattered, chunks of the ceiling, missing and now littering the floor. Furniture strung about. Well, that is an astounding yes. Most decorations had fallen to the floor. How that clock managed to stay hanging up, he had no idea. The lights being on must have been due to the bulbs and the fixtures not exploding. What happened? Dean asked, putting a hand to his forehead. Only bits and pieces of the day were coming back to him. All he could remember was passing out in an agonizing amount of pain. To be honest, he was still in excruciating distress. Only difference this time is that it felt more annoying. Just sitting here, with noises in the distances and the only light coming from the sun outside of the broken room, he felt on constant pins and needles. As if he touched anything or moved just the slightest hair, would cause that agony to shoot through him once more. He couldn't move, he wouldn't dare move, not unless the place was on fire. Even then, he couldn't help but fantasize about the sweet relief of death from this endless torment he has been in for the past few months. Sam bit his bottom lip, scratching the back of his neck. He couldn't tell the truth. God, he just couldn't. He's tried everything to keep Ruby a secret from Dean, trying to have her heal him from the inside. Yet, she should be done by now. This Grace inside of him is trying to kill her. But what was last night? Is the Grace in full control? Is Ruby even still alive inside of Dean? There wasn't a way to ask without quing Dean in on what's going on. He's been damn lucky that Castiel has been locked away for so long that he hasn't told Dean about the demon riding shotgun. I'm not sure, Sam lied, shrugging. After the hospital I brought you here to rest. Then you were in pain, screaming really, and then you passed out. I didn't want to move you until you woke up. To be honest, I'm quite surprised the cops haven't come to check this place out. There was a huge power surge, and it took hours for the city to get the power back on. How long was I out for? A few hours. You looked uncomfortable as hell. I sure fucking feel that way. Dean mumbled as he looked at the disgusting room again. God, he didn't want to stay here another minute. With the threat of cops coming, let alone who knows what has been hiding in that ceiling that is now living on the floor, he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. We need to go. Dean then grabbed at the wall and slowly began to stand up, but Sam was much faster, jumping to his feet with arms extended to try and slow Dean down, or catch him if he fell. Whoa, whoa, hold on a second. No, Sam, Dean yelled. I'm not waiting around here waiting for the cops of demons or something to show up. I'm not going to be pulling a fucking O.J. Simpson. Just slow down, alright? We can get out of here, but you need to pace yourself. We still don't know why you're in so much pain. Yes, we do. Dean finally got all the way up, his eyes still squinting impossibly shut, and barely peeking out through the cracks of his eyes. It's this Grace. It's killing me, Sam. Kaz said it won't be long, that I wouldn't have to suffer, but he's wrong. He's so fucking wrong and I can't control any of this. But goddammit, I won't stay here waiting for a demon to show up and extract whatever information he wants from me while I have my pants down. Sam flipped his head around, looking everywhere around the room in a split second, trying to figure out what to do. Yes, they needed to leave. Of course, he knew that they needed to leave, but not with Dean in this condition. Sure, he doesn't look as pale as he had been the day before, nor does he look as uncomfortable as he had been. Yet, he still wasn't good. After maybe 2 seconds of searching, he managed to find a water bottle sticking out of one of the duffel bags. He ran, grabbed the bottle, handed it to Dean. Here, just drink some water. You need something before we can go. All right, fine. Dean snatched the bottle out of Sam's hands and took a gulp, only to immediately spit it all over the carpet. What the hell was that? He gagged, wiping his mouth on the back of his long sleeves. It tasted awful, like 20 shots of vodka poured into one sip. So overpowering. He could still feel it burning in his throat. Dean's face was contorted that it looked like he was going to throw up, which, honestly, wasn't that far off. Dean kept wiping his tongue against his shirt, trying to alleviate the sensation. However, Sam has his brows screwed together, glancing back between the bottle and his brother. Nothing. It's just water. That is liquid spawned from the very depths of hell. Dean shouted back, nearly shaking as he slowly let out a deep breath. Dean's fine. He's going to fine. At least, he has to be fine. There is no way around it. He had to force himself to get better. However, as he looked up, his eyes opening fully for the first time since he's actually been awake, he practically jumped backwards as he looked in a mirror. At first, he thought it was his paranoia or some sort of hallucination left over from hell. Yet, the more he looks, the more he was certain that it wasn't. Ruby, he shouted, walking over to the mirror that had been cracked beyond belief. When that word left his mouth, Sam's stomach dropped to the floor. How could Dean know about Ruby? That shouldn't be possible. She's been locked away behind Dean's mind. She's been hidden. There shouldn't be a way that he could see her. Yet, Dean could. That was very obvious as Dean walked over to the mirror. Nothing happened right away, his eyes just staring at the mirror for a long moment. Sam couldn't help but wonder what was going on. That was, until suddenly a black mist came shooting out of Dean's mouth and eyes. Sam's eyes widened and ran to Dean's side, grabbing his arm. "Dean, stop, stop!" Yet, it was too late. The Fister Ruby's demonic spirit left Dean's body and flew out of the room, and directly towards where the Impala had been parked. Dean then gripped the sink of the bathroom tightly to hold himself up, knees buckling only for a chunk of the marble to break off, as if it had been thrown against the floor. When he looked up, his eyes were suddenly glowing a soft and brilliant blue color, only to slowly simmer out of him. "Why did you do that?" Sam yelled, running to the opposite side of the motel room, abandoning Dean in his state of agony to peer out at the Impala, watching as the black mist invaded the bells and whistles of their beloved car. "How did you even?" he started to ask, flipping back around to look at Dean, only to stop dead in his tracks. His eyes held a glare that could kill if he wanted to. "You knew?" he asked. Sam scoffed, shaking his head slightly. Knew what? I mean Dean. "You knew that she was inside of me," Dean shouted. All of the agony that he was feeling morphed into a wrath that he hadn't experienced in years. A wrath that he hadn't felt since killing a pair of nuns on his birthday. "You knew, you fucking knew," he shouted. The walls began to shake, and bits of rubble began to shake from the walls and roof tiles. Yet, Dean didn't seem to notice. Sam glanced at the pieces falling, but still managed to keep an eye on his older brother. "She was only trying to help. You let a demon possess me. Help me with what? Is this what happened at the hospital? Why Kaz hasn't been around since then? Just let me try and explain." Sam tried to take a step forward, but with the shaking earth, he barely managed to stay standing. "A demon," Dean shouts once again, somehow finding the strength to stand on his own. "She was healing you. Kaz wasn't doing shit. So I had to figure out my own way to help." Sam begged. "It was the only solution at the time." "She's been feeding you, hasn't she?" Dean asked, taking a step forward, not even having any difficulty. Guess the anger was enough for him to forget about his pain. "Feeding me? Blood. Demon blood. You haven't been shaking or sweating at all. You've been feeding off of my blood." Dean took another step forward. "It wasn't like that. She was healing you. You have got to believe me." That was the absolute worst time for Ruby to show her face. Having crawled out of the hidden compartment underneath the guns and hunting supplies in the back of the Impala's trunk, her body that had been resting in there for quite some time, now looking paler than normal and the eyes more sunk in, but still beautiful. Nonetheless, she held the back of her neck as if popping it back into place, stumbling back inside of the motel. "Ugh, for a human, you sure got an intense exorcism in the back of your mind." Dean's eyes darted to her, and he started to take a few more steps forward, but Sam got in between the two of them. "Sam, move. No, you're just going to kill her. She's been pulling our strings for months. You most of all. I didn't think I would have to mention how corrupt you've become, but maybe I do to remind you that she's a fucking demon. All she knows is chaos and bloodshed. I told you he wouldn't understand." Ruby said softly into Sam's ear. "He was saved by an angel. Anything less is not good enough for him, including you, Sam. Dean, you need to think rationally. We can find a way to get this grace from out of you, and your suffering is over. Having Ruby around, a demon that we can actually trust, is better than some anonymous being. Ruby is a good person and still remembers the time when she was human. That's more than what you can say for Castiel," Sam argues. "Don't talk about him that way." However, before another word could get out, suddenly Dean collapsed to the ground, and the shaking of the world stopped. Sam's eyes widened, and he tried to run over to help his older brother, only for Ruby to reach out and grab him by the wrist. "Don't!" Sam glared at her. "Why not? He's still hurt." "I think he's turned," Ruby nearly whispered, taking a slow step backwards. "Turned? I've never seen it in person. I didn't think it was possible. I know you said that Castiel was telling him he wasn't ready, that he was getting worse. However, I think this is what he meant." "Meant what?" "The power might have been turned off, but suddenly the lights began to burst once more. Electrical circuits began to explode, out of extinct." Sam grabbed Ruby and covered her head while standing in the doorway, being unable to do anything as he just stared at Dean's writhing body. Dean began to contort and scream, a scream that pierced Sam's ears. He could help but try to cover his ears with his beanie, but it did nothing as blood began to pour from the drums of his ears. Sam's eyes barely managed to stay open, but was able to catch a glimpse of a shadow flickering against the backdrop of the motel room. Wings, bold wings ripping out of Dean's back. With Sam's mortal eyes, he could only see the shadow of them, much how it's been described in the books or lore that he had consumed over the past year. What the fuck? Eventually, everything went calm as if nothing had occurred in the first place. However, Dean, he was miserable. As the wings finished growing, Dean looked over his own shoulder and saw a glimpse of a feather. His wings. The new limbs attached to his body. The pain was gone, but everything still felt to be too much for him. He could move them. God, it felt so strange. They felt like 3 duffel bags full of guns and salt weighing on each shoulder. Yet, they were easy to move, still letting out shaky breaths. Sweat burning his eyes as he moved the wings around himself to see them better, and his eyes only got wider. A hunter green mixed with sage and an umber down to the bone. They looked soft, softer than any blanket on a scratchy motel bed. But he dared to not touch them. It felt like an illusion, a hallucination of some kind. What the fuck just happened to him? What the fuck keeps happening to him? Dean was scared. He was so fucking scared, and he didn't know what to do. So many emotions were brewing in him at the same time. Yet, he was paralyzed. The only thing he could do was look up, his eyes wet with tears and staring out at his younger brother, who looked just as terrified and scared as Dean felt. "Sammy," Dean said softly, his voice shaking, but everything began to be too much for him again, as he sort of let out a moan of agony. Barely having the strength to push himself back into a corner, the sink covering his head, and he just hid in the dark. Yet, his wings took up the place behind him, making it even more uncomfortable than he already was. Yet, he couldn't do anything else. This was all he could think of to make himself feel safe. Just like when he was a kid. Whenever Mom and Dad would fight, he would hide himself under the bed until it was all over. Just like when Dad would go hunting and leave him all alone to watch baby Sam. Having a 1-year-old sob in a crib, knowing he had done everything he could to get his baby brother to calm down. Whenever it became too much, he would just hide and pretend he didn't exist. Either that or drink himself into a comatose state. Yet that he couldn't do. Right now, he wasn't strong. He was scared. Right now, he wasn't able to disappear. He was visible and laid bare before everyone in the room. Just like he was in hell. Sam said something, but Dean couldn't hear it. It was blocked out. The noises may have been dimmed, but his body was experiencing something else. A power, a stronger being was approaching. Yet, before he could say anything, both Sam and Ruby had found out exactly what it was. There was a loud whoosh of wind, causing both Sam and Ruby to turn. It was Castiel. He stood there, an emotionless expression on his face, still wearing the trench coat and suit that the 3 had always seen him in. The only difference was the tiniest bit of ash in his hair. "Fire goes out after a time," he stated, as if knowing that Sam was going to ask how he had managed to escape. However, he looked over to Dean and tilted his head slightly. "I supposed I overestimated how difficult this process would be alone. I was planning on being here throughout it all." Yet, Sam made sure that wouldn't be the case. The angel then began to take a step forward. However, Sam tried to block the way. As he tried to take a step, his shoes got caught. He looked down and tried to pull his feet up from the ground, but they wouldn't budge. "What the fuck did you do?" Castiel simply glanced his diamond eyes over to him, but just turned his attention back to Dean and kept moving forward. "My apologies, Dean. I really wanted to be here when this occurred. I never meant for you to suffer alone." Dean glanced over at the angel, and this time, he was comforted just by the sight of him being there. Even though the fear of pain and just fear in itself was nearly killing him, there was an aura around Castiel's body. A soft blue and white glow that he's only seen by tiny glances his way, but never directly staring. Castiel slowly knelt down beside the sink that Dean was cowering under, his head slowly turning to the side as he reached under and gently touched Dean's face. At first, Dean flinched away. Yet, the pain that he was in slowly melted, but everything else was still super intense. He just couldn't concentrate properly. "I'm going to help you," Castiel said simply. "You will become whole, Dean. The pain you have been suffering will no longer exist. I'll take you someplace better and you become as you once were. Before hell, before your deal, before your father ever cursed you with the burden of guilt for something out of your control. You're not taking him anywhere," Sam shouted, making Castiel glance over at Sam with an unimpressed look. "I rather have an angel who is trying to figure out how to fly in a safe place far away from a man who is sleeping with a demon, and the next heir to the throne of hell," Castiel snarled. "Heir?" Sam struggled once more, trying his best to move. "The hell are you talking about? Angels are crazy, you already know this," Ruby shot back, causing Castiel's eye to land on her. "I'd be careful with the friends you keep, Samuel. You never know what schemes they may put you in the center of." Then, with a blink of an eye, Castiel was gone. So was Dean. If I concede. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. You have to calm down. Castiel spoke, a tone filled with concern but annoyance at the same time. Calm down? Calm down. You try calming down after having literally wings ripped through your skin and bones. Dean shouted back. After Dean was taken by Castiel only a few hours ago, they arrived at a place that Dean could only describe as a void. A void of absolutely nothing. There wasn't a door, furniture, not even walls from what he could tell. Just a forever endless pit of pure white light. It was overwhelming. He had to squint, otherwise it felt like his pupils were being burnt out. It reminded him of staring at freshly fallen snow on Christmas morning, where the reflection of the sun dug into his sockets, to the point where he would have to squint. Thankfully, he has adjusted, but it was still suffocating. Angels need time to adjust into their new abilities. Your body had finally allowed the grace to take over and merge with your soul. You weren't ready to understand and handle that responsibility from before. Now, if you want to control that festering power, you must relax. The angel explained. However, that only made Dean scoff and roll his eyes, taking a few steps in the opposing direction of his celestial friend. Before now, it was only his subconscious that knew what was wrong with him. Well, expect Sam. The same Sam who had a demon possess his body for sport to get his precious demon blood in a secretive manner. All under the guise of trying to help Dean from the damage that his body had gone through with Alistair and everything else. Yet, Dean couldn't blame him too much. He knew this was all Ruby's doing. He just wished that Sam wasn't as gullible, and didn't have his downstairs brain controlling his actions. Do not roll your eyes at me. If you want to live with this, then you must listen to me. Castiel reinforced. I don't want to live like this, Point Dexter. Dean swung back around, his eyes glaring holes into the other. I never agreed to this. I didn't consent. I don't want to live as some Frankenstein god project. You said you mixed your grace with my soul to save me. This doesn't look like every other run-of-the-mill hell job. Castiel simply blinked at Dean's gaze. Dean could only assume that the thousands of years that Castiel had been in heaven or on earth, threats from humans, didn't come across as that menacing. Then, considering that he did barely kill his boss, Uriel, the power levels weren't exactly matched. You are special. Different considerations had to be made. No one is less special than I am. This special consideration is bullshit, and you know it. Dean huffed, before glancing around again at the endless landscape before him, gesturing with his left hand. Where the hell are we, anyways? It's called Madriax Blands. Castiel looked to where Dean had gestured, and within a second, there was suddenly a maple-colored stool with metal legs. The simple action caused Dean to raise a brow and take a step back, casting a glance over to Castiel with a brow raised, meaning heaven's protection. For rogue angels, or those who had their grace stripped away as means of punishment, they would have to relearn their abilities. For you, however, it's for you to learn in the first place. Out of nowhere, the stool came flying direction at Dean. He didn't even have a chance to blink before the stool slammed directly into his face, knocking the man onto the floor, bumping his head harshly to where his sight blurred, and the wooden remnants of the piece of furniture exploded into 1,000 pieces beside him. The man quickly sat back up, a hand on his head, feeling a bit of blood spill down his scalp, before yelling, "What in the fucking GD mind trick was that for?" With a snap of Castiel's fingers, the stool was back in its original place, just as Dean managed to get back to his feet. I didn't bring you here to calm you down, Dean. This place is to help train you. However, angels are dangerous with their abilities when they first are created or have their grace returned. Trust me. There was a small pause in Castiel's sentence, to where Dean cautiously tilted his head. What was that supposed to mean? Dean couldn't help but wonder if that's what Castiel meant when he said that his superiors questioned his sympathies. In either case, I must train you, so we do not have a repeat of what occurred at the motel. What happened at the motel was out of my hay. Watch it, Dean shouted, narrowly dodged the stool that was coming right at him again. Use your abilities. You have several at your disposal. Castiel folded his arms, sighing when the stool came back and hit Dean in the back of the head. Although, this time, Dean still managed to stay standing. Maybe try explaining to me what those are before trying to kill me again with furniture. Dean rumbled under his breath. Perhaps you need better motivation. The angel hummed. There was another moment of pause before the stool disappeared from sight. At first, Dean let out a soft breath of relief, only for his eyes to widen and stand in a more defensive stance, his feet firmly planted in the ground as he beheld a knife casually standing by itself in the air. This time, Castiel walked over to where the knife was, watching it fly before gently tapping the sharp metal with his finger. This won't kill you. Very few things can, as of now. However, for a fresh vessel, it will still hurt. I suggest finding a tactic that works best for you to avoid such an injury. Just as before, the knife came flying at Dean. The problem that seemed to be arising, however, is Dean's natural instincts as a hunter, as opposed to this new grace that he had been bestowed. He dodged, which was effective. When the knife came back, he jumped out of the way as well. Then it came once more. Dean rolled on the ground to get out of the way. Yet, he has wings now, something he did not have as a hunter, something Dean forgot about up until the point when the knife ripped clean through the feathers and muscles on the wing, to which Dean muffled a yell. A hand reached out to the wing on his back. However, the wing had a mind of his own. Instead of folding in, the wing acted as if it had become possessed by an unseen force, flapping around like crazy, like a fish out of water. Then the other one joined suit. Dean shouted loudly as the wings picked him off from the ground, flew him at least a dozen feet into the air, pulling him in different directions, hawking and hacking like crazy, feathers flying in complete disorder. Dean couldn't even see. He tried hitting the wings, but it just agitated them further. That is, until Dean felt a hand on the bone. His wings soothed, but then they stopped altogether. Fuck, Dean shouted as he collided with the ground, thankfully, this time, catching himself on his knees and hands instead of his head. He looks down at his hands, sitting back on his heels, seeing tiny bits of blood pooling on his palms, only for that odd warmth to take over, the tiniest gold light emitting from his skin, and stitching the flesh back together in a matter of seconds. Even now, that is still something Dean doubted he would get used to. All he could think of was how pointless this is, how he just wanted to leave Find Sam, make sure he's as far away from Ruby as possible, and deal with this apocalypse that is not going the right way. Instead, he's stuck here, with Castile, who was slowly walking up to him. However, instead of some lecture about being careful, needing to hone in on his abilities, Castile simply knelt down in front of Dean, and took hold on his once injured hands. Are you okay? Dean's first instinct, again, was to yank his hand away. However, he didn't. In the growing months of knowing Castile, he's done a lot of things against his natural nature. In some odd way, even with other angels and creatures trying to kill him, he trusted this angel, something he doubted he would ever do from the first moment they met. Well, the first moment that Dean remembered meeting Castile. It was nice having a friend for a change, someone who wasn't his brother. I'm fine, rough landing, Dean mumbled, but now, he didn't take his hands away and use them to motion up to the green feathered wings behind him. These things, however, are more annoying than nipple piercings. Now, it was Castile's turn to turn his head to the side, a unique quirk that the other had. Nipple piercings? High school was a weird-ass time. But hey, had to defy John in some way, right? Dean smirks. However, Castile only cracked a smile. Dean was going for a laugh, but a smile would work. Let's go again, the angel stated, redirecting the conversation. Standing up from the ground, Dean following suit. Once more, Dean was unprepared, before feeling a sharp pain in the back of his shoulder, shouting loudly as he stumbled forward, barely catching himself and preventing another fall. With a loud annoyed huff, he reached back and yanked it out. See, very minimal blood that would be expected for a normal wood like that. This time, in a fit of rage, he threw directly at Castile. However, for an angel who's been around longer than Earth had been created, all he had to do was look at the wayward knife, and it halted to a stop. This isn't going to work, Dean shouted, his anger overtaking him a bit. I may like BDSM, but I sure as hell not into knife play. You are relying on your vision too much. Castile grabbed the knife from the air. As a hunter, your father taught you, to which you taught Samuel, that you cannot rely on your visual senses. There are others, correct? Well, yeah. What does that have to do with anything? You enjoy movies, correct? I did peer in on you that one time, and you were watching Scooby-Doo as well as House of Wax once. What does that have to do? The Sixth Sense was a movie about a child who could see dead people, correct? He didn't rely on his sight or hearing, sense of touch nor smell. He relied on all of them to tell what was real and what was not. Grace for you is a sixth sense. Learn to use all of them, and using your grace will become as simple as breathing. Then the lights cut out. Dean couldn't see a thing. However, we could feel. Slice, slice, slice. Cuts digging into his arms and legs, wings, and neck. Yet, he healed in rapid succession. However, the blood that spilled did stain his skin. He tried to reach out, see if he could guess where it was coming from, but it only ended up with his palm getting torn to shreds. As much as he didn't want to listen to Castile's advice, Dean knew he had to concede. Taking in a deep breath, he closed his eyes, taking in and releasing once more. Just listen. Try to hear, to smell, taste, feel something. Use the grace. There it was. Dean shot his eyes open, a soft and gentle blue light emitting from his iris, as he reached his hand out, a force shooting from himself and meeting a hard wall, a force similar to his own. It was stronger than him, much stronger, yet he could feel it. He could feel the struggle between himself and Castiel's grace, shooting back and forth like a game of tug-of-war. But he kept fighting. He fought and he fought, until letting out a harsh scream, a pulse of grace shooting out from his hand, and knocking the knife away. He could hear it clamber to the ground as well as a heavy thud. This time, Dean could actually see in the dark. Guess that's something that angels could do. He just didn't realize it till now. What he saw was Castiel flat on the ground with the knife only an inch away from his head. He watched slowly as the angel slowly stood up from the ground, pulling his trench coat up his shoulders. Then the two locked eyes. A half grin formed on Castiel's lips, to which Dean returned with a smirk. You prevented a knife from hitting you. However, do you think you can take on an angel? Castiel asked, his own eyes glowing a diamond blue to mimic Dean's. I've killed all supernatural creatures I've come across. I may not be able to kill you, but I can learn exactly how. Angels don't boast with pride. Castiel hummed as he started to walk closer to Dean. Well, good fucking thing I'm not one. Dean took a step closer. Now, that's where the real fun began. Castiel descended on Dean quickly with a new knife in his hand, one that he forged out of thin air. Dean wasn't quite sure on how to do that just yet, but doesn't mean he can't figure that out. Dean managed to dodge the first attack and slam his fists into Castiel's side, before sliding forward on his side, to make it to the knife that had been abandoned on the floor, giving him a weapon as well as a fighting chance. He yanked it up, just in time to use it to block Castiel's attack. So, the battle commenced, the two of them going back and forth, bruising and slicing one another as if it were a play, a dance of sorts. As expected, Dean was getting more injured, not as well tuned in with his grace as he would have hoped. However, that didn't mean Castiel was through teaching him just yet. Being loose is just as important as strength. There is no such thing as playing dirty. Use what is available. Demons won't play fair, so you shouldn't either. Reading minds is easy, knowing how to manipulate the opponents is just as beneficial. That was the last tidbit of advice before the lights came back on, but the room they were in was much different. Dean knew they were still in the training facility, due to seeing the cracks around the edges of the room they were in, still showing a bright light. Yet, he did have to pause at the scene they were in. He remembered this, and Castiel knew that. Reality warping. A devious notion to play. At first glance, it's nothing special. Just a modest home on an empty street in the middle of the night. Stairs leading to the upstairs as well as to the basement. Couches that were tan and covered with dirt and grass. Duffel bags thrown onto a coffee table, and 3 pairs of shoes beside the back door, where Dean could see a small wisp of smoke from a cigarette. His cigarette. This was the night that Sam abandoned him to go to Stanford. In the moment of pause that Dean was in, he felt the hair on the back of his neck creep up, only for him to duck down and have the person attacking him trip over his bag and fall over him and onto the ground. Dean did the first thing he could think of and grabbed a lamp and slammed it over Castiel's head. Castiel halted for a moment before dodging out of the way as Dean tried to stab him in the neck. They chased after one another, going in and out of different rooms. Castiel landing most blows, Dean a few yet severe ones. However, once they somehow made it to the front lawn, after Dean having thrown Castiel through the wooden door, landing flat on the grass, that was when Dean finally spoke. You did not have to bring me here to this memory. You fucking asshole. Reality warping Dean. This place is a weakness of yours. Others will exploit it, angels and demons alike. You must figure how to handle those moments now. Otherwise, someone will kill you. Castiel explained. Dean stomped down the stairs, getting closer to Castiel, who simply got back up and stood there, and allowed the human-turned angel to grab hold of Castiel's tie and yank him close. His eyes sharp and brows furrowed, huffing heavily with a vein bulging out of his left temple. Why must I worry about other angels? Demons want to free hell, that's all I have concerns with. I won't let Lilith ruin the world that I live in, desperately trying to save those who can't help themselves. Not every angel believes you deserve these abilities. They will try and prove it against you, make you question and doubt. Angels cannot concede to emotions, they are doorways to rebellion. You are a human, it is part of your nature. They will watch you like a hawk, wait for you to fall. Make you compliant however they may seem fit, some may under orders of Michael. He froze and let go of Castiel. Tie Michael. As in the Archangel? Why him? Michael Castiel said softly, pausing for a brief moment, his eyes becoming downcast to avoid Dean's gaze. Dean became concerned, and against his better judgment, he grabs Castiel gently by the shoulder to make the other look at him, which works. He runs heaven in God's place. He believes you will be useful to what I am unsure, but he knows your life, knows what hurts you. He knows who you love. You must be careful. Do you understand? The human let out a shaky breath. That was all so foreboding. He swallows thickly, but nods. I can't make any promises. I don't trust any of these bastards, especially those who won't show their damn faces. Dean, Castiel says harsher, grabbing hold of Dean's wrist, his hands pressing on the scarred prints that plagued the human's arms. I am not joking. Okay, fine, damn it man, I'll try. But I'm not letting some on-and-wannabes try to control me. Thank you, Dean. Their eyes connected for a long moment, Emerald staring into Diamond's. Neither had the need to breathe due to their condition, but Dean was breathing a little heavier than normal. They simply kept each other's gaze without knowing how long time had passed. Was time even passing? It didn't matter. Nothing mattered right now, in this moment, except for the moment that Castiel pressed his lips to Dean's. Why isn't this working? It worked perfectly last time. Sam huffed as yet another paper map imploded on itself after having been lit on fire. Are you sure you're doing it right? Bobby asked, standing on the opposite side of the table with his hands gripping the edge, examining the ash that resulted from the burnt page. They had been at this for an hour at bare minimum. After Castiel appeared then disappeared with Dean, Ruby disappearing to God knows where. Sam drove as fast as possible to Bobby's home for help. Everything happened so fast, he didn't know what to do. It's not every day where you see a motel explode and your brother writhing in pain. Then the next moment everything is calm and your brother missing. Unfortunately, he had to let Bobby in on everything that's happened since the hospital, to which he earned a smack on the back of his head. Bobby was able to calm Sam down enough to get a plan on how to find Dean, to which Sam remembered how they found Dean last time. Yes, I'm doing it right. I watched and followed every step Ruby did. This just isn't working. I've tried different types of maps. Light fluid, even old school matches, but it just isn't working. Sam was on the verge of shouting. You need to take a deep breath and calm down. We aren't going to find Dean like this if you keep your panties all knotted up. The father figure scolded, refocusing the younger individual on the task at hand. Sorry, Sam apologized, taking a step back from the table to try and just get his bearings. If you would have been there and saw what was happening to him. The elder man just shook his and walked around the table and over to Sam's side, placed a hand on his shoulder, shook him a small bit before looking at the map on the table. That somehow was burnt from the spell. I know, but I wasn't. We just need to figure out what's going wrong. It's because they're hiding their tracks now, came a female voice. The men flipped their heads around to see who it was, and certainly enough, it was Ruby, standing outside by the doorway. Her hands were shoved deeply into her black leather jacket, and swaying his shoulders and hips side to side, awaiting to be let in, to move past Bobby's demon-warding sigils and salt that plagued the opening. Her hair was looking much better than what it had been the last time they saw each other, having her body being stowed in the back of the Impala while riding shotgun inside of his brother didn't do the best for her vessel. However, it was looking much better now. Her pale skin was filled, and looked like she had taken a shower. What do you mean? You said they never hide their tracks, because someone would be too dumb to try and spy on them. Sam rebutted, just feeling more confused than what he was before. Well, if you mind letting me in, she stated, pointing down to the salt in front of her boots. I wouldn't mind explaining. Sam and Bobby both looked at one another, but judging by how Bobby's lips curled into a frown and gave a hard look, he wasn't happy with the idea. However, Sam nodded with his head in her general direction, and Bobby sighed. He got up and walked over to the doorway, used a knife to carve a line in the sigil marked in the doorway, and kicked the salt out of the way. Once that was completed, Ruby smirked over at him and simply walked right past. Bobby swallowed thickly and glanced back over at Sam, but Sam just ignored him. Ruby walked right to Sam and gave him a hug, arms wrapped around his neck, to which Sam returned before pulling away. I'm so sorry that I bailed. I was terrified those other angels were going to come and finish the job, since Castiel was too busy with your brother. I couldn't risk it. It's okay, I understand. You were just doing what you had to do. Are you alright though? You weren't followed, were you? Sam asks, his hands lingering on her upper arms. Sam, you act as if this is my first day being a demon, Ruby said in a playful tone, even adding a petty smile to her snark. But no, I wasn't followed. I doubt the angels would come here, anyways. Mind getting to the point on what you meant by the angels hiding their tracks? Bobby cut in, folding his arms across his chest, his fisherman vest squeaking as he did so. The woman looked over at him, slightly annoyed, and pulled away from Sam completely, her manicured nails gesturing to the two men. No one would be stupid enough to track them. Yet Dumb and Dumber here decided to break that idea to them. Sam sighed, shaking his head slightly. So, what? Now we don't have a single way to track where they took my brother? Oh, I can tell you where they took him, Ruby said simply, before just walking away from the two men and over to the kitchen. The two men looked at each other before following after her. Which is? Bobby asked as she, without asking, opened up the pantry and starting riffling through it. Heaven, duh. Ruby then pulled out a bag of Lay's potato chips and opened it. Both hunters' eyes widened, Sam even scoffing at the stupidity of it. Heaven, why the hell would they take him there? There's not even a gate to it. Then he paused. Is there? Ruby chuckles as she popped a couple of chips into her mouth. She winced slightly at the salt but kept going. Guess she really did like her starch. Reminded Sam of her wanting to get fries all the time the first few months they were trying to hone his abilities. That was so long ago, he's one of them now. I wouldn't be surprised the next time we see him. He's dressed like a man straight out of the 1910s. Can you stop being a demon for 5 seconds and tell us where the fuck those deadbeat guardians did with Dean? Bobby huffed. They made Dean an angel with the grace they fused into his soul. That's what all the screaming was about. Ruby looked to Sam as she said this, knowing he was the only one who bore witness to such an event. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Dean, an angel? Sam laughed. I know Castiel said that's what they did to him, but that was to save him from hell, not to turn him into some dickhead with wings. The demon made her way over to the dining room table and propped her feet up. Much to Bobby's dismay, she acted as if she owned the place, and Sam let her. Listen, there is a lot more going on here than a simple grace transference. When I meant I have never seen that happen before, I meant it. It's never been done before, and Castiel, for as long as he's been alive for, would know to never do that. Even if he does do whatever it takes to complete a mission that he was sent on by God or whoever his superior is, unless he was told to. Do you understand? She asks, a brow raised. Sam's brows only furrowed more. What the hell was she talking about? He didn't understand a lick of his, and based on how Bobby was looking at him, Bobby also didn't understand it. You're telling me Heaven wants Dean juiced up? Dean, the guy who can't go 5 minutes without trying to drown himself with beer, get laid, or try to do anything for anyone but himself. Watch your tongue, idiot. Bobby scorns. What? I'm being honest. Didn't you happening to forget he sold his soul for you, Dumbus? Oh, and the fact that when I wasn't around, he raised you? Bobby asked, his brow raised and genuinely looking concerned over that comment. That was a long time ago. He never tells me anything anymore, like how apparently he's having a whole gay thing with an angel. The fuck are you talking about? Nothing, just forget it. Sam turned back to look to Ruby. Why would they want Dean as an angel? The demon glanced over at Bobby. Not while he's here. Now that time, Bobby was the one to raise a brow. Come again? Sorry, but this is for Sam's ears only. Pretty damn sure that we're in this fight together, so I can listen in on whatever you two have got going on. Actually, Sam said a bit softer, his fingers scratching into the back of his neck, making Bobby look over at him. Maybe it's for the best if I just listen. Ruby hasn't exactly been your, nor have you been her, #1 fan. Bobby didn't move. His eyes looked Sam up and down. Sam couldn't help but feel like Bobby was trying to look into the very depths of his inner soul. With a slight pause, he shook his head and let out a heavy sigh, grabbed a beer from the fridge, and looked back over at his adoptive son. Someone who he's known since changing the 26-year-old's diapers. Remember who your true allies are, Sam. With that, Bobby left the room and closed the kitchen door behind him. Sam waited a solid minute to make sure Bobby wasn't hanging around by the door, before making his way over to Ruby and sitting in the chair beside her, to which she immediately pulled out a flask from her inner jacket pocket and handed it to Sam. It wasn't even 5 seconds before he opened it up and drank the thick dark red blood that dripped from its opening. The entire time, Ruby watched with a faint smirk on her face, eating one last chip from the bag before setting it aside. You're becoming insatiable. That is your 3rd flask this week. If I didn't know any better, I feel like you're purposely trying to speed up your strength. No, it's just I feel better the more I have. Sam shrugged, carting his fingers through his hair. Yet, that's beside the point. You need to explain the whole Heaven wanting Dean as an angel. On the few interactions I've had with angels, they despise humans or anything less than. No offense. None taken. They treated Dean like he was some dog when they made him torture Alistair, not to mention the rest of the trauma surrounding hell for him. I just don't see the point, or why God at the bare minimum would want him to do it. There's nothing practically special about Dean. Ruby tsks her teeth, tapping her fingers against the countertop. Dean is special to them. Remember the first seal that broke that started this shit? Sam nodded. Your brother and father broke it, which I'm sure he's already explained to you. Only problem with that, it means he's also part of the final seal. The one that also has to be broken to set hell loose, or heaven to truly reign. Sam readjusted in his chair to face Ruby more directly. I thought the seals were to release Lucifer? They didn't have anything to do with angels. I would say that's true, except there's a contingency, which is, I don't know. Sam rose a brow. You don't know? How the hell do you not know? You're the one who brought up this entire thing. Ruby paused for a moment, letting out a shaky breath as she leaned back against her seat, her eyes glancing out the window with lips pursed in a depressed look. A long time ago, I had to do what I needed to survive hell, much as what Dean had to do. I have regrets, yet, the only one of them had let me know everything that's been going on. That was siding with Lilith. What are you talking about? Sam asked, a pity or worry forming in his stomach. Lilith was Azazel's wear-bond at the hip. If you were in with one, you were in with the other and held on a high pedestal. I was practically Lilith's best friend down in hell. I made a lot of enemies including her when I decided to go topside and never listen to her ever again. Been on the run since. Helping you out and putting myself in danger? Yeah, never would have happened if I didn't think you could beat her. That's the plan. That's what we've been working towards, Ruby. You have explained what this meant, though. The demon looked back at Sam, her eyes soft and gentle. Lilith knows all the seals, and she let me know what the most important ones are. This happens to be one of them. It has to be broken for Lucifer to be set free. Yet she said that if she fails, heaven could take over just as easily take over the world the same way that she wants. So, you're saying, if you want to know exactly what the final seal is that concerns your brother, you need to talk to her, face to face. Sam stood up from the table, stomping away from Ruby, as his hands pressed firmly to his temples. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This whole time he needed to kill Lilith, which was his goal. Yet, if he does, heaven will rule over the world the exact same way. What would that entail? Heaven is supposed to be joyous and beautiful, so wouldn't Earth be? Yet angels are complete douchebags. Add on top of that, if he wanted to make sure that Lucifer didn't rise, he would need to see her and not kill her. Which, right now, it was taking everything in himself to not just cast a spell and kill her right now. Granted, he wasn't able to do that, doesn't mean he wouldn't try. You're telling me, you know where Lilith is? Like right now, you know where she is at? Ruby stood up from the chair and nodded, her arms extended to her sides as she sighed. I do. I can't believe this. She isn't as bad as you may think, Ruby admits, walking closer to Sam and even grabbing his arm to spin him around to face her directly. We can trick her, think we are on her side to help her. You were the next in line for the throne with what Azazel wanted to accomplish. That's why she wanted you dead. But, if you pretend to side with her, you could easily destroy her from the inside out. You want me to act like I want to be evil? Sam let out a dark laugh at the ridiculously of such a statement. That I want the world to fall apart? Just so I can know what a seal is, and make sure neither her or heaven can break it. Ruby nodded. You're already drinking my blood. It's not like you're too far off. Thanks. I appreciate that. Did you want my honest opinion or not? You're the one who brags on about honesty. Sam shook his head once more and walked over to the wall and leaned against it, rubbing a hand against the back of his neck as he tried to think. It wasn't a bad idea. Get close to Lilith and kill her when she least expects it. Then, make sure neither heaven nor hell breaks the seal. However, chances are, if Ruby is telling the truth, that Dean may or may not be aiding in that search. Hell, if he's even alive and breathing after what happened back at the motel, he could find Dean this way as well. Even if he is under some kind of illusion from the angels, Sam can talk him back to reality. He's done it before, he can do it again. The only problem is that he knows that if he told Bobby, Bobby would reject the idea fast than a germaphobe in a pen of pigs. If he did this, he would have to go at it alone. If he did this, he would have to be willing to let other hunters think that he's gone rogue and has sided with that darker nature within himself. The side that he's been fighting to keep out of him for his whole life, especially the last few years. But he knows what he's doing. He knows that a greater good can from this. He knows that Ruby will be with him, helping him be guided and stay on the right track. She would be his anchor and won't let him get too far gone. With one last look over to Ruby, who was patiently waiting for an answer, he nodded. Let's do this. If I submit. Summary. Dean discovers Heaven's plans for him, and he is not going along with it. As for Sam, how far will he stick to his plan and not lose himself? Notes. Sorry this took 4 months. That happens when planning a wedding, lol. Here's this for now. Chapter text. I am not putting that shit on, Dean said with disgust. Castiel sighed and folded his arms. Everyone dresses like this. If you want the others to accept you, you have to wear it. In heaven, time moves differently. If Dean had to put it into a guess, he would say perhaps 7 days. Maybe 9 if the time inside of the Madriax's plans moved faster than expected. Either case, he was still stuck in this glowing metropolis. With golden arches lining almost every room, thousands of hallways that led to different slices of heaven for humans who have passed. Apparently, there are ways to jump through each heaven if they are interlinked with one another. According to Castiel when he was basically giving a rundown on heaven worked. However, the entire time that Dean has been up here, he hasn't been allowed to travel much. He wasn't allowed to go anywhere at all without having Castiel as an escort. Even when he was allowed to move, there weren't any other angels in sight. They were there, he knew that for sure. Ever since he's been brought back from the dead, he could feel demons and monsters. Angels aren't any different. The one he was most used to was Castiel. If it weren't for him, Dean doubted he would still have some sort of sanity intact by this point. For some reason, today was different. Castiel was acting strange. Yes, he still had his normal monotone voice about him, but there was a hint of unease at the end of every sentence. Hands fidgeting in his trench coat whenever he thought Dean wasn't looking, and he kept looking over at the wall that was decorated in green vines against a snow-white painting. That was the way they were allowed to exit this room and towards the rest of heaven. Was he expecting someone to show up? Something to happen? In either case, Dean really didn't care that much because all he could stare at was the brown tweed suit and a red tie with small golden circles and swirls. He knew every angel was older than time itself, but seriously? He wasn't old enough to wear something like a grandpa would. He looks back up at Castiel, who had his arms folded, and gave a very unimpressed look to the human-turned angel. Do I look like everyone else? Actually, Dean started hanging the suit up on the door frame to the bathroom. Do I act like everyone else? Pretty damn sure no one would want me to act like someone I'm not. So I think I'll stick with this. Gesturing to the plain jeans and boots that he wore, paired up with a black shirt and green flannel. Do you want the other angels to accept you? Castiel asked, brow raised. Don't care. He shoots back. Castiel huffed and took a few steps closer to Dean, while grabbing the suit back from the door, practically shoving it into Dean's arms with such force, Dean almost fell backwards. Put it on, or I'll make you. You're meeting Zachariah today, and he will not be as kind as me. You're considered kind? Dean jokes, which earned him a harsh glare. Yeesh, guess Castiel is not in the joking mood today. Yikes. Sorry. Didn't mean to offend. But why does he want to meet with me? I thought Uriel was your boss and calling all the shots. Zachariah is Michael's right-hand man. Anyone and everything goes through him. Be it a siege on demonic forces or saving a life that has been chronically ill. Just be nice, okay? None of this quick-witted banter or sarcasm. Sounds a bit power-trippy. He mumbled under his breath, but Castiel gave a soft look, but also annoyed too. How he managed that, Dean didn't know. A little impressed though. Okay, fine. I won't do anything stupid. Thank you. Castiel looked relieved. Guess this Zachariah dude is kind of a big deal. Dean looked at the suit again. It didn't look too bad. He could wear it for a couple of hours and rip it off as soon as possible. It's not like he's never worn anything that he didn't enjoy before. Like that one time he has to wear an itchy sweater for a week while investigating a case in a small town, because he lost a bet to Sam. Worst week of his life, even worse than going to hell. So, doing this he was told. He went into the bathroom and got changed into the suit. He also had the impression that Castiel was going to ask him to do more with his hair than just brush it and style it how he normally does. Back when his mom was still alive, she used to style his hair back with a clear cowlick running alongside his head whenever they got ready for church. If this haircut was good enough for church, it should be good enough for angels. When he came back out, hands in his pockets, he stopped, surprised by what he was seeing. Castiel was there, standing in the spot that he had been, but now there was another man. An angel that had come through the white wall which now had a gaping hole with gold, slowly lining the outside as if the door had always been there. However, the man was looking at the watch on his wrist, as if waiting for someone. Probably Dean. The man was balding, small bits of gray hair lined the sides of his ears. Fair skin, no wrinkles, surprisingly. A gray suit with a dark blue tie tucked into the jacket. Dark black dress shoes with plaid socks. Then there were his wings. They were huge and stood tall behind him. nearly touching the 15-foot ceiling. Each feather was a different shade of gray that umber into a crystal white. They were larger than Castiel's, even larger than Dean's. No wonder Castiel was intimidated by this guy. Dean would have been, but with his experience, typically the guy who is showing off typically is the most hot-headed and douchiest out of the bunch. "Who's this egghead over here?" Dean asked, having already forgotten the deal that he made with Castiel. Both angels turned to face him. Castiel looked tense about the words, and his normal calm demeanor changed instantly. His eyes were wide, and he practically screamed into Dean's mind through the angel radio to shut up. Dean received the message loud and clear, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to size Zachariah up, who had looked at Dean and had the brightest smile on his face and began to walk over. "Dean Winchester, I have heard so much about you. From dear Ole Castiel here as well as Uriel. To think you've already made quite the impression for only being around for a month or so." Zachariah's voice was happier than expected, but still had a medium deep tone to it. The guy then wrapped an arm around Dean's shoulder, as if they had known each other for years as opposed to a few seconds. The hunter in him went to go and grab the man and shove him off, but Castiel's diamond eyes told him not to, so Dean withstranded himself. Soon, they were walking through the door frame out of the room, leaving Castiel behind, after Zachariah had given a flick of his wrist telling Castiel to stay and do whatever it is angels do, when they're not training others on how to be angels. Through the corridor, Dean was immediately flooded with that feeling that has plagued him since he's been in heaven. The angels that were hiding in the rooms and halls adjacent from him, to stay away as he explored. They were all here now, all in this hallway, or peeking into it from the rooms that had been closed off, all staring at him as if he was a hallucination, or the most expensive diamond on display at the local museum. He never enjoyed being the center of attention, so this honestly made him want to throw up. It did give him the motivation to shove Zachariah's arm off of him. The angel looked at Dean for a hot moment after he had done that, and for some reason, Zachariah swallowed thickly and folded his arms behind his back and coughed, as if trying to pretend he had never done that in the first place. "So, what do you think of heaven so far?" the angel asked, guiding Dean down different passages. "It hurts my eyes," Dean answered honestly. "Oh, you'll get used to it." Most angels after receiving their grace back tend to have a hard time adjusting at first, but you'll be a pro at it. Zachariah laughed, patting Dean rather harshly on the back. Dean's fed-up meter had slowly been climbing this whole time, but he bit his tongue. He knew angels were much more powerful than him, and he wanted to keep his promise to Castiel. At the same time he hated being touched. "Touch me again and I'll take your hand off." Zachariah chuckled, similar to how he had before. "Sorry, didn't realize being a hunter for a little while made you jumpy. I'll refrain." He smiled, faker than Botox. "Castiel filled me in on how you've been trying to adjust since being back from hell, and it took some time to get you back to where you need to be. Tell me, what do you understand is going on with you as well as Lilith?" "Lilith?" Dean asked, stopping for a moment, to which Zachariah did also. "What does Lilith have to do with any of this?" "She's trying to free Lucifer from hell. That has nothing to do with the bullshit that you are trying to have me do." "What is it that you think we're trying to have you do?" the angel asked. "How am I supposed to fucking know? You shoved Cause Grace up my ass to bring me back from hell, which made me an angel subsequently, and now I've been warned to do whatever you say because of Michael calling the shots. Let's start from the beginning. Fill in inaccurate details and prevent this from going into conspiracy land, alright?" Zachariah asked before he began to walk again, forcing Dean to walk behind him to catch up. They kept going through the halls that slowly began to get bigger and bigger, more designs of gold and silver, used to decorate doors, washboards, windows that lead to the clouds outside. One was large and was the size of the entire wall that showed the gate to heaven. It was larger than any gate he had ever seen. Bits of glitter and mist surrounded it, with steps heading downwards towards Earth. However, the Earth wasn't in sight. The clouds of heaven shielded it from view. Dean had stopped to linger and look at it, in awe at how beautiful it was. Yet, his mind made sure to plant it in his head that there was his ability to escape if needed, which is most likely will be. Over the past months, your soul has been learning to change and adapt to grace. Grace is what keeps angels going and has the powers that we do. Depending on the angel, that tells us just how much grace one needs. Cupids have fairly little, Nephilims have more, then there are the archangels who possess more grace than anyone. Their grace could power all of heaven if needed. Zachariah began to explain as they entered a large room, filled with trees and flowers of every kind and species. A greenhouse of sorts. Dean looked up and saw more glass surrounding the room, taller than the ceilings they had been in. It was gorgeous with thousands of different colors from red to yellow, black to white. Hundreds of different kinds that he didn't know existed, let alone where they could ever be on Earth. He could spend hours in here and would never get through them all. Yeah, I figured, he mumbled, only half paying attention. Now, a soul is basically the same concept for humans. However, no human is greater than another, so everyone has the same amount. Yet, combining the two can create a massive surgence of power, capable of controlling and stopping anything in the entire world and universe. Near the power of God if he were still around. Zachariah continued, plucking a yellow rose from a bush. He twirls the flower in his fingers for a moment before walking deeper into the greenhouse, Dean following a bit behind. With God gone, and with this prophecy of Lucifer returning at some point, Michael understood the importance of having enough power to prevent it. When Lilith and Azazel started to try and find him, Michael made a plan. A plan with explicit instructions is trusted to heaven to make sure to win. They then entered a new room, one hidden in the very back. Once they walked through, a chill ran down Dean's spine. The room was barren, except for one thing: a throne. A throne made of pure glass, a soft green eliciting from within. Arches building off of themselves, columns that stretched high, Dean couldn't see the top, each coming to a point. As they got closer, Dean could see roses and flowers from the other room that had been carved into the glass, some with thorns and vines, similar to the room that he had been staying in since his journey to heaven. He swallowed thickly and placed his hand on the armrest. It felt cold to the touch, as if God hadn't been on his throne in years, nor had anyone entered this room in a long time. What plan was that? Dean asked, slowly following Zachariah up the steps of the throne. Once they reached the top, he tilted his head as he saw an object right above the seat. To find the best pair of humans to raise a child to become a strong warrior who would listen and obey his father. Exactly as Michael had done while God. After finding those pairs, he arranged for a Cupid to go down and make them fall in love, which they did. Once they were pregnant with this child, Michael would remove his grace to obtain a soul of his very own. When the time was right, he would replace his grace and be prepared to take on Lucifer when the time was right. Zachariah explained. The object above the throne was a sword, glowing a dark green to match the glass throne. A flame surrounded the edges of the sharp blade. The handle was made of a mahogany brown carvings of Enochian, with sigils to grant its power. Dean examined it, head tilting to the side. It looked familiar, like he had seen it in his father's journal at some point. Dean looked over to Zachariah, who was looking at Dean a lot more intently than earlier. Sounds like a lot of things to be left up to chance for that one. He looked back at the sword. Doesn't sound like the brightest tool in the shed. Michael was a genius, Zachariah stated, especially when his plan went exactly as expected. Except for the fact that Lucifer, being the copycat, decided to do the exact same thing. Didn't even have the respect to find his own pair of humans to foster him. Wait, the plan has already happened? Dean asked, turning to look back at the other angel. I thought this was like about to start a sort of deal. That's why Lilith is trying to free Lucifer to do this plan in the first place? Zachariah waited a long second, looking at Dean with the same intense stare. Didn't mutter a word, just waiting. Dean felt a bit uncomfortable, being he knew that meant that he was the one being an idiot. However, the longer the stare, it finally clicked, and Dean took a step away from the sword. No. Dean shook his head and kept walking backwards off the steps. No. This is bullshit. Michael, it's going to take time for your memory to come back after your grace has been restored. I understand this can be alarming, Zachariah stated, taking a step towards Dean. The grace that was given to me was cause, not Michael's. He did what he had to do to save me, Dean stated, turning around and walking faster out of the room. It was yours. You said to return it to you if something bad were to happen, due to your human form. Zachariah quickly started to follow Dean out, trying to keep up with the fast steps. You found John and Mary and knew they would be perfect due to Mary's past and John's devotion to family. I have no idea what you're talking about, Dean yelled, now running out of the room and back into the garden. Michael, you have to listen. My name isn't Michael, Dean shouts, suddenly turning around and throwing his hand forward, sending Zachariah flying backwards and crashing into the glass of the greenhouse, but manages to stop himself from plummeting outside. As Zachariah began to stand by, the rage inside of Dean kept building. Both of his hands fanned out in front of him, his grace grabbing hold of the vines, trees, and all other flora, to grab hold of Zachariah and boost him in the air, tying him down in place, and restricting all manners of movement. No matter how hard he struggled, Dean walked right up to him, seething as his eyes turned into a shining dark hunter green. Do you really expect me to believe in this bullshit? You didn't know that when you removed your grace, that your memories would be removed with it. That's why you gave plans for us to bring you back. All you have to do is touch your sword, and everything should be made clear unto you, Zachariah explained, still struggling against his binds. Why tell me all of this? Because this is the most elaborate joke to be played. Lucifer is rising, and if your memories aren't restored beforehand, then we will lose. How? Lilith hasn't broken the last bind. Nowhere near it. Lucifer is here, Zachariah said darkly. Dean took a step back, scoffing. Now that's Rich, we'd know. He's always been here. He just doesn't know. Doesn't know? How would he not know? Same reason as you. Dean paused, letting out a shaky breath as he took a step away, turning to face away from the angel. No, this wasn't real. This couldn't be real. How on earth this didn't make any sense. However, when he looked back up, he saw Castiel standing there, staring at him with guilt. The most expression Dean has seen on him all day. Cause, tell me this isn't true. Dean, he said softly, grabbing hold of his arm. Tell me, you didn't lie about why and how you saved me. Tell me that what I'm thinking isn't true. Castiel slowly shook his head. I can't. He swallowed thickly and looked back at Zachariah, then back at Castiel. I have to find Sam. Go. Well, this is definitely not what I was expecting, Sam uttered under his breath. What? Just because demons are evil and dead, doesn't mean we want to hang out in the slums. Ruby huffed. Sam knew he was in for it now. After their conversation, he and Ruby knew that they needed to get in and figure out what Lilith knew concerning the last seal. If most of the demons didn't know what it was, and a handful of angels did, then it must be extremely important. So, if that meant going undercover, then so be it. He wanted to fill Bobby in on the plan, just in case Sam got too deep. There would be some sort of rope to drag him back. However, Ruby was against it. The more people that knew, the harder the story would be to sell. In the middle of the night, the two left, leaving Bobby in his study to try and figure out whatever seals were needed, not knowing that there was only one that was truly needed. Sam followed Ruby, having stolen one of Bobby's cars to do so. He took every right, left, and any off-roading that was needed to get to the place that they were now walking towards. A great and spacious building. It had to be a Four Seasons hotel of some kind. Not a single crack was in the walls. The hotel staff were dressed to the nines, wearing suits and ties, hair done with the most expensive product, and perfume worth more than a down payment for a house. I get that, but this seems a bit much. Doesn't Lilith eat babies and stuff like that? Won't that attract attention? Sam asks, holding Ruby's hand as they walk through to give the impression that they were a couple, as opposed to two random people just walking through. Trust me, they don't care. Ruby shrugged, just in time for Sam to catch a glimpse at the hotel manager behind the desk who was on the phone, their eyes flashing black before back to normal. Sam swallowed as they turned a corner towards where the elevators were. Ruby, this place is crawling with demons. Aren't they also hunting you down? They're expecting us, she said nonchalantly, pressing the button to the elevator. Before Sam could say another word, she hummed. Oh, hush now, don't say it. You seriously didn't think I would say I'm turning over Samuel Winchester to speak with Lilith? Before walking into a place that I knew was overrun with demons. Damn dude, you act like this is my first day in the business. I have been with you since we had this conversation in the first place. When the fuck did you have time to tell them? Sam asked, folding his arms across his chest with a glare in his eyes. After you passed out when we were done having sex and you drank my blood like you were a vampire. She shrugged, now looking at her nails. Sam's face flushed red and went to say something again before the elevator showed up. Thankfully it was empty, so they just stepped inside. Ruby looked at the numbers for a second before selecting the highest floor in the entire building, meaning penthouses and millionaires. Sam hadn't ever been into a hotel like this before, let alone the fanciest ones in the entire place. He swallowed thickly and bit his bottom lip, feeling a lot more nervous and embarrassed than he originally was. Ruby looked over at him and gave a sad smile, and gently reached a hand over, and gave a soft squeeze to his shoulder, as well as a peck on the cheek. Don't be getting all shy on me now. You think Lilith is going to take you seriously like that? He glared for a moment, and she smirked. There's the hard-ass Sam I was looking for. Do you need anything before we go in? I alright got some. I should be fine, he said, holding up his flask before putting it away. Then the elevator's doors open, leading into a small hallway with yellow, blue, and red carpet design with cream-colored walls. $1,000 paintings lined the walls, with expensive vases and sculptures on golden tables. Well, at least he knew that if he needed to defend himself, he could. Sam followed close behind Ruby as she led him to the end of the hallway. The door opened with a swift flick of a black card in her possession. How long has she had that for? When the doors opened, it led into a large living room with scarlet couches and walls made of glass that fed to the world beneath. Sam could easily see the whole city from here. He also knew that that would be a very deadly fall. The room was decorated similar to the hallway, however. This living room alone was bigger than any motel building he has ever stayed in. He had to stop himself from staring in awe to realize the more important thing in the room. 4 demons and Lilith. Demons were all dressed in the same clothing as the staff downstairs, but Lilith was possessing the body of a little girl with bright blonde hair and brown eyes. She wore a lacy purple dress with pictures of small bunnies and rabbits along the border. A pair of purple shoes went with the get-up, and she had the brightest smile on her face. "Ruby, I'm so excited you're here," she squealed before standing up with her arms out wide. Ruby gave a smile and walked away from Sam, who raised a brow, as she went over and hugged Lilith, as if it was the first time siblings had seen each other in over a year. With a small giggle she turned away and looked at the hunter, and her expression soured. "What is he doing here? Remember when I told you that Sam was getting angry at angels?" Ruby asked, now sitting on the couch beside her. "Well, he's tired of them bossing him around, and they stole Dean, and he doesn't know where he is. He's pissed and doesn't care who wins now. He just wants this all to be done with." Sam swallowed. "That's the plan that they're going with? Doesn't sound evil enough. At least that was the plan, right? Well, might as well go along with it." The hunter nodded and took a few steps forward. However, the demons came fast. They searched him for weapons before allowing him to even get close to Lilith. "Yeah, most of the humans here, I can't stand them. Never grateful for anything I do. Now the angels think they can do whatever they want." Lilith looked at him with squinted eyes. Good thing bodies of children don't know what a poker face is. So Sam could tell that Lilith really wasn't believing him. "How do I know you aren't just saying that?" "Because why would I lie?" Sam asked, sitting down in a chair opposed to the women and girl. "To stop me," Lilith said bluntly. "To hurt me. To make sure I didn't bring my daddy back. You said your daddy will make Earth back the way it's supposed to be, right?" Sam asked, which Lilith nodded. "That's what I want. I want to be in a pretty place, with pretty people, and be with Ruby and my brother." The demonic princess tilted her head slightly. "Prove it." Sam sat back and swallowed. "Prove it? How?" Lilith looked around for a second, before smiling and looking at Ruby, then pointed at one of the demons. "Him." Before Sam could respond or ask what that meant, or even before the demon themselves could, Ruby stood up. It happened in mere seconds before Ruby walked over to the demon and grabbed him by the back of the throat, and dragged him over to the center of the room. As she did so, Lilith stood up, her dress twirling around her as she grabbed a large vase carrying tens of flowers, and dumped it out onto the ground, before placing it down beside Ruby. The demon kept struggling, fighting as hard as possible, before Ruby flipped her head back, pulled out a knife, and "Wait!" Sam yelled, but it was too late. Ruby slit the demon's throat, and blood began to gush out of the demon immediately, all of it pouring into the vase, drop by drop, ounce by ounce, until there was nothing left. And when there was nothing left, Ruby took her blade and stabbed it into the back of the demon's head, and tossed him to the side. He sat there in shock as Ruby let out a satisfied sigh and picked up the vase and handed it to Sam, whose eyes were wider than saucers. Lilith hummed in delight and clapped her hands together. "Yummy, yummy." She looked at Sam. "Okay, prove it." Sam blinked a couple of times and looked at Ruby, and all Ruby did was nod. Damn, she was really good at acting. He looked down at the vase and swallowed. This was more blood than he's ever consumed, let alone in one setting. If this is what he had to do. Taking another deep breath, Sam brought the vase to his lips and began to drink, chugging it down as fast as possible to avoid the taste of flower water mixed with blood. Small trails of blood began to pour down the sides of his face, staining the top of his shirt. As he devoured the red liquid, immediately he started to feel a bit different. Hands and feet began to tingle and burn, and his eyes began to sting, but he kept going. He kept going until every little drop of blood was down his throat. Once it was done, he began to cough and held a hand to his neck to try and breathe, shaking slightly as he shoved the vase away from him, trying his best to recover. Once he did so, he let out a small breath and looked back over at Ruby and Lilith. Lilith had the brightest smile on her face, while Ruby gave a nervous smirk, as if trying to convey to him that she was nervous about what just happened, but at the same time, try to convince Lilith that she was happy with what just happened. "But that's enough?" Sam asked, wiping his mouth with the back of his sleeve, staining his shirt. Lilith hummed a bit and shook her head. "Nope, but it's good enough for now." Lilith smiled. "Okay, Ruby, did you find Castile yet?" Sam raised a brow. "Castile? Ruby looked over at Sam, but before she could explain, Lilith did that for her. Castiel is just as dangerous as Dean is for us. If he gets Dean up to heaven before we're ready, then that can be a big problem. If those two get together, then that means bad all over the place. What kind of bad? He asks. Lilith narrowed her eyes. You ask a lot of questions. I don't like you anymore. She huffed and stood up, and without even saying goodbye or anything like that, she just walked out of the room and into another one. The three remaining demons follow her. Once they were gone, Sam stood up and went right to Ruby, who stood up as well. What the hell was that? I didn't know she would do that to you. Ruby said softly. If I had, I would have waited to introduce you. Introduce? Sam scoffed, but shook his head. He couldn't worry about that right now, especially with what was just said. Why can't Cosby with Dean? I've hardly interacted with him, but he doesn't seem to be the strongest angel there is. Ruby sighed, looked over her shoulder to make sure no one was standing nearby before looking at Sam. Dean is very important to heaven, and you need to make yourself just as important to hell if you want to beat them. However, Castiel has done things with Castiel in the past. Intimate things, remember? I rather not think about that, especially when there isn't any proof, let alone my brother being gay. She huffed. Never mind then, all you need to know is that they're close. They have always been close. She hints, but Sam wasn't picking up on it. Point is, if we ever see them, we have to make sure they aren't close by. Oh, and Sam. Yeah? You're going to need to get used to drinking more demon blood. My brother, thy traitor. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. None of that matters right now. I have to find Sam. Dean yelled, his fist banging on the table. You have been missing for almost a week, and you didn't expect me to ask questions when you're dressed like a 1920s villain? Bobby asked. After what was told to Dean back in heaven, he had a visceral reaction, one so intense that he had to act immediately and not delay a single moment. He had pushed past any angel that got near to him. At one point he may have shoved some woman into a statue, but he didn't have time to worry about that. Dean needed Sam now. He needed to talk to him about everything that he just found out and make sure that what he was thinking wasn't true. Was Lucifer actually his brother? There is no way that could be the case. The 66 seals needed to be broken before then. There was nothing to state that his human form was the cage in the first place. Sure, the whole Azazel thing gives a bit of credit to the story that the bald-ass man was trying to convince Dean of, yet Dean knew it was wrong. Besides, that would mean that Dean Winchester, a high school dropout with a GED, a man who can't say no to his own father, someone who parties and drinks, and tries to help fight monsters, could possibly be an angel. The Archangel Michael no less. One thing he did know is that if heaven believed this, then hell had to as well. That's why Lilith tried killing Sam to keep her throne. She hadn't known at the time, but now she does. Which, if his gut feeling is right, Ruby had to know as well. She was the one who made Sam start drinking demon blood. She was the one who got him addicted. She is the one that managed to free these powers inside of him. Dean had to get to him and explain everything before Ruby did more damage. So, that's what led him to where he was now, at Bobby's home, trying to figure out a way to track Sam down. However, he did forget the whole part of his randomly disappearing when he had showed up, leading to a very confused Bobby staring at him in shock and awe, only to keep asking the same question over and over again. I'm glad you're back, Dean, I really am, but you gotta understand that Sam and I did everything to try and find you, spell after spell, and you were untraceable. You are gonna have to give me something to work with, Bobby explained, his hands firmly planted on the table across from Dean, which had his laptop and a couple of books upon it. Dean shook his head, his hands carting through his hair, messing up the slick-back hairstyle that he had earlier. Castiel helped me with some things, okay? But look, I'm back. I'm fine. That's all that matters. Right now all that is important is finding him. We thought the same thing about you, Bobby nearly shouts, gesturing his hand towards the newfound angel. Tell me what happened. Then we can focus on him. Dean paused, swallowing the log in his throat. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't just come out and say it. Is it that angel thing? Bobby interrupted. Dean looked taken aback, leaning backwards with his mouth agape. How did you know about that? Ruby, was all the older hunter had to say. Of course, Dean grumbled. Is it true? Did Castiel do some weird mixed mumbo-jumbo to raise you from hell, making you an angel? Is that what those glowing eyes were about? Bobby asked. Damn, Bobby was right on the money. Sometimes Dean forgot just how long Bobby has been hunting for, and how damn good he is at piecing things together. Didn't help that Ruby basically tattletaled on him. It took him a long moment to respond, which was all the confirmation that Bobby needed. The older man simply sat back down in his chair, took off his hat, and rubbed his hand down his face. He taught me how to be an angel, Dean finally admitted. Slowly, he took his hands off the table and shook his head, reached into his jacket, and pulled out a long blade that looked to be silver and came to a sharp point. Even gave me this an angel blade. Didn't know they manufactured them. He mumbled before putting it back. It's all still super overwhelming, but I'm working on everything. But right now, that's not what is important. There was an angel up there, one that I've recognized the name from during Bible study, who said things that didn't make any sense. What did he say? Bobby asked, looking back up at Dean. Dean sat down in an opposing chair and pulled it up close to the desk, his hands tapping on the wooden table to emphasize different words that he was stating. That Lucifer is already here, and the prophecy of Michael fighting him is closer than what we think, meaning that the end times are really here, Bobby acknowledged, now leaning forward, his vest squeaking as he did so. But what does that have to do with Sam? Sam is Lucifer's target. Dean lied. He didn't want to believe in what Zacharias said, but he needed to see where Sam was before doing so. It was just a small white lie, enough to get the point across. I don't know how exactly, but I need to make sure Lilith hasn't gotten to him first. It's always been Lilith and Azazel's plan to bring Lucifer back, and if she has him, I can't imagine what might be happening. Shit, Bobby huffed, shaking his head. What? The angel asked. Did you just forget to pick up your prom date? He joked, but was still too serious. The last time that Sam was here, Ruby showed up. Bobby explained. They wanted to talk alone, and then we got something to eat. Next morning, they were both gone. God damn it, Bobby. Dean huffed, putting his face into his hands. You know what? It's fine. You tracked him, right? Bobby bit his inner cheek, to which Dean narrowed his eyes, knowing the next few words out of Bobby's mouth weren't going to be good. I did, but he turned it off. Even did the stupid spell that Ruby showed us and it did no good. You're more than welcome to try something different. Dean stood up from the desk and took a few steps to the side, pacing back and forth. This was bad. This had bad news bears written all over it. Ruby is one person he has never trusted a day in his life. The only thing he could trust her with was turning Sam against him. Whatever their plan was, it had to do with Lilith. This whole Lucifer and Michael mess is way too real for this to all be a mistake. There has never been a thing such as coincidence. He didn't know what he was going to do once he saw Sam again. Didn't know the conversation that they were going to have, or how he was going to explain everything. Everything he knows and what may happen. There wasn't any way to prove it, but he knew that he needed Sam on this one. As he was thinking, pondering a way to find Sam, there was a voice in his head. It made him pause for a moment. It wasn't his own, it was Castiel's. Where are you? The voice asked. The voice was so thick and loud, he thought Castiel could have been standing directly in front of him. How are you talking to me? Dean said out loud, which caused Bobby's head to perk up and raise a brow. The same way that I have been speaking to you since I raised you from hell. Did you forget? No, of course I didn't forget. But do you really think now is the time after I've learned that you've been lying to me? Dean huffed. Who the hell are you speaking to, Idjit? Bobby asked, now standing up from the desk, looking concerned. 1 second, Bobby. Dean mumbled before quickly walking out of the room and heading upstairs into one of the rooms that he would usually stay in whenever visiting Bobby or gathering supplies. It was a small modest room with just a bunk bed. Simple old blankets covered each mattress with a single dresser and closet. Typically Dean would be on the top bunk, easily able to jump down and grab the closest thing nearby to defend themselves if anything were to happen, while Sam slept on the bottom since it was more comfortable. Once inside, he closed the door and extended his hand. Immediately the dresser moved directly in front of the door and blocked the handle, preventing anyone from attempting to get in. Said and done, Dean looked up at the sky, as if expecting to see Castiel on the ceiling. Give a man warning next time before you decide to use fucking angel radio, man. Nearly gave me a heart attack, which I've had before. It's not pretty. Are you at Robert Singer's house? Why the hell do you want to know? Dean said with a bite, his hands balling into fists. Because there are angels that are trying to figure out where you are, and that is the first place they are going to look. I'm trying to help you and make sure you're alright. Like you? Why should I even try to trust you now? Cause you lied to me. You said you used your grace to save me. That is how we are bonded. But no, it was already a preset plan made by a fucking angel that everyone is claiming that I am when I'm not. You told me that I was ready for this, but I'm not. So tell me, why should I trust your wanting to help me when you imprison me in heaven? Dean moved over to the bunk bed and sat down, messing up his hair with his hands to look like how it normally does. We are bonded through grace. That part is is true. In the nature that I presented, I must say no. It was the only way that I knew you would keep me around. You are a deeply distrusting person, which I respect. However, you never would have let me close if I didn't do so. Dean scoffs and rips off the tie that was around his neck. Is it true? Is everything Zachariah told me true? Am I? Yes, but you are still you. You are Dean Winchester. This information doesn't make you any different than the man that you are. How can you say that? I am not myself. There is someone else living inside me, waiting to wake up. If they do, am I just gone? Do I cease to exist? Do I even have a personality? Is my soul mine, or is it something that Michael will hijack? That I can't answer. The only thing I can say is that I knew you as this human, as well as the angel that you once were, and the one you will become. You are not much different from either lifetime. And Sam? Unfortunately, yes. But same as you, Lucifer has not woken up inside of him. And if he does, you already know what you have to do. I will not kill my brother, Dean shouts, the glass on the window next to him cracking as he did so. However, he takes a deep breath to try and calm down. I can't kill my brother, punch him for being an idiot or something. That I can do. But not kill him. I couldn't do it when John asked before he died. I can't do it now. As much as I don't want to ask that of you, you must think, what's more important? Your brother's life or the fate of the world? It won't come to that. You can't ever know for certain. Time is fluid. But I can't see the future more than you can. Sam is strong. He wouldn't allow that to happen. If I can get to him, find him, and just explain, we can work on it together. Then go from there. I need a way to find him first. Remember when Uriel and I found you? We didn't use a spell. Dean raised a brow. You didn't. All we needed was our grace and something that belonged to you. Then we were easily able to pop in. How did you use your grace for that? You'll be able to figure it out. Dean shook his head before standing back up. That's ridiculous. How is he supposed to figure that one? He's been an angel for less than 2 weeks. Never been shown how to track someone down besides his basic hunter instincts. A few spells, but that's about it. With a heavy sigh, he looked around the room. It was clean, tidy, nothing of Sam's to be in sight. Well, he turned towards the closet, walked over, and opened it. It was mainly empty, just a few coat hangers, that is, until he looked up and saw a box labeled Winchester on the side, peeking out through the open door to the attic. The hunter walked over and reached a hand up, but couldn't reach it. Cautiously, he looked back at the door that he had barricaded before reaching a hand up, and the box came spilling down at him, to which it clambered to the floor. With a shrug, Dean quickly knelt down beside it and opened the box. There were things in there that he hadn't seen in years. A science project that he got a B on, a baseball mitt that Sam used to play with, and then clothes. They were older, at least 10 years, back when he was a teenager. However, there were some of Sam's clothes. After he found what he wanted, Dean grabbed hold of a black hoodie with purple trimming and casually looked at it, examining the rips and old tears within it. How the fuck was he supposed to use this to find him? Put it on and do the hula? Tear it apart and magically he'll know where Sam was? This was ridiculous. That was until he thought about Sam. What he looked like, how he acted, who he was. Every little detail of his life that Dean knew or had ever been told. As he did so, a soft light began to glow in his eyes, the emerald green that matched the throne that he desperately wanted to avoid. Then he knew. He opened his eyes and there was a line of golden thread that led out the window. The fuck was that? Carefully, Dean reached out to grab it. As he did so, the part that he touched disintegrated into specks of glitter and dust, before slowly reforming back together. Now that's fucking awesome. He mumbled under his breath, slowly taking a few steps forward and opening up the window, following the line exactly. As he looked outside, the line continued to grow, getting longer and longer by the second. Hang on, Sammy, I'm coming. Then he leaped. Sam, I must say, I am very impressed, Ruby stated, looking at the man up and down, sitting on top of a dumpster, hidden behind an alleyway, chewing on some fries that she must have picked up on the way here. Ever since that fateful day of meeting Lilith, Sam had pulled out all of the stops to prove to Ruby that he was committed to being evil. Well, pretending to be evil, of course. He had to make sure that Lilith believed him, even though everything his moral code was telling him otherwise. This was one thing he knew he had to ace. No matter the people that got hurt, the people he had to hurt, or kill for that matter. He was draining demons daily for blood, and at some point, they stopped becoming people. Things. They were just means to an end. Blood banks to fill his final purpose. There was no more choking the blood down. It was an unquenchable thirst after a while. At points he would sneak off into the night and deliberately make himself appear weak, an easy victim, almost acting drunk in a way to attract the lowest scumbags possible. Every now and then they would be actual demons, but just the thrill of killing someone was enough, which left him in his current position, standing over a dead body in the middle of the night, blood plastered against his lips, wiping the liquid away with his thumb. This time it was a demon, one that was against Lilith's plan to raise Lucifer, a follower of someone that he'd never heard of until now, some man named Crowley who wanted hell for himself, a former apprentice of Lilith's. Maybe one day he'll meet the man, but today was not then. Why? You've seen B do this before, Sam asked, kneeling down beside the body of the man, removing the knife he had used to slit his throat, and slowly began to carve off the fingers to prevent any fingerprints for the police to find. Something that Ruby told him he had to do, or else Lilith would not be happy. At first it was disgusting, but now it just became second nature, almost like riding a bike. I don't know, I think it's because you're doing it so smoothly. When you first started you were so tame, chunky and janky in your movements. Now it's like watching someone slice through butter and place it on a biscuit. It's quite erotic. Ruby shrugs, swinging her legs slightly from side to side. Sam raised a brow and stood back up. That's morbid even for you. Ruby shrugged, throwing a fry into her mouth. Still a demon, remember, right? Almost forgot, Sam mumbled. However, that got Ruby's brow to raise, and she hopped off of the dumpster, tossing the rest of her fries inside, before walking over to the man. Hey, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, he mumbled again, wrapping the latest body in a tarp that was pre-hidden under some garbage. This alleyway was prone to lots of crime in the past, and very unsafe. It's where Sam conducted most of his feedings. The tarp and spare knives were always within arm's reach. Just needed to know exactly where to look or you wouldn't find anything. Don't give me that. I think we've been through enough to be past that part of our relationship, Ruby stated. But when Sam didn't respond, she walked right up to him and placed a finger under his chin to make him look at her. What's wrong? Sam didn't say anything at first. Mainly he wanted to get his thoughts together before doing much. There was just a lot on his mind. What are we doing, Ruby? What do you mean? We have been at this charade of being Lilith's little helpers for too long. I've done everything she's asked. Hell, I've done more than what she's asked. But I'm enjoying it. Enjoying what? This, Sam gestured around him, more specifically at the body laying only a few feet away from them. I like killing them. I enjoy getting rid of these assholes that are less than the dirt that we walk on. Demons are demons, I'm used to that. But people, humans, no I can't. He shook his head. I can't be enjoying it. I'm changing by doing what she wants. I feel it. I love the hunt. I love tearing these people apart. We started doing this to get close to Lilith, lead us to Lucifer and stop him once and for all, and stop heaven from whatever they have done to Dean, and what they plan to do with him. But if I keep this up, then I don't know if I'm going to be able to come back from this. Ruby nodded her head in understanding, even looked away for a moment to gather her thoughts. However, Sam couldn't see the small smirk that formed on her lips as she did so. Sam swallowed thickly. Is he scaring her off? Should he have kept his thoughts to himself about how he was feeling? Because it scared him. It genuinely did. What would Dean think if he knew about these ideas? A long time ago he had read up on what properties are inside demon blood. Granted, a lot of it was speculation. Yet, one of the things that stuck with him was that there is a point where if someone could possibly drink the blood, which is toxic to most humans, that it will permanently change them. It didn't specify in what way, but it can change them to where they can't go back to being their old selves. Was this the warning? Okay, well, Ruby started, looking back at Sam. I doubt you've earned Lilith's trust by now. She may be in the body of a child and act like one, but her mind is much more complicated. To truly gain it, I think you're going to have to do something bigger than just drinking more demon blood. Like what? I'm already killing innocent people, okay? Not innocent, but human beings. I don't know, but there are lots of possibilities. She mumbled, taking a few steps away from Sam and facing the opposite direction, an arm folding across her chest, while the other hand casually messed with her necklace. You proved you're willing to do what she asks, but you haven't done anything for her, because you want to. Sam glared. I don't want to do anything for her. Don't worry, Sammy. She peeks over her shoulder to steal a glance at him. I know. She winks, then looks back forward. You could always eliminate a threat for her. The hunter looked to the ground, biting the corner of his lip, then back at the body. She can handle competition. Ruby carried on. Crowley will get out of the way eventually, but something big. Something that would stop her from freeing Lucifer. Crowley would have been Sam's first guess. Someone who doesn't want Lucifer is clearly an enemy to her. But if Ruby thinks that's not enough, then it's not. It has to be someone big, but not too big, because he doesn't want to give Lilith the ease of breaking the seals. He can't let her have a lead. However, the thing that is most against the she-demon isn't a person, it's a place. Heaven, Sam mumbled, looking back up from the ground, eyes staring directly at Ruby as he quickly started walking to her. Heaven wants Lucifer to stay away as much as we do. Obviously, he shakes his head a little bit as he spoke. We can't lay siege to heaven or anything like that, but angels. Angels have been stopping the seals from breaking since the beginning. We could easily just pray to an angel, get them to show up, and then kill them. Kill them and show her, and that'll prove her trust. It doesn't have to be Gandhi or someone, just an angel who was a yes man, and then we're in. Ruby turned to face him during his epiphany, nodding along until he finished. That's a great idea, but Lilith knows which angel does what. She's been around since the first few angels were made. She's going to know the difference between a Cupid and a seraphim. Sam raised a brow. Cupid is real? Cupids, lower-class angels that do the same thing as the baby Cupid myth. But no, let's not get off track, Ruby said, holding up a hand to stop Sam's train of thought. There are plenty of angels we can use that will give us enough boost for her trust. However, they're not easy to get to. Castiel. The demon smiled. He would do. He had to think for a moment. If he did this, Dean would have a difficult time forgiving him. Sam hasn't trusted the angel in a long time, never has. But Castiel is the only angel he knows will come if Sam prayed to him. It would be easy. Only problem with this is that he's never gone toe-to-toe with the man before. Hell, they're never killed an angel, but they know how. An angel blade, the one thing that can actually neutralize him. Yet Dean, they are close. A lot closer than Sam thinks they should be. It was unnerving. It was like there was a history there that he didn't know about. To kill Castiel, that would give him the favor that he needed for Lilith. Just one prayer will do it. Sam mumbled. I can tell him that I need to speak with Dean, that I know more information about Lilith that may help them. Then when he shows up, I can speak to him. False sense of security, then take him out. I'll need your help. I won't be able to make the jump without you. I think you're downplaying how far you've grown these past few months, let alone days. Demons and angels have similar skill sets, Sam. Just because he has more training, it doesn't mean you won't kill him. The tricky part would be getting an angel blade though. We can just use the one he carries. Sam figured, just gotta grab it before he grabs us pretty much. I guess that's it then. Ruby smirks. Kill the bastard with wings, and you'll be right up to being Lilith's little pet. Sam chuckled. He didn't like that phrase, but it's pretty much what he'll be doing. Kill Castiel for Lilith. For Lilith, Ruby confirms. Sam shook his head slightly. He couldn't believe he was actually going to do this. He felt good about it, like it was almost the perfect scenario. However, that was until he glanced down the alleyway. There was someone there, a figure hidden by the shadows of the night. They looked to be in a suit. Maybe? It was impossible to tell from over here. How long have they been there for? However, the harder he looked, his eyes widened. Dean, the person there slowly walked forward and towards the light. I knew Ruby was trying to corrupt you, but I never thought you were Team Lilith. His suit was partially unbuttoned, and the tie and jacket were nowhere to be seen. Ruby looked over and quickly hid behind Sam, grabbing hold of his arm in a tight grip. No, Dean, you don't understand. I'm trying to do what Dean nearly shouts, hands balled into fists. How exactly can you explain this? The end. Have a nice day.